In the 20th year of Tian Gui's reign on the Chiwu continent, warlords carved out their own domains, vying for supremacy. At that time, Nian Yu of northern Qi emerged, joining the army at a young age. A brilliant military strategist, she was undefeated in every battle, virtually invincible. Nian Yu led northern Qi to annex the eastern territories, conquer the southern borders, ascend to the throne, and ultimately vanquish 5 kingdoms, dividing the world equally with Xiliang. For this, she was hailed as the East Wu war god. Within Wu Yuan City, a crowd surrounded her. Her long hair flowed freely, a stark contrast to the curses echoing around her. She's a woman. She's actually a woman. Impossible. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. She sat silently, allowing the cries for her death to rise and fall. Kill her. Kill her. She sneered. What does it matter if they're eager to kill me? All these years, Nian Yu had been nothing but a pawn, a pitiful pawn. She looked up in fury, thinking, Zhao Yan, what about you? Do you want to kill me too? Her eyes were filled with disappointment. She recalled his sweet words. The throne means nothing to me. All I want in this life is to be the carefree prince. Walking side by side until the end, a man's words are truly all lies, indistinguishable from the truth. His words were always so deceitful. Win one more battle for me, will you? But now, he was a completely different person. The traitor Nian Yu, disguised as a man, deceiving the emperor, bringing calamity to the nation and its people. In the winter of the year of Wu Su, in the final battle, she disregarded the lives of 5,000 soldiers. 72 capital offenses, unforgivable. His eyes were full of contempt. Execute her immediately. Her face was haggard, her eyes filled with hatred. Zhao Yan, you knew I was a woman all along, didn't you? 2 years ago, I was pregnant, yet you sent me to the battlefield. Have you forgotten that war took our child? Our child. What were those false promises? I love you, we will. He didn't want to hear her finish, only coldly ordering someone. Bring the wine. He was utterly heartless towards her. She couldn't believe her ears, shouting furiously. Zhao Yan. Her outburst was met with a resounding slap. Insolent. How dare you address the emperor by name? Nian and Yi Lan stepped forward, adding fuel to the fire. You little sister, do you really think you're still the great General Nian? How laughable. Just like the sisters in the old legends, harming each other. Just drink the wine obediently. This is fine wine prepared especially for you by the emperor. How thoughtful. She was stunned. Her heart turned to ashes. Impossible. This is the formula I personally destroyed, something I painstakingly developed. How could the emperor bear to destroy it? The plot twisted as Nian and Yi Lan revealed the truth. During the Battle of Jade City, your 5,000 soldiers were trapped. Did you really think reinforcements would come? The emperor wouldn't send anyone. Oh no, he did send someone, but the entire army was just me. The heartbreak drug is incredibly potent, yet you wouldn't use it. How could the emperor be satisfied? You grew more and more delusional. You forced my 5,000 soldiers to take heartbreak. Heartbreak, a drug I accidentally created, can temporarily boost potential, turning people into killing gods. But once the effects wear off, they're completely drained, meeting their demise. Heartbreak, it burns away life itself. Memories flooded her mind. Zhao Yan, I must destroy this thing. Such a terrifying drug shouldn't exist. Then he embraced her, This guy truly was a wolf in sheep's clothing. This is a divine medicine. Nian and Yi Lan rolled her eyes. My 5,000 soldiers killed hundreds of thousands of enemies. You should thank me. Without me, how could the Battle of the Titans have become legendary? It's a pity that battle cost you your legs. A Chiyu war god without legs? To the emperor, you're already yesterday's news. You have no idea how long I've waited for this day. She tore at her hair like a madwoman. Since I was 15, I knew your face would be my downfall. In this world, no one can be more beautiful than me. So when you were unconscious, I personally carved this scar onto your face. The emperor and I are about to be married. Now, I can finally make you disappear completely. She flung Nian and Yi Lan's hand away. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Then she lifted the wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. What a failure this life has been, to encounter scum like you. In the next life, I will never fail you again. She declared loudly, Soldiers, your general will live and die with you. Kill. She slammed the wine cup down. Even if I have to die, I'll die by my own hand. She sneered, a bitter laugh. Nian and Yi Lan couldn't help but admire, worthy of the Chiyu war god. At least you deserve a dignified death. Little sister, I'll see you in the beast arena of West Wu Yuan before heartbreak completely consumes you. Fight those monsters. Sister, what a joke. I can't believe someone could be this wicked to the very end. She scoffed. She lunged at them, her heart shattering. Shattered jade heart, blood-stained oath. In the next life, we'll forge our alliance anew. Her hatred burned like a wildfire. Zhao Yan, Nian Yi Lan, if there is a next life, Nian Yu will drag you and the entire Qiwu Empire down to hell with me. I will haunt you for all eternity. Light flickered around her. She squinted, hearing someone kick her and curse at her. Little bitch. She opened her eyes wide, seeing the person point at her face and yell, "Get out." She recognized Nan Yu's voice, then looked around. This was the old layout of the Nian residence. Confusion filled her. Wasn't she dead? She tried to wake from the dream, but it didn't seem to be one. It hurts. Her legs began to tremble. My legs, I can feel them again. She sat there, stunned. Impossible. I've been reborn. Nan Yu sneered. Seeing you half dead like this is truly disgusting. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside. Mother, save me. What do I do? There's a fire. Nan Yu hadn't yet understood what was happening. What fire? Don't panic, son. Tell me clearly first. Her son immediately grabbed her arm, frightened and at a loss. Princess Inshallah of the Gene Palace, she seduced me. Mother. She was so angry with her son that she couldn't speak. Before she could finish, her son continued, the pavilion in the Gene Palace is on fire. Princess Ingshua has been defiled. Hearing this, she froze. This was the incident from the 20th year of Shao Tianxi's reign. You wouldn't have guessed, would you? She thought, could I really have been reborn back to when I was 15? Nan Yu roared at her, are you deaf? You bastard child born from a freak, get out. She narrowed her eyes, struggling to suppress the hatred within. There was nothing she could do now but comply. She nodded, letting them continue. He said I knocked over the candlestick and started the fire, but it was just an accident. I barely escaped, but Princess Ingshua is still inside. She asked, did anyone see you and Princess Ingshua? Before she could finish, her son blurted, I drugged Princess Ingshua. She probably doesn't know it was me. Having heard the answer she wanted, she closed the door and stood outside for a long time, trying to compose herself. Indeed, Zhao Ingshua definitely hadn't seen who harmed her, but that night, Nian Chong had dropped the Nian family's token in the pavilion. That night, Princess Ingshua, the pride of the entire Northern Qi dynasty, lost her innocence and was disfigured by the fire. It was because of that token that the Gene Palace would file a complaint, and Nan Yu, just like in her past life, would make me take the blame, starting my endless imprisonment. Later, she was exiled to the military camp. Everything would start from tomorrow. Since I've been reborn, such foolish things will never happen to me again. In this life, I must never tread that path of no return. Just then, the fire suddenly intensified. That night, everyone panicked. Save my Ingshua. She's my only daughter. She can't die. Suddenly, someone appeared. Chu Chong, here by His Majesty's secret order to assist. Everyone turned to look. It was the emissary, Chu Chong. He coldly asked, is the young miss still trapped inside? Ingshua's father hurriedly said, emissary, please save my daughter. The madam beside him added, the fire is too strong. No one can go in. Before she finished speaking, a figure flashed past, rushing into the inferno. Chu Chong, however, wasn't worried at all. He said calmly, is that so? I don't think so. His words left everyone confused. Before they could react, he turned and prepared to leap into the sea of flames. A hero saving a beauty, indeed. He wanted to use this opportunity to find someone to his liking. Inside the pavilion, Princess Ingshua cried weakly, help. She walked towards Princess Ingshua, surveying the scene. All she had to do was drop the item. She had to get Princess Ingshua out first. Just as she was about to act, someone stopped her. She quickly sensed an attack. Fortunately, thanks to the arduous training in her past life, she dodged it with ease. You all know who that person was. It was Chu Chong who had attacked. He was surprised that the kid could dodge his blow. Finding it interesting, he prepared to attack again. But she was agile, turning and counterattacking with a palm strike. At the crucial moment, her legs gave way. Damn it. After being struck, she remembered that this body was completely different from her past lives. She had actually forgotten she was using her old body. But how did she accidentally rip off Chu Qing's mask? Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, filled with unexpected events. Her hand accidentally knocked off someone's mask, and just like that, she discovered an interesting secret. It was Chu Chong. She was astonished. Wasn't that Chu Chong, General Sun Yang, exceptionally gifted in martial arts, once hailed as a once-in-a-century genius? Rumor had it that at the age of 13, a great fire disfigured his face. Since then, he had always wore a mask, but it turned out it was all a lie. Why would he hide his face from the world? He prepared to draw his sword. Who would have thought such a slender youth could be so agile? He slowly approached her, his sharp gaze like that of a predator sizing up its prey. She wasn't foolish enough to just stand there. Escape was the best option. Sorry, Princess Ingshaw, you're on your own. Before leaving, she felt his aura, truly terrifying, a chilling, killing intent. So she took off, her mission already accomplished. Time to slip away. He glared angrily at her retreating figure. Irritated, someone had seen him. He walked over to the jade pendant she had dropped, wondering, just who was this kid? He picked up the jade pendant, staring at it for a long time. Beside him, Princess Ingshaw was almost gasping for breath, whispering for help. He then remembered he was there to save someone and went over to pick her up. Fortunately, she was unconscious. He put his mask back on. Then he easily carried her out of the fire. In the bustling capital, the Northern Qi coming-of-age ceremony was usually held on the 8th day of the 5th month every year, when young men and women who turned 15 would officially don their adult caps. The sons and daughters of noble families would be invited to the Sifong Pavilion, where the emperor and empress would personally bestow their blessings. In the Nian family, besides Nian Yu, there was also the eldest daughter, Nian Yi Lan. In the Nian residence, a maid's voice rang out. Eldest miss, look, this is one of only 3 bolts of cloud brocade in the entire capital. Grandmother has instructed the embroiderers to do their utmost to make it into a gown within a month. This is the red jade personally bestowed by the emperor to young master. Young master personally drew the design and commissioned someone to make this pair of orchid earrings. Today is the coming-of-age ceremony. Eldest miss will surely be the most beautiful. Nian and Yi Lan admired herself in the bronze mirror and asked, "Where's mother? Why isn't she here yet?" The maid respectfully replied, "Madam went out early this morning. It seems she went to the Nangong residence." She thought to herself, the Nangong residence. Today is the coming-of-age ceremony. Mother should be with me at the Sifong Pavilion. Why would she go to the Nangong residence? But she didn't dwell on it. All right, Feng He, quickly take this and come with me to the servants' quarters. Feng He hesitated. The servants' quarters. She hesitated. This dress was specially prepared for you by master. Miss, you're going to. Nian and Yi Lan gave her a cold look. Today is the coming-of-age ceremony. As the elder sister, I still have to prepare something for my younger sister. In front of the Nangong residence, she stared blankly at the ceiling. I'm finally reborn. If I don't avenge my past life in this lifetime, I, Nian Yu, swear I'm not human. My body is weak now, and I can't use my martial arts. I must recover quickly. Nian Yi Lan didn't knock, but pushed the door open and called out, "Are you my younger sister?" She instinctively became alert. Her reaction, though not as fast as in her past life, was still much quicker than in this life. She dodged, pressing a shard against Nian and Yi Lan's neck, startling her into a cold sweat. "Are you my younger sister? What's wrong? It's me, Nian Yi Lan." Hearing these words, she froze, staring intently at the person in front of her. Nian and Yi Lan reminded her of all the ways she had been provoked in her past life. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, wanting to kill her right then and there. The shard in her hand pressed closer. Feng He rushed in, panicked. "Ninyu, are you crazy? If you dare hurt eldest miss, madam will surely have your skin." How annoying. But she still didn't strike. Finally, she released her grip, saying indifferently, "Elder sister, I'm sorry. I just had a nightmare. What are you doing here?" Let them see what true malice looked like. Nian and Yi Lan said hypocritically, "Today is the coming-of-age ceremony. I came to bring you clothes." But in her heart, she thought, this Nian Yu is indeed secretly practicing martial arts. I must tell mother. She continued, "Although younger sister likes to wear men's clothing, you're a girl after all. Don't worry, I will definitely persuade our parents to let you be a girl again." She sneered inwardly. Elder sister is so kind. If I hadn't been reborn, I might have actually believed you. She immediately refused. No need. It's rare for elder sister to give me such fine clothes. I will definitely cherish them. Nian and Yi Lan was a little surprised. Younger sister, you're not going to wear them. She looked at the clothes, suppressing her killing intent with great effort. Wear them, of course I'll wear them. But it wasn't the right time yet. To prevent her from lingering, she pulled her away. "Sister, let's go. I heard Prince Mu has returned to the capital. He might attend the coming-of-age ceremony this year. We can't be late. Nian Yi Lan was about to say something, but her words struck a chord, and she stopped, lost in her fantasies. Prince Mu, if he really comes, will he like my attire and makeup? The handsome Prince Mu would definitely be captivated by her. She was truly looking forward to seeing the Prince Mu that Nian and Yi Lan yearned for day and night. And so, the affectionate sisters finally arrived at the West Pavilion. Everyone was praising her sister. Look, it's Nian and Yi Lan, the most beautiful woman in the Nian family. The Nian family is truly blessed to have such a daughter. Suitors will probably line up for miles. The Nian family does have Nian and Yi Lan, but they also have Nian Yu. Right, Nian Yu. The one who nearly ruined that poor girl 3 years ago, burned down to my workshop's granary last year, and broke someone's leg the year before that. Honestly, I can't even count all the bad things he does every day. Someone like Nian, you should have been beaten to death long ago. Why is he allowed to defile the sanctity of the 4 pavilions? She listened silently to these insults. They're both from the Nian family, a young master and a young miss. How can they be so different? Suddenly, a hand grasped hers. Sigh, who else could it be but that annoying sister? Don't be sad. I know you didn't do those things. She told herself, that's right, I didn't do those things. Ever since the day I was born, I've been taking the blame for others. In my past life, I was too weak to resist, but not this time. She immediately replied to her so-called good sister. Sister, it's fine. A fresh breeze suddenly blew through, bringing with it a certain someone. Prince Zhao Yan, whom everyone was waiting for, strolled in leisurely, fanning himself, ready to stir things up. You all seem to be having a lively conversation. Those who saw him bowed. Your Highness, Prince Mu. As he walked past, someone's heart skipped a beat. Rise. Today is your big day. Don't mind me. I'm just bored and taking a stroll. Somehow, he sauntered over to the 2 sisters. Prince Mu spoke. You must be the Nian Yu everyone's talking about. Looking both boyish and girlish, she replied, Your Highness, Prince Mu, that is correct. He suddenly fell silent, as if recalling something. Right, he remembered her rushing out to save that little girl, nearly getting hit by his carriage. Zhao Yan smiled slightly. It was her. Then he changed the subject. Quite a lot has happened in the capital these past 4 years. Honestly, this Prince Mu was too casual. Looking at your small frame, with barely any fuzz on your face, who could you possibly harm? I don't believe it. She panicked slightly. Your Highness. The 2 were chatting animatedly, completely oblivious to the murderous gaze directed at them. Nian and Yi Lan wondered what's going on. Why is Prince Mu being so friendly to Nian Yu? Just then, Ziran, Chu Qing's subordinate, happened to pass by. Hey, Ziran, did you see that? Chu Chong appeared indifferent. Appearances can be deceiving. Then he pulled out the familiar jade pendant. She was startled. That's the jade pendant I dropped at the Gene Palace last night. How did it end up in his hands? Could it be? He seemed to read her thoughts and gave her a warning look, as if saying, don't say anything. Thankfully, he chose the right person. Chu Chong was reminding me not to reveal what I saw last night. How does he understand what I'm thinking so well? He dismounted his horse and, seeing her reaction, understood the situation. This jade pendant was important to this young man. Prince Mu continued his sarcastic tone. I've been away for so many years, and Ziran's privileges seem to have increased. Now I can't even ride my horse in. Everyone says father favors me the most, but I think he favors Ziran. I'm just a figurehead. Seeing him getting more and more outrageous, Chu Chong lightly smacked him. Stop it. The slap wasn't light. Ouch. That hurt. She watched the 2, thinking, the general's son is truly spoiled. So young, and the emperor has already entrusted him with the position of emissary. All military and political affairs are concentrated in his hands. In my past life, the emperor even bestowed upon him the title of king. It's a pity that on the eve of his investiture, on his way back to the capital from the southern border, Chu Chong was ambushed and killed. Her eyes were filled with contemplation. Such a talented young man, dying so young, leaving behind only a lonely grave. He felt her gaze and thought, is this kid pitying me? He turned and left, leaving behind only a legendary interesting. Prince Mu was left talking to himself, while she quietly slipped away. The kid left without saying a word. Ninyu, tell me, am I really that pitiful? When she looked back, the surroundings were empty, replaced by an overly dramatic, frail woman who startled Prince Mu. She glanced around. The jade pendant she lost last night was now in Chu Cheng's hand. She didn't know what he intended, but today's plan couldn't go wrong. If she remembered correctly, It was almost time. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Help. The timing and location were exactly as she anticipated. Just as she'd planned, the attendants panicked. Princess Ingshua. Princess Ingshua has fallen into the water. Our princess is finally pregnant. Someone help. While everyone anxiously waited, she was the first to rush out, swimming towards the princess's cries. Help! The princess had drifted quite far. The princess was sinking, praying repeatedly in her heart, "Save my child." She vaguely saw someone swimming towards her. In that critical moment, she grabbed the princess's hand. The princess felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you." After some struggle, the princess was finally brought to the medical clinic, where the Imperial physician was already taking her pulse. After a tense moment, the Imperial physician spoke. "Your Highness, the fetus is unharmed, thankfully rescued in time. Although the summer water is not cold, the chill entering the body is extremely harmful to the fetus. I will prescribe a dose of medicine to stabilize the pregnancy. Your Highness only needs to take it." The princess nodded, still shaken. Thankfully, this young man had saved her. Getting pregnant after 40 was truly not easy. If it weren't for him, she turned to look at her. "You saved me and my child. Speak, what reward do you desire?" She knew her opportunity had arrived. Northern Qi had a unique death exemption token. One token could pardon a death sentence once, after which it was returned to the emperor to be bestowed upon another. The late emperor had granted this token to Princess Ingshua. She immediately knelt, her voice loud and clear. "Nian Yu is bold. I implore Princess Ingshua to grant Nian Yu the death exemption token." These words shocked everyone present. Nian Yu remained kneeling. Princess Ingshua finally spoke. "You have quite the nerve. Do you know what this token means to me? This isn't just any trinket. It was a dowry gift from the late emperor." She reminisced. "It's also the only thing I have left to remember my brother by. The child in my womb is my only family now." Nian Yu's voice was firm. The late emperor was benevolent. "If His Highness is aware in heaven, he certainly wouldn't blame you." Princess Ingshua remained silent, a flicker of cold reluctance crossing her face. Seeing her gloomy expression, Nian Yu's heart tightened. But contrary to her expectations, the princess took the token from her sleeve. "You saved me and my child. I am true to my word." She handed the token to Nian Yu. "This token is yours." Nian Yu accepted the token, gratefully saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous gift." After handing over the token, the princess instructed the servants to prepare clean clothes. Although it's summer, the water chills to the bone. "Quickly change your clothes. Chi Tu, find a suitable set of clothes for young Master Nian." Nian Yu politely declined. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but I have brought my own clothes. Could I trouble Chi Tu to retrieve my baggage from the Nian family carriage?" She gently replied, "I have my own clothes." Elsewhere, a couple knelt before the emperor, pleading their case. "Your Majesty, you must seek justice for Princess Ingshua. My innocent daughter's chastity has been defiled." It was the Nian family. The mother, tearful, begged for justice for her daughter. Nian Chong also set fire to the pavilion. Although Ingshua survived, her face is ruined. How will she face the world now? Nian Yu fiercely defended her son, filled with rage. "Consort Jean, you insist it was my son Nian Chong, but do you have any proof?" The victim's father presented the evidence. "The proof is right here, found in Ingshua's room." "Isn't this proof enough?" Nian Yu continued to defend her son. "Consort Jean, you cannot bully my son and me just because my husband is not in the capital. That token has always been with my son. How could it end up in someone else's hands?" Nian Chong also spoke, presenting his own token. "Your Majesty, this subject's token has always been with me." Zhao Ingshua's father, furious, snatched the token, stammering, "Impossible. How could?" The token was indeed Nian Chang's. He was too stunned to speak. Nian Yu pretended to sob. "Your Highness, my son has had a leg injury since childhood and has always had difficulty moving. How could he possibly escape after setting the fire? Besides, my Nian family has more than one son with a token." Zhao Ingshua's father seemed to be driven to desperation. His hands trembled, his face paled, and he struggled helplessly. "If this token doesn't belong to Nian Chong, then it must belong to the other young master of the Nian family, Nian Yu." He recalled his previous conversation with Nian Yu and said apologetically, "Princess Ingxua, it is yours now." Chu Chong, who had remained silent, was in turmoil. If it was truly him who set the fire, Princess Ingxua would have perished in the flames long ago. Ingxua's mother continued to kneel and plead for a judgment, while protecting Nian Yu. "Your Majesty, Nian Yu is just a child in our family who lost his mother at a young age. His father dotes on him only because he has no mother. If he truly did such a thing, it is my fault for failing to raise him properly." Emperor Yuanda didn't say much, but directly ordered Nian Yu to be summoned. Someone summoned Nian Yu. Yes, to buy time, Chu Chong produced a new piece of evidence. "Your Majesty, I have a piece of evidence here." Mother and daughter stood frozen like they were on the edge of a volcano, understanding each other perfectly. How could there be evidence? He held up a jade pendant for all to see. "I found this in the burned pavilion last night." Nian Yu recognized the jade pendant she had given away years ago and blurted out, "If I remember correctly, this jade pendant was a congratulatory gift given when the Nian family had their son." This jade pendant seemed to be the crucial evidence that would determine the fate of Nian Chong and his mother. It was a 100-day congratulatory gift bestowed by the royal family to the Nian family's eldest son. Like a bolt from the blue, his sweet dream was instantly shattered. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me." At this moment, the Nian family had no excuse or defense. Emperor Yuanda angrily questioned, "Nian Chong, are you still not going to confess to me and the empress?" Nian Chong looked pleadingly at Nian Yu. "Such a precious gift, and you couldn't even keep it safe." He looked at his mother, who was no better off. It was stolen by a villain. Sensing danger, Nian Chong felt that shifting the blame was the quickest way to escape. The name Nian Yu flashed through his mind, and he pushed her forward as a scapegoat, stubbornly denying, "Yes, the jade pendant was stolen by Nian Yu." "It was Nian Yu, Your Majesty." Nian Yu has always had a habit of stealing. Zhao Yan yawned, mocking their clumsy performance, and sneered, exposing them. "So in the end, it's still Nian Yu. Who knows if the eldest son of the Nian family's jade pendant was actually stolen? Your Highness, speak of the devil, and she shall appear." Nian Yu approached gracefully, her figure elegant and captivating. As soon as she appeared, everyone in the hall looked at her. Because she was vastly different from her usual appearance, she was a woman. Indeed, beauty could determine everything. The two handsome men were stunned. Nian Yu's light steps and stunning appearance made many people forget about eating and resting. Nian Yu bowed to the emperor and empress. "Nian Yu greets Your Majesty, greets Your Highness." Emperor Yuanda was also startled by her new interface and couldn't help but confirm again, "You are Nian Yu." Nian Yu bowed gracefully and said, "This subject, Nian Yu, is guilty. Since childhood, I have been mischievous and often dressed in men's clothing, so everyone thought I was a man. Today is my coming-of-age ceremony, and Nian Yu knows that I can no longer deceive Your Majesty. So I have changed into women's clothing to ask for Your Majesty's forgiveness." Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuanda, instead of punishing Nian Yu, became angry at her for concealing her identity. "She's actually a woman. I was completely unaware. How dare a subject be so bold?" Even Nian Chang's mother was shocked and completely unaware. "Your Majesty, my father, and the elders of the clan were also unaware of this. When Nian Yu was born, her birth mother said she was a son, and we never suspected otherwise. I believe Nian Yu's birth mother wanted to use a son to rise to prominence, which is why she deceived us." Nian Yu calmly took all the blame upon herself. "My stepmother and father truly didn't know. Please, Your Majesty, investigate clearly. It's all Nian Yu's fault. You." Although Emperor Yuanda was angry, he still reprimanded her. "It's all your fault. Do you know the crime of deceiving the emperor? Even if it's all your fault, I can still implicate your entire family." Nian Yu seemed to have been prepared for this and presented something with both hands. "Your Majesty, this subject has this item. Please take a look." Emperor Yuanda approached and took the token, his face instantly turning pale, a death exemption token. How did it end up in her hands? Nian Yu refused to believe it and insisted that she stole it. Impossible. She must have stolen it. Nian Chong also echoed, "Yes, she must have stolen it." At this moment, another voice spoke. "Who says she stole it?" At the last moment, Nian Yi Lan appeared and clarified for Nian Yu, "This was bestowed upon you by me." Emperor Yuanda hurriedly stood, his expression anxious, and repeatedly said, "Imperial sister, you are carrying the imperial heir. How can you move around so carelessly? Someone, quickly bring her a seat. The head eunuch loudly replied, by your command. The eunuch moved swiftly, immediately bringing a chair for the princess. Her expression was calm as she slowly spoke. Don't be afraid. Tell His Majesty the truth. The death exemption token in your hand. For whom did you plead? Nian Yu bowed, and Nian Chong nearly collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. They said in unison, we greet the princess. Nian Yu felt anxious and uneasy, thinking, the princess bestowed the death exemption token. She's always been aloof. When did Nian Yu become close to her? Moreover, the princess and His Majesty are as close as siblings. If she pleads for Nian Yu, I'm finished. Nian Yu lowered her head, tightly clutching the corner of her robe, her voice heavy. Even if Nian Yu died 10,000 deaths, it wouldn't absolve them of their crime. That's why I used this token to implore your majesty to pardon the Nian family's crime of deceiving the emperor. Emperor Yuan sighed, his tone softening. Enough, enough. He waved his hand, his voice filled with weariness. Since you have brought the death exemption token, the matter of deceiving the emperor will not be pursued further. Nian Yu gratefully replied, thank you, your majesty. Zhao Yan stood to the side, sneering, interesting, truly interesting. I also heard that the Nian family's eldest son, cough, also defiled a commoner woman. He sneered, such fresh gossip. A woman can defile another's purity. Nian Yu glared at him. Zhao Yan's words were laced with sarcasm as he sneered. How could she defile Princess Ingxua? The princess consort of Jin glared, her voice filled with hatred. Nian Yu, you have the audacity. Your own son committed a crime, and you still want to frame someone else. Nian Yu is a woman. How could she do such a thing to Ingxua? It's preposterous. Nian Yu waved her hands frantically, her voice trembling in denial. It must be a misunderstanding. Perhaps someone stole the token and the jade pendant. The princess consort of Jin snapped. The evidence is conclusive, and you still dare to deny it. Nian Yu's gaze fell on the jade pendant on the table, thinking to herself, that jade pendant. She looked around, her eyes panicked, thinking, could it be? Her eyes met Chu Qing's, and time seemed to stand still. She wondered, Chu Chong. He handed over the jade pendant. Is he helping me? Chu Chong gave her a gentle smile. The princess consort of Jin kowtowed, her forehead hitting the ground heavily, her voice mournful. Your majesty, the truth is clear. It was Nian Chong who harmed Ingxua. I implore your majesty to punish Nian Chong and bring justice to Ingxua. Zhao Yan grinned like a wolf spotting its prey and beckoned Nian Chong. Come. Nian Chong stared at him blankly. Zhao Yan winked and made a throat-slitting gesture, chuckling. You're dead. Nian Chang's face paled, his lips trembled, and he mumbled in a daze. No. He fell to his knees, screaming, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Seeing this, Emperor Yuan's face turned livid. He roared furiously, guilty, and trying to escape. Someone, seize Nian Chong. Imprison him in the heavenly prison. Thoroughly investigate this case, and he will be dealt with later. The guards rushed forward, pinning him down and dragging him away. He struggled desperately, shouting in terror, let me go. Let me go. He turned to his mother, pleading, Mother, save me. Mother, save me. Nian Yu collapsed to the ground, watching helplessly as her son was dragged away, crying out in despair, Nian Chong, my son. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stared fixedly at Nian Yu, gritting her teeth, roaring inwardly, Nian Yu. She gazed at Nian Yu's face, thinking, in my past life, I was nothing but a puppet in your hands, stepping into the traps you meticulously laid. The tragic scenes of her past life flashed through her mind. It was me in the heavenly prison, but it was you who beat the drums, stirred up trouble, and twisted the truth. She recalled Nian Yu's hypocritical tears and malicious smile, thinking coldly, I only regret not seeing through your deceitful face sooner. A triumphant look appeared on Nian Yu's face. In this life, the wicked will receive their retribution. Jin Yin slowly clapped her hands and said, All right, let this matter end here. She stepped forward to help Nian Yu up and announced loudly, since everyone is here, I will announce publicly that when I fell into the water just now, it was Nian Yu who risked their life to save me, even ensuring the safety of my unborn child. This is truly a great blessing. I have decided to adopt Nian Yu as my daughter. Nian Yu's eyes widened in shock. Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with astonishment. Nian Yu's mouth gaped open, thinking in disbelief. The princess actually wants to adopt her as her daughter. Zhao Yan watched on with malicious glee, clearly enjoying the drama. TSK, how interesting, Chu Chong mused silently. If the Imperial family wanted to adopt a son or daughter, it had to be recorded in the Imperial Jade Register, making them practically half a member of the royal family. What was Princess Yan trying to do? Qinghe looked at her warmly. She paused briefly, her gaze returning the warmth, and calmly bowed. "Thank you for your kindness, Princess." Emperor Yuenda waved his hand and said to the eunuch, "That's enough for today. I am tired." Everyone is dismissed. The eunuch acknowledged the order. "Yes, your majesty." The crowd gradually dispersed. As she passed Chu Chong, their eyes met briefly. Her voice was soft as a breeze. "Thank you." He smiled faintly, his figure receding into the distance. She continued on, pondering silently. The trouble was resolved, and she had even gained the princess's favor. The days ahead, the corners of her lips curved upwards. Her mind was made up. I will rewrite my own destiny. In the palace, Emperor Yuenda and Qinghe looked at each other, discussing the farce. The Nian family's affairs were a tangled mess. Emperor Yuenda sighed, his expression somber, as if solving an extremely difficult mathematical problem. The Prince of Jin's estate and the Nian family's power were intertwined. One wrong step, and all would be lost. Nian Chong was truly a nuisance. Qinghe suddenly had a brilliant idea, like a seasoned strategist. "Since things have come to this, your majesty might as well go with the flow and bestow a marriage to legitimize it. Nian Chong should be punished, but marriage could save his life." Her few words turned the situation around. Zhao Ningshua's reputation was ruined, and no one dared to marry her now. Nian Chong should take responsibility. A marriage between the two families would benefit everyone. Her words awakened the emperor. A flash of inspiration struck him. He considered turning hostility into amity. He placed a metaphorical chess piece, his tone meaningful. It settled then. The scene shifted to another residence. Nian Yu left the palace gates, her mind made up. "Greetings, Second Mississippi, greetings, Second Mississippi." The maidservants greeted her in unison. Her expression was sharp, her steps firm, her face radiating an aura of "don't you dare mess with me." Since her status had been elevated, these servants treated her with utmost respect. Previously, they had ignored her, but now that she had been adopted by the princess, everyone wanted to curry favor, calling her sister incessantly. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a voice called out. She turned to look. It was Nian Yi Lan and Su Yunshu. Nian Yi Lan's smile was fake, her tone full of sarcasm. "Sister, are you finally willing to admit you're a woman?" Nian Yi Lan looked her up and down, thinking to herself that she did look rather attractive in women's clothing. Nian Yu saw through her thoughts, knowing she was afraid of being overshadowed. She retorted without hesitation, "Sister, haven't you always wanted me to admit my identity? What, are you afraid I'll steal your thunder now?" Her words hit the mark. Nian Yi Lan stammered, trying to maintain her composure. "And no such thing. Of course I'm happy for you. I just wanted to say..." She quickly put on a fake smile. "That dress must look very nice on you." The atmosphere became awkward. Su Yunshu chimed in, "You do look more beautiful in women's clothing." Su Yunshu scrutinized Nian Yu, suddenly finding her familiar. "You look like your mother." These words jolted Nian Yu. She seized upon this crucial piece of information. "Third aunt, have you seen my mother?" Nian Yu waited expectantly for an answer. "Ever since I can remember, I only knew that my mother passed away shortly after giving birth to me. The manor has always been secretive about her." As expected, Su Yunshu said casually, "Of course I've seen her. When I first entered the manor, both you and your mother were still here." Su Yunshu was about to elaborate when she was rudely interrupted. A slap came swinging towards her, both familiar and unfamiliar. Fortunately, Nian Yu was prepared and easily dodged it. It was Nian Chang's deranged mother, Nian Yu, who had suddenly barged in, furious and speaking without restraint. "You wretch, it's all your fault that my Chang'er is in prison, and you dare to resist." As soon as she finished speaking, Nian Yu suddenly noticed an unfamiliar strength and boldness in Nian Yu. She thought to herself, how could this girl be so defiant? Nian Yu narrowed her eyes, her aura fully unleashed. "You should think about how to save your precious son." Her words were irrefutable. Nian Yu trembled with anger, but was helpless. Just then, someone announced the arrival of the Imperial edict. Like a divine decree from heaven, Nian Yu's heart tightened. She had a feeling it was related to Chang'e and rushed over, almost forgetting her own trivial matters. As soon as Ninyu turned around, Su Yinshu also turned to leave, but before she did, she left a meaningful sentence. The lotus flowers in Xingfang Courtyard are in full bloom. If you have time, you might want to come and admire them. Alarm bells went off in my head. My intuition told me that third aunt was definitely up to something. She would definitely write something about my mother and Nian Yu, and about your deep hatred for me. All of this must be related to my mother. The scene changed to Nian Yu, Nian Yu, and Nian Yi Lan kneeling and kowtowing to receive the Imperial edict. The Imperial messenger announced in a loud voice, "By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees, the Prince of Jin's residence and the Nian residence are well matched. Nian Chong, the eldest son of the Nian family, and Princess Ingshua are a match made in heaven. They are hereby bestowed with marriage, and shall choose an auspicious day for the wedding. By the Emperor's will." Nian Yu was stunned, completely disbelieving. She only cared about her precious son. When can my Chang'e be released? Although the edict filled her with resentment towards the Prince of Jin's residence, at least it saved Chang'e's life. The messenger handed the edict to Nian Yu and congratulated her. "Madam Nian, His Majesty has decreed that young Master Nian Chong will be released from prison on the day of his wedding to Princess Ingshua." As soon as the words fell, Nian Yu was overjoyed. Her son was finally going to be saved. Her previous resentment towards Nian Yu vanished in an instant. She hugged Nian Yu excitedly. "My Chang'e is saved." Unlike her ecstasy, Nian Yu was secretly worried about Princess Ingshua. Although His Majesty's edict seemed to be a perfect solution, the Prince of Jin's residence might not be able to swallow this. The scene shifted to nighttime. As Nian Yu had predicted, Princess Ingshua's family was furious. That Nian's son defiled my daughter, and now they want her to marry him. This is simply outrageous. Calm down, my lady. If I can't bear it any longer, I'll go see the Emperor, even if it costs me my life. Guards rushed in, the entrance heavily guarded, the commotion intense. "We can't let Ingshua marry that beast. Your Highness, please reconsider. Defying the Imperial edict is a capital offense." A white silk ribbon hung down from the rafters. It was unclear who it was, but the figure clearly wanted to end it all. It was Princess Ingshua, disgusted by everything. She would rather die than marry the man who had humiliated her. He humiliated me, ruined my reputation, ruined my face, and now he's going to bring shame upon the entire residence. This world is hell. She kicked over a stool. I might as well die. She trembled all over, barely able to speak. Being with that man was more terrifying and disgusting than death. Someone sensed what she was about to do, and a dart flew in from across the room. The dart flew straight towards Ingshua, but its target wasn't her. It cut the white silk ribbon. She fell to the ground and propped herself up. Coughing a few times, she looked up at the person who had saved her, thinking, if I had died just like that, wouldn't I have failed Chu Chong who saved me? She recognized the sound, the name. It was him, Lord Chu Chong. But unexpectedly, it was someone else mysterious and unpredictable who saved her and was speaking to her now. Death is easy, but if you die, it's defying the Imperial edict, and the residents will also be implicated. The Emperor is wary of the Nangong family's power, and Nian Chong will ultimately be fine. The only one sacrificed will be you. Hearing this, she looked weakly at the person before her, stammering, You are. Before she could see his face, the mysterious person quickly departed, leaving only one sentence. Live, so you can take revenge and make those who hurt you wish they were dead. Princess Ingshua struggled internally. Should she die for the injustice, or endure the humiliation and seek revenge? The choice is yours. But the person moved too quickly, dangerously unpredictable, and she couldn't catch up. Wait, who are you? A playful laugh came from the darkness. But he was right. Tears streamed down Ingshua's face. She would never forget this humiliation. Blood flowed freely from her hand, but she didn't care. He was right. Instead, she clenched her fists, trembling all over, the flames of revenge burning in her heart. I will live and make Nian Chong and the Nian family pay the price. Under the moonlight, Nian Yu walked on in silence, alone. Walking alone on the road in the night, a cold light suddenly flashed from the darkness. A small knife was swiftly embedded in the wall in front of her, the technique extremely skillful, blocking her path. Moonlight reflected on her face as a man slowly approached. Nian Yu wasn't afraid of death, her eyes cold as frost. Nian Yu immediately recognized the voice. It was Chu Chong stepping forward, who calmly said, as expected, it wasn't that simple. Her expression unfazed. She pulled out the knife and retorted, "Emissary, what brings you to wait for Nian Yu so late at night?" He smiled slightly, making good use of Princess Qinghe's pardon, restoring your identity, clearing your name. Chu Chong exclaimed in admiration, "Nian Yu, you are truly unfathomable." Nian Yu returned the knife. There's no need for an Imperial emissary to be so indirect. She removed her hat and calmly explained everything. That night, during the fire, your mask fell. I saw nothing. Chu Chong listened quietly, as if the Imperial emissary hadn't discovered her presence. He remained silent. However, this secret had never been known to anyone. How could she put his mind at ease? Chu Chong, without a word, drew his sword, intending to silence her permanently. Only the dead could keep secrets forever. He coldly pointed the blade at her. The night was silent. Neither spoke. Nian Yu, instead of showing fear, stepped forward. I am but a weak woman. Who would believe my words? Even with the sword's edge against her neck, her voice remained clear and firm. If I die, the matters I wrote about yesterday will quickly spread throughout the land. For the Imperial emissary, the repercussions would be unfavorable, as if threatened by an unseen force. Chu Chong sheathed his sword. He approached her, gently lifting her unpowdered face. "Are you threatening me?" he asked. Under the mysterious moonlight, they stared at each other in silence, their gazes intertwined, deep and enigmatic. Looking closely at his flawless, handsome face, Nian Yu saw something in his all-knowing eyes, as if he wanted to speak but couldn't. She looked away. "I wouldn't dare. I only wish to live a peaceful life." She pulled her cloak around her, unwilling to linger. "A lone woman like myself already has a difficult time. I have no desire to meddle in the affairs of others." Chu Chong chuckled, a hint of regret in his voice. "From what I know, the eldest son of the Nian family has never trained in any skills." He asked one last question. "Are your skills yet another deception of the emperor?" His words struck a chord within her. She remained silent, unable to answer. Despite this, she continued on her way, her figure gradually disappearing, leaving him alone to speak. "Remember, I will be watching you." Scene change, the Nian residence, 2 days before the wedding. The head of the Nian family, Nian Yao, and old Madame Nian were busy preparing for the wedding. To avoid worrying the old woman, they temporarily concealed Nian Chang's crimes. Inside the room, for people were gathered, discussing a matter of great importance. The man leisurely sipping tea on the left was Nian Yao, the head of the Nian family. The kind-looking old woman was old Madame Nian. She spoke first. "I've always said Nian Chong is a blessed child. Princess Yingxua is beautiful and outstanding, the foremost person in Chuntian Prefecture. Now that she's marrying into the royal family, this marriage cannot be delayed." Nangang Yu agreed. "That's right. Nian Chong is still imprisoned. We absolutely cannot let old Madame know." Old Madame Nian turned to Nian Yi Lan and asked gently, 2 years have passed, and Yi Lan, you become even more beautiful and poised. Last time I met the Empress Dowager at Xingyu Temple, she specifically mentioned you. She seems to be quite fond of you and wants to arrange a match between you and Prince Li." The more she spoke, the colder Nian Nerlin's expression became. The Empress Dowager had even specifically mentioned her, seemingly holding her in high regard, wanting to set her up with Prince Li. Nian Yi Lan said, "Grandmother, I still wish to serve you filially for a few more years. I don't want to marry so soon." In truth, she looked down on Prince Li, nothing more than a son of the late emperor, an idle prince. Nian Yi Lan only desired to marry Prince Mu, the crown prince. Unaware of her granddaughter's thoughts, old Madame Nian only felt that she was filial and lovely. "Silly child, you're so sensible. Naturally, I want to find you an even better match." Nian Yi Lan was overjoyed, as if she had found a treasure. "Thank you, grandmother." Watching from afar, Nian Yu thought to herself, in my past life, Nian Yi Lan only wanted to marry Prince Mu. While Nangang Qi was extremely dissatisfied, Nian Yi Lan was quite the opposite. Later, when Prince Mu was in his prime, a fierce tiger wanted to get close to him. Recalling the past, Nian Yu couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. This chuckle caught old Madame Nian's attention. She turned around and noticed Nian Yu in the corner. "Whose daughter is that?" she asked, puzzled. Studying her features carefully, old Madame Nian's heart jolted. "This face, why does it look so familiar?" Just then, second Aunt Lu Shirong suddenly appeared and interjected, "Old Madam, this is Nian Yu, the daughter you had with." Before she could finish, Nian Yu coughed loudly. She quickly signaled for second aunt to stop. Lu Shirong, realizing her slip-up, quickly covered her mouth and said awkwardly, "Oh dear, this mouth of mine. So clumsy. I deserve a beating." Nian Yu sighed, a premonition of trouble washing over her. She stepped forward and respectfully bowed to old Madame Nian. Nian Yu greets grandmother. Strangely, old Madame Nian simply stared at her in silence, her expression complex. A moment later, she turned around with a sigh. "I'm tired, Nirlan," she said wearily. "Come to my room and massage these old bones." Nian Nirlan obediently replied, "Yes, grandmother." In the blink of an eye, both of them disappeared without a trace. The atmosphere in the room was tenser than usual. Just as everything fell into a deathly silence, someone suddenly slammed the table, breaking the quiet. Nian Yao, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his voice sharp. "Someone dragged Nian Yu down. Family punishment." The scene changed to Nian Yu, filled with murderous intent, demanding, "Father, what kind of family punishment is this?" Nian Yao pointed angrily at his daughter. "Restoring your identity. Who allowed you to acknowledge your ancestry without my permission? Bring the family discipline tools." Su Jun Su Det Poten Su Nian Yu. Nian Yu fell into the water, saving the princess, which is how her identity was revealed. Besides, the princess not only pardoned her because of this, but also intends to recognize her as her adopted daughter. Couldn't we forget the punishment? Before she could finish, Yu interrupted. "Su Yinshu, does it hurt?" Yu stepped forward, her hand slamming heavily on the table. "Since it hurts so much, why don't you take the punishment for her? You should be quite familiar with the taste of being beaten, shouldn't you?" Su Yinshu seemed to be driven to the wall, her hands trembling suddenly, unable to speak. Seeing this, Ninyu spoke up for her. "Aunt Su lost her child because of punishment. Even if I am to be punished today, Aunt Su shouldn't suffer for me." Hearing her comforting words, Su Yunshu gave a relieved smile. "Ninyu, thank you." Witnessing this scene, Nian Yao raised the iron rod and roared, "I'm going to beat this rebellious girl to death today." As if anticipating what was about to happen, she instinctively turned and retreated, dodging the blow. A dart suddenly shot towards Nian Yao's wrist, startling Nian Yu. The weapon in Nian Yao's hand clattered to the floor. Fortunately, Mo Shu arrived just in time and saved Nian Yu. How can the princess's adopted daughter be subjected to such punishment? Furious at the interference in his family affairs, Nian Yao demanded, "Who are you?" Mo Shu revealed a golden token and said respectfully, "This humble servant is Mo Shu. Princely is right outside the residence." He announced loudly, under orders to invite Miss Nian Yu out of the residence. She clearly saw the Qilin token in Mo Shu's hand. Rubbing his wrist where the dart had hit, Nian Yao sneered, "Is His Highness so free that he even interferes in our family affairs?" He scoffed inwardly. The Qilin token. There are two types of Qilin tokens, corresponding to different statuses. Uninfeft princes of the northern Qi royal family have a Qilin engraved on their tokens. Infeft princes have a dragon. Among the emperor's 4 sons, only the third son, Zhao Yifeng, is Prince Mu. Nian Yao waved his hand. "Please inform Prince Li that the Nian family is handling a family matter and it's inconvenient to be disturbed." Mo Shu cupped his hands, seemingly accepting the order. This humble servant dare not refuse. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, his tone firm. Prince Li is merely following the princess's orders to invite Miss Nian Yu. Hearing princess, Nian Yu, Nan Yu, and Nian Yao were all stunned, as if struck by lightning. Princess, Nian Yao stammered, lowering his stance. No one can keep the princess waiting. Mo Shu's lips curled up in a triumphant smile, his objective clearly achieved. Seeing that the matter was settled, Mo Shu invited Nian Yu to leave with him. "Master Nian Yao, please." Nian Yu immediately rose, obeying her father's implicit command. Nian Yao urged, "Hurry up." "Nian Yu, what are you still standing there for?" The image of her father and her eyes blurred, as if she no longer cared. "Aren't you going with Princely?" She chuckled softly. "Well, at least I won't be beaten today." With that thought, she turned and left. She walked with light steps, Nian Yu following closely behind Mo Shu, completely ignoring the voices behind her. "Master, how can you just let Nian Yu go?" "Enough. Who do you think the princess is? Do you think you and I can control who she wants to see? Nian Chang's wedding is the day after tomorrow. Go and see your son if you have time." "Yes." The sound of wind chimes tinkled. A blurry figure surfaced in her mind, along with countless fantasies of meeting him again after her rebirth. A flash of hatred crossed her eyes. She hadn't expected their first meeting in this life to be under such circumstances. Perhaps that person had done something to her in her past life, something that she couldn't forget even after being reborn. "You, a dignified prince, how could you personally come to deliver a message? Who do you really want to see, Nian Yu or the princess's adopted daughter?" A cruel image flashed before her eyes. He raised his hand, as if to kill her. Nian Yu huddled, unable to move, all because of the capital crime you spoke of. The dark memories of her past life sent a shiver down her spine. Nian Yu clenched her fists, trying to quell the trembling and weakness within. A carriage had been waiting for who knows how long. Mo Shu approached and reported to the occupant inside, "Your Highness, Nian Yu has arrived." The sky was clear, a gentle breeze blowing. A few leaves drifted onto the carriage curtains. Someone was waiting for Nian Yu inside. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the person sitting within. The man turned his head. Even in her dreams, she would never forget him. It was Zhao Yan, her nemesis from her past life. Why did his voice sound so similar, exactly like when he called her name before? "You are." He suddenly gestured for her to enter the carriage. Zhao Yan extended his hand towards her, leaving her frozen in place, unsure whether to get in. Without a word, she coldly boarded the carriage, ignoring his gesture. She settled into the carriage. Seeing her get in without a word, Zhao Yan was slightly taken aback, momentarily stunned. The carriage slowly started moving, the two of them sitting on opposite sides. Neither spoke, the atmosphere heavy. Finally, Zhao Yan broke the silence. "You seem to dislike me. Is there some misunderstanding between us?" She remained silent, offering no response for a long while. Carefully choosing her words, she said indifferently, "Your Highness, Princely, you jest. How would Nian Yu dare to misunderstand you?" In truth, it wasn't a misunderstanding, but a deep-seated hatred. Hearing her address him so formally, Zhao Yan said, "You don't have to call me Princely. Just call me Zhao Yan. Titles are mere formalities." Nian Yu politely refused. Nian Yu wouldn't dare. But in her heart, she thought differently. Formalities. Of course they are nothing to you. What Princely truly covets is the throne. Her thoughts returned to their usual longing. Isn't that right? After a while, the carriage stopped in front of a residence. She lifted the curtain. The sight before her was surprising. The scene shifted to outside the residence. Beneath a vast lawn, Nian Yu opened her eyes and looked around. Kong Yu Pavilion. She focused her gaze. The plaque clearly read Kong Yu Pavilion. She checked each stroke repeatedly. It was identical to the one from her past life. Her memories flickered and blurred. "Your Highness, what are you planning to give me?" She suddenly stopped walking. "We're here." Nian Yu looked up in surprise. "Isn't this the Kong Yu Pavilion bestowed upon you by the Emperor?" Zhao Yan and Nian Yu stopped in front of the Kong Yu Pavilion. "Although I appreciate beautiful jade." Zhao Yan's profile was partially obscured, strikingly handsome. He casually placed his hand on her back. "I already possess the most beautiful jade." They stood facing each other, the scene tender and intimate, enough to make anyone envious. Nian Yu, the most beautiful jade of Kong Yu Pavilion. He gently took her hand and placed it on his chest. Then he gently lifted her snow-white, slender hand and lowered his head to kiss it. "This Kong Yu Pavilion suits you best." She froze, incredulous. Then her heart trembled as she recalled that moment. She pressed her lips together. Was I thinking back then to believe that was real? The current Nian Yu was a composed and collected woman. She asked, "Your Highness, Princely, weren't you going to Princess Chang's residence?" Zhao Yan coughed lightly. "If I hadn't said that, how would they have let you out? I may be an idle prince, but I don't have the power to take you away with just my title." He moved closer as he spoke. "Nian Yu is but a concubine-born daughter of the Nian family, without power or influence." She took another step forward, her voice soft and alluring. "Why would your highness go to such lengths?" Zhao Yan narrowed his eyes. It was just a coincidence. He pulled her closer. It was a casual favor. He hadn't thought much of it. Like a CEO, Zhao Yan extended an invitation. "Since you're already here, why not join me for a while?" The residence was shaded by lush trees, blocking out the harsh sun. Ninyu approached and sat down. He didn't say much, simply raising his hand to catch Nian Yu's attention. She recalled Zhao Yan in his golden robes. There was an inconspicuous little corner that always caught her eye. It had always been that way. Images from her memory surfaced. Her past with Zhao Yan. She shook her head, unwilling to dwell on the past she still couldn't face. Sensing someone's gaze, she turned to her right. It was Zhao Yan, his eyes tender and affectionate. Those familiar eyes. He gave a casual, enigmatic smile. 1,000 thoughts raced through Nian Yu's mind. She couldn't help but ask herself, "Why are you smiling? I've lived 2 lifetimes, and only now do I seem to understand. In my naive youth, I often saw such smiles. You all smiled at me like that. The same clothes, yet paired with that smile, they became mysterious and terrifying, unfathomable." Suddenly, 1,000 shards of glass flashed before her eyes, each reflecting Zhao Yan's face, grim and cold. "Just like Zhao Yan, I once let down my guard for you, trusted you, thinking everyone else might betray me, but you wouldn't." Her eyes instantly filled with blood, and she woke with a start. Scenes from her past life replayed in her mind. She collected herself, telling herself to stay calm, feigning composure on the surface, unwilling to cause trouble. Nian Yu reacted swiftly, bowing slightly. "It's getting late. If there's nothing else, Nian Yu will take her leave." Zhao Yan seized the opportunity to take her hand, offering to escort her back. "It's no trouble. I'll see you back." Nian Yu brushed off his kindness, refusing directly. "I wouldn't dare trouble His Highness Princely. Nian Yu is already indebted to your highness and cannot add to the debt." She opened her eyes, her gaze firm. Even if Nian Yu died, this debt would likely be difficult to repay. Zhao Yan was rejected once again. He was silent for a moment, still unwilling to give up. "It's just a small gesture. Don't think too much of it. I just want to be friends with you." She could no longer hide her impatience, truly unable to stand this person. "I'm just a lowly concubine-born daughter. How dare I trouble His Highness Princely?" As expected, the eldest princess's reputation carries significant weight. Nian Yu ignored Zhao Yan's proposal and walked away quickly. He refused to let her go easily, seemingly seeing through her thoughts. He grabbed her wrist and placed a hairpin in her hair. "I had this hairpin specially made today." Zhao Yan looked at the hairpin in her hair. Nian Yu was as cold and proud as a winter plum. Zhao Yan's expression shed its pretense, revealing his true self, a look that suited her remarkably well. Looking at his expression and tone at this moment, Nian Yu seemed to realize something extremely important. She immediately removed the hairpin and offered it back. "Nian Yu doesn't dare accept such kindness from your highness." He then brought up the matter of her owing him a favor. "You seem to still owe me a favor. Wear it." She not only loathed him, but was even disgusted. Nian Yu quickly changed the subject. "Thank you, your highness, for saving my life today. Farewell." Zhao Yan stood there, watching Nian Yu's retreating figure. He gazed at her back until she completely disappeared from sight. A breeze rustled through Zhao Yan's hair. He pondered for a long time, then ordered his subordinate to investigate Nian Yu's true identity. "Mo Shu, go and investigate this Nian Yu." Mo Shu stood behind him, accepting the order. "Understood." Nian Yu walked a long distance, then stopped, looking at the hairpin in her hand with disgust. "Does he want me to remember this favor?" But thinking that this hairpin might be useful later, she tucked it in her sleeve. Early that morning was a special day, the wedding of the Prince of Xian. The groom's side was busy in front of the Prince of Xian's residence, preparing to welcome the bride. Everyone was puzzled. Why wasn't the bride's family decorating with lanterns and colorful banners? For such a grand wedding, why wasn't the Prince of Xian's residence hanging red lanterns? Yi stood at the front of the crowd, expressing his displeasure at the bride's family's coldness. "What's the meaning of this?" Nian Chong glanced impatiently at Chu Chong. "I thought the Prince of Jin's residence would strongly oppose this marriage, but I didn't expect them to go with the flow." That dog Zhao Shui even asked His Majesty to send an Imperial envoy to escort the bride. What is she trying to do? Not wanting to keep the groom's side waiting any longer, the gate finally opened. Everyone was stunned when the gate opened, facing the actions of the Prince of Xian's residence. Ingsu stood before everyone, dressed in plain white. To clarify why there are 2 colors in the last scene, according to ancient Chinese customs, red is worn for weddings and white for funerals. Nian Yi publicly mocked Su. On your wedding day, you're wearing white. Are you trying to slap the Nan family and the Nangong residents in the face? All eyes were on them, and it seemed a commotion was about to break out. She pointed at Su and scolded loudly. Zhao Su, what are you trying to do by wearing white on your wedding day? The maid, Pinger, seeing Nian Yi's audacity, quickly interrupted. How dare you address the princess by her name directly? She stepped forward, shielding Su. Nian Yi, whose aggressiveness was publicly rebuked by Pinger, was momentarily stunned. Su tugged at her sleeve and said, Pinger. She instructed Pinger to withdraw. She walked towards Nian Yi step by step, her voice bitter. On my wedding day, Su ripped off the veil covering half her face. Everything felt suffocating, unbearable. She exposed everything in public. All of this, thanks to you. The constant crisis had left Su feeling inferior and pained, so this grand ceremony was nothing more than a mental breakdown for her. Today is not a wedding, it's my funeral. Zhao Su's eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Nian Chong. He was so frightened he could barely stand, his face turning pale, head dizzy. Suddenly, he fell off his horse, stammering, No. Nian Chong landed on the ground with a thud, able only to groan in pain. Seeing Su's words had terrified Nian Yi, and Nian Chang's attendants were also filled with fear. Don't be impulsive. This marriage was bestowed by the emperor. Chu Chong witnessed everything, feeling a sense of shame. Nian Chong, Nian Yi, the two of you have become a laughingstock. His gaze shifted to Su. She walked towards Chu Chong, surprising both herself and everyone present. Su bowed her head slightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for escorting me, Grand Marshal Chu. Her respectful demeanor made him want to save her, a stark contrast to her previous attitude, but his words were laced with hesitation. Su, there's no need for thanks. He returned the gesture respectfully. Escorting the princess is Chu Cheng's duty. You needn't be so polite. Then he ordered, bring the palanquin. Yes, bring the palanquin. Everyone bustled about. Bring the palanquin. Bring the palanquin. Pinger urged her, let's go quickly, don't delay. Even if she were to marry Nian Chong, Su's heart and soul belonged to that person. Grand Marshal Chu, among the many talented individuals in northern Qi, the emperor values you the most. If I'm not mistaken, you and her share something in common. Grand Marshal Chu, I heard that your face was also burned. You two share the same pain that no one else understands, walking the same path. Yet why are you so distant? Grand Marshal Chu, beneath your mask, does it also hurt like mine? Soon, they arrived at the Nian residence. Everyone was busy preparing for the grand wedding. Hang more lanterns over there. Remember to add tea and water in the reception hall. Move quickly. Today is a big day for the Nian residents. Don't let anyone laugh at us. A man in yellow said, Congratulations, Master Nian. A man in blue also praised generously. Young Master Nian and the princess are truly a match made in heaven. Nian Miao seemed a little flattered, but still replied, Thank you all. Zhao Yan stood outside, listening to these compliments, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A match made in heaven. If the people of the Jin Palace heard this, they would definitely be furious. He found it strange that he was the one sent here. My father would only order me to represent the royal family here. He felt like he couldn't take it anymore. These flattering words were making him sick. Suddenly seeing that person, Zhao Yan's heart leaped with joy, like finding an oasis in the desert. Nian Yu happened to appear before him. Zhao Yan immediately transformed into a charming kitten and went up to her. As soon as they met, he pulled Nian Yu into his arms, catching her off guard. Miss Nian Yu, what a coincidence to meet you here. This greeting sounded a bit strange. Your Highness, princely, Nian Yu, with a puzzled look, pushed away the man clinging to her like a long-lost lover. Your Highness, men and women should maintain a proper distance. If someone sees us, it will be difficult to explain. Seeing this, Zhao Yan immediately changed from having his arm around her shoulder to directly holding Nian Yu's hand before she could react. If you want to do something, you'll find a way. If you don't, you'll find an excuse. He had 100 ways to stay by her side. Let's go somewhere less crowded. Nian Yu stammered, trying to refuse. Your Highness, this isn't quite appropriate. But she couldn't argue with him. This is an order. Don't disobey. So the two went together to a cool and breezy place away from the hustle and bustle, avoiding the hypocrisy and excitement of the wedding. Nian Yu turned and asked him seriously, Your Highness, why did you bring me here? Zhao Yan sighed and told her what was on his mind. This wedding is too absurd. Everyone here is too hypocritical. He sat up straight as he spoke. I didn't want to stay inside. Seeing you standing there also annoyed me. I was just watching from afar, but now I can see you more clearly up close. He leaned in closer as he spoke. That's why I pulled you out for a walk. Nian Yu subconsciously stepped back. Every time Zhao Yan found an excuse to get closer, Nian Yu would prevaricate evasively. This is my brother's big day. Nian Yu. Zhao Yan gently touched her forehead and said, "Don't be difficult." But he didn't stop there, continuing to find excuses to pinch her face and make funny faces. On the one hand, he wanted to make her relax a bit because her expression was too tense. He kept trying to be amusing, and Nian Yu's face was full of bewilderment. Just then, she finally couldn't help it and giggled. The two shared a moment of joy. Nian Yu thought to herself, "Your Highness, Prince Mu, Nian Yu's worries are more than this." For Nian Yu, this moment was true happiness because she always hid so much, and his innocence seemed like a remnant from past life. Back at the Nian residence gate, Nian Yin still said confidently, "Today, I must let His Highness, Prince Mu, see me." She walked with Nangongji, constantly inquiring about Zhao Yan. "Cousin, do you think His Highness will like my outfit today?" But for Nangongji, the question held a different meaning. "Of course, you're so beautiful. Who wouldn't like it?" Nangongji, the young master of the Nangong family, only had Nian Yin in his heart, but she only had Prince Mu, Zhao Yan, in hers. She immediately noticed something opposite them. Two people were inadvertently seen and misunderstood by Nian Yin, Prince Mu and Nian Yu. Her face instantly darkened. She hadn't expected Nian Yu to dare trick her. When did this little slut start seducing Prince Mu? The gongs and drums sounded. The bride was coming. Everyone was anticipating the wedding ceremony. "She's here! She's here!" Someone shouted. "The bride is here." The onlookers were stunned and began to murmur because they saw Ingsu appear in that attire. Princess Ingsu was actually wearing white for her wedding. What was going on? The Nian family was utterly humiliated. At this moment, Nian Yu from afar was also a little surprised. She hadn't expected Ingsu to dare make such a shocking move at her own grand wedding. Princess Ingsu, she really hadn't expected things to develop to this point. This was no longer opposition, but outright rebellion. Truly extraordinary. Nian Yin was unmoved, but instead burned with anger, her face livid, secretly plotting. "Zhao Ingsu, you dare to humiliate our Nian family. Once you step through the door, you'll be a member of the Nian family, and we'll see how I deal with you." She called a maid. "Ase, come here." "Miss, what are your orders?" "Go to the kitchen and take care of this." Ase immediately understood and left to carry out the order. Nian Yu noticed something strange about Nian Yin and became vigilant, keeping an eye on her movements. The wedding ceremony continued under the clear, warm sky. Bichi was helping Ingsu approach the Nian residence gate. Ingsu entering the gate was inauspicious. The Nian residence would be lively from now on. The surrounding people chattered nonstop. "The princess is going against the Nian family. Impossible, right? And Nian Chong still wants to play deaf and dumb. But who does he think he is? Sure, don't say anything." One person could be ignored, but a group of people gossiping at the wedding made Nangong Yi and Yin Chang's faces turn green with anger. Ase, fuming, efficiently carried out Nian Yan's plot. She carried a bowl of red liquid and headed straight for Ingsu and her party. Nian Yu recognized the substance instantly. Just as Ase was about to act, Nian Yin thought triumphantly of her vicious scheme. "Now, splash it." Chu Chong immediately sensed something amiss and drew his sword. Before Chu Chong could save the damsel, a stone flew from somewhere and hit Ase's foot. She lost her balance, and the bowl went flying. Ase stumbled and was about to fall flat on her face, the bowl soaring high. Their eyes met. She hated herself for trusting such a useless person. Ase lay on the ground, trembling, watching in horror to see who the bowl would hit. The bowl finally landed. Guess who this divine water hit? What goes around comes around. The one drenched, of course, was none other than Nian Yin. Nian Yin couldn't help but let out a piercing scream, furious, wanting to tear the person in front of her to pieces. "Ase, do you want to die?" Ase stammered in fear. "Miss, spare me." Nian Yu gently tugged at her skirt, half persuading, half reminding sister, "Calm down. You don't get to see a good show like this every day." Nian Yu fanned the flames. "Sister, everyone's watching. Don't be angry." She glanced sideways, adding another blow, and Prince Mu is over there too. Regardless of social decorum, she didn't want her longtime crush to see her in such a sorry state. So Nian Yin immediately restrained her anger. Speaking of crushes, Zhao Yan was right there, oblivious, looking around. "Oh no, I absolutely can't let him see me like this. This girl's face changes faster than flipping a pancake. Milan and I immediately switched modes, putting on concerned expressions and coaxing her. Ase, how could you be so careless? Get up, why are you crying? The game isn't over yet. Her rare change of expression can only be described with 2 words, vicious and spectacular. Her face-changing skills are truly masterful. Chu Chong smiled faintly. Madam Yin, I didn't expect to see such a scene on the day of the princess's wedding. Even the wedding seemed somewhat amiss, unusually lively. Nian Yi lightly attributed the matter to the negligence of the servants, saying that he would severely punish them when they returned. But what she cared about most was not letting this joyous occasion be ruined. Good fortune and happiness must be preserved. Nian Yu found an excuse to pull Nian Yin away. Sister, let's go change our clothes. She happily followed. All right. Nian Yu was still smoothing things over. There's nothing to see. Everyone disperse. Continue singing and dancing. Chu Chong didn't have the chance to intervene, but he had already guessed who threw the stone. He looked at the person by the stone. Sure enough, Chu Qing's guess was correct. Nian Yu's fingers still bore black marks from the stone. Chu Chong understood, turning and walking in another direction. I see, Nian Yu. Nian Yu glanced back at the spot where he had been standing. Chu Chong was already gone. Nian Yu watched his retreating figure. Back to the present. The wedding concluded smoothly without any further mishaps. Time fast-forwarded, and not long after, to celebrate Nian Yu's marriage in the royal family. Prince Mu, Zhao Yan, specifically went to the Nian residence to offer congratulations. The scene was as calm as ever. This news naturally reached the ears of many, and Zhao Yan quickly learned of it as well. Chu Chong, in his own residence, had his own thoughts about this news. Everyone had their own thoughts after hearing it. As for Ase, having narrowly escaped disaster at the wedding, even worse things were yet to come. Everyone was worried. Under the bright moonlight, there was no one to confide in. Thoughts were chaotic and difficult to sort out. On her way back to the residence, Nian Yu mocked herself. I can drink with the soldiers for 3 days and 3 nights without a problem, but this body is too weak. She tiredly rubbed her forehead, thinking she needed to take care of her health first. Although Nian Yu wasn't in good shape, her vigilance was extremely high. She looked back. That strange dark shadow was still following her. Should she confront it directly or pretend not to notice? What if she accidentally offended some powerful figure? Nian Yu pondered silently. Someone is following me. Outside the residence, the night was silent. The strange person from before was no longer following Nian Yu, but she still felt something was wrong. She had a splitting headache. The flickering candlelight illuminated a corner of the room. Nian Yu was still thinking about the mysterious follower. The person disappeared as soon as they entered, but she could clearly sense their presence. Just now, Nian Yu touched the door frame. Based on her experience, she couldn't detect any trace of a presence. Nian Yu silently pondered the identity of this mysterious person. She fell in a deep thought. How many people in Baichi possess such skills? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, calling out, Nian Yu's sister. Her thoughts interrupted. She was startled and replied, Sister. The other party had come late at night just to deliver a bowl of restorative soup. I heard you drank too much at the banquet at Prince Mu's residence, so I specially made you some sobering soup. Nian Yin urged her, drink it while it's hot and get some rest. Nian Yu respectfully bowed in thanks. Sister, you are too kind. In reality, she had just come to inquire about Zhao Yan, not letting anyone rest, firing off questions like a machine gun. What did you do at Prince Mu's residence today? His Highness's previous banquets always included our Nian family and the Nangong family. Why weren't we invited this time? No one said anything, but Nian Yin was quick to deny it, her reaction too suspicious. Sister, don't misunderstand. It's not like that. I was just casually asking. Nian Yu couldn't help but smile. No wonder, she replied cheerfully. Nothing much. The princess wants to adopt me as her daughter, and Prince Mu came to congratulate me in advance. Nian Yu deliberately added, and he introduced me to many members of the royal family and nobility. The implication, don't ask anymore. I'm really tired today. Nian Yin was anxious, but she had to maintain a calm facade, really. But she hadn't forgotten the purpose of delivering the soup, insisting on watching Nian Yu drink it. Drink your soup. Nian Yu not saying anything didn't mean she would let the other party have their way. Her actions indicated that she was currently at a disadvantage, nervous, and uneasy. Nian Yu paused for 2 seconds, gazing at the bowl of soup as if scrutinizing it. Meanwhile, Nian Yin silently prayed that everything would go smoothly. Nian Yu smiled faintly, knowing full well what was happening, and slowly drank the soup in front of her sister. It seemed tonight would be a long one for her. With her schemes seemingly successful, Nian Yin had no reason to stay any longer and turned to leave. Then I won't disturb you any further. Rest well. Nian Yu saw her to the door. Thank you, sister. You rest well too. The door slammed shut, separating the two sisters and their respective thoughts. Both were on high alert. On her way back, Nian Yu was still lost in her thoughts. Unpleasant memories of Nian Yin resurfaced. Don't blame me, okay. This was probably something she would never forget. Everything had a cause and effect, and her current selfish behavior stemmed from this. 12 years ago, Nangong Yu would always scold her, constantly reminding her, stand up straight. You're the eldest daughter of the Nian family. You must learn basic etiquette. Young Yin felt wronged, having to bear all this alone. Why? Why do I have to shoulder all of this? These rules are nothing but constraints. But the yearning for freedom always stirred within her. If she could, she also wanted to be like a kite, free and unrestrained without worries. The kite's string suddenly snapped, startling young Yin. Ah, it broke. She cried out. She lost her balance, and the bowl of water on her head spilled. She was drenched, and the bowl shattered on the ground. Standing before her, cold and merciless, was Nangong Yi. She mercilessly wielded the whip in her hand, lashing it against Nian Yan's small body like a weapon. Useless thing, useless thing. She cursed with relish. You can't even do such a small thing right. Are you even worthy of being called a member of the Nian family? No matter how hard she tried, no one cared, but if she made a mistake, she would be severely punished. Are you even a descendant of the Nangong family? Nian Yin could only whisper, I'm sorry. These are not things a child can choose at birth. How could you bear to hurt this small heart? These are not things I can decide, and not what I want. Why? Why must I bear your expectations? Suddenly, Zhao Yan appeared, shouting, stop. He commanded, don't hit her. The two immediately knelt before Zhao Yan, not daring to make sound. He approached Nian Yin and took out his handkerchief. He gently wiped the water from Yin Yan's face, much to her surprise. It was the first time she had felt such genuine warmth. Nangong Yi hurriedly interjected, but Mrs. Morning Lessons haven't. He spoke frankly, taking Yin Yan's hand. These are my orders. He happily led her away to play carefree. Let's go fly a kite. At this moment, Nian Yin was truly touched for the first time, enjoying life like a real child for the first time. For Nian Yin, his gentle youth, this sincere care, this deep affection for Prince Mu was unmatched in the world. Those who claimed to be her family never treated her like a human being. Now, I cannot but shoulder the honor of both families. For Prince Mu, for the Nian family, for the Nangong family. Nian Yin quietly pulled out a pair of scissors she had hidden in her sleeve, silently blaming Nian Yu. From beginning to end, you have been a threat. As soon as Nian Yin left, Nian Yu peeked out the door. Seeing that she was gone, Nian Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She's left. Nian Yu gently closed the door. She pressed her hand to her upper abdomen and couldn't help but vomit up all the medicine she had just taken. She vomited everything into another bowl. She thought to herself, trying to poison me. But I saw through this little trick long ago. Nian Yu smiled, wiping the stains from the corner of her mouth. Not so easy. Nian Yan's plan was too crude, full of loopholes. How could someone like me not see through it? I knew what was in this sobering soup just by smelling it. Just by smelling it, I could guess the names and effects of the herbs. Sky orchid, almonds, the herbs themselves were correct, but the dosage was too high. At this rate, I would have passed out directly. She was too naive to think she could harm Nian Yu so easily. Ordinary people might not notice, but in my past life, she felt a little smug and couldn't help but scold the other party. Nian Yin. She walked to the window and poured the medicine out. Your methods are too unprofessional. Suddenly, Nian Yu felt a wave of dizziness, unable to stand steady. She could only hold onto the windowsill, clutching her head with one hand. What's going on? Why am I so dizzy? So her purpose in coming here isn't as simple as we thought. Could it be that? Her gaze fell on the candle in the room. She stumbled towards the bed. Then she completely lost control, collapsing onto the soft mattress. Just as I guessed, her eyes slowly closed, allowing herself to drift into sleep. Nian Yin, waiting behind the door, felt triumphant. Her carefully crafted scheme had fooled Nian Yu. Nian Yu had indeed fallen for it. Time passed, and the candle slowly burned down, leaving only a faint glow. The sound of the door being pushed open echoed in the room. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity. Nian Yin, waiting for her chance, pushed the door open as if she had been waiting for a long time. The candle finally extinguished completely. She slowly approached, a sharp pair of scissors clutched in her hand. Initially, Nian Yin had mixed the drug into the tonic soup and served it to Nian Yu. She also knew she needed the smoke from the candle, so she had taken the antidote beforehand. She hadn't expected the drug Bichi brought last time to come in handy so quickly. Mother said, Nian, you have been acting strangely since she woke up. Nian Yin was taking a gamble, making 2 moves at once to ensure her plan was foolproof. Only then would she feel at ease. After all, one could never be too careful. Back in the present, she drew closer and closer to Nian Yu. Nian Yin, with a vicious look in her eyes, just wanted to escape this miserable reality as quickly as possible. Prepare to meet your fate. Just as Nian Yin raised the sharp scissors, ready to strike, another Nian Yu emerged from behind the gauze curtain. Both sides were prepared, one to attack, the other to defend. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew into the room because Nian Yu hadn't closed the window earlier. Startled, she dared not act rashly, unable to react to what had just happened. She observed her opponent first. Nian Yin fell in a deep thought, but another gaze appeared, determined to see this through. Though tired, Nian Yu cleared her throat with a light cough. So noisy. Then Nian Yu stood up, flickering in and out of sight, right in front of her, hidden behind the gauze curtain. She was so shocked, she questioned her own reality. She never expected this. She's awake. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best, especially with the door wide open. Time to slip away. The room returned to its original quiet. The person who had been making her uneasy, just as Nian Yu had foreseen, had finally revealed themselves. There seemed to be someone standing outside by the window, seemingly on Nian Yu's side. Chu Chong, disguised as Nian Yu, had saved her life. Who knew Nian Yu was so unpredictable? This Miss Nian Yu was truly no ordinary person. He had a vague feeling she was in danger, so he had secretly followed and protected her. Nian Yu was utterly shocked. The alluring fragrance continued to affect her, making her dizzy. Then she suddenly collapsed. He immediately jumped to the window and rushed forward to catch her. He held Nian Yu tightly, his face full of worry, and sincerely advised, "You've been drugged with a sleeping incense. Don't move." Chu Chong could tell at a glance that she was still conscious, meaning she hadn't inhaled much. Even in her dazed state, Nian Yu remained highly vigilant towards everyone, including Chu Chong. She secretly pulled out a small knife and swung it, wanting him to stay away from her. Nian Yu trembled all over, weak but still resisting. She questioned Chu Chong, Ambassador Chu, "What is the meaning of your late-night visit?" He looked at the knife, pointed at him, and remained silent for a moment. Her rejection made his expression turn cold. He reminded her, "Is this how Miss Nian Yu repays a life-saving grace?" Nian Yu sat on the bed, gripping her small knife, and angrily asked, "Were you the one following me just now?" Chu Chong said, "Miss Nian Yu, don't play dumb." He recalled secretly following her, then took a step forward, grabbed her wrist holding the knife, and said, "You've been aware of my presence ever since you left Prince Mu's residence, haven't you?" Nian Yu thought to herself, "That hurts." But she asked aloud, "What is the purpose of a distinguished man like you following a weak woman like me?" He sneered, "A weak woman." Miss Nian Yu was dodging and weaving on the bed. "You didn't look weak at all." Nian Yu frowned, thinking that he had indeed seen through her. He moved closer, almost pressing against her, and said, "I was worried that a weak woman like Miss Nian Yu might be in danger if she was drunk, so I followed you all the way. Now that I've foiled Nian Yan's murder plot and saved your life, are you still going to attack me?" Nian Yu looked up at him and retorted, "Afraid I'd be in danger if I was drunk." She continued, "If you truly cared." Nian Yu immediately flung Chu Qing's hand away and pointed the knife at him. "Some kindness is nothing more than poison coated in sugar," she said coldly. "How do I know if all of this wasn't premeditated?" She recalled her past life, his cold words, "Execute her immediately." She questioned him in her own voice, or, "Do you have another motive?" Chu Chong let out an "oh" and mused with interest. "Your vigilance is quite impressive." He suddenly put his hands behind his back. "Since that's the case," he said, "this knife is in your hand. Whether you seek revenge on her or attack me, the intruder, it's up to you." Having said that, Chu Chong stood still and watched Nian Yu. She met his gaze fearlessly, a thought flashing through her mind. At this time in my past life, Nian Yin ruined my face, and now she wants my life. Nian Yu raised the knife. Chu Chong was slightly taken aback. His gaze followed her hand, worried she would do something drastic. He was just about to stop her when he saw her slice the knife across her own arm. Blood slowly seeped out, her arm trembling slightly. Nian Yu cried out softly from the pain, covered the wound with her other hand, and looked up at Chu Chong with a faint smile. Recalling the memories of her past life, she felt a surge of joy. The outcome has changed. I've changed too. I've been reborn. Chu Chong had been watching the entire time. He hadn't expected her to use self-harm to keep herself awake and couldn't help but applaud her. Using pain to stay alert, Second Miss Nian, you truly surprised me, he said. Hearing this, Nian Yu immediately thought of Nian Yin. I hadn't anticipated the sleeping incense. Even with the experiences of my past life, I still underestimated Nian Yan's recklessness. Although I don't understand Chu Qing's intentions, this time, his secret collaboration with me has scared Nian Yin off. Nian Yu pondered. She will definitely think this failure was just an accident, and I haven't exposed my identity. She's an important pawn for the Nian and Nangong families. If I act rashly against her, if something were to happen to her, it would inevitably lead to investigations by both families and even the court. It would be difficult for me to escape unscathed. Now is not the time to be impulsive. Feeling exhausted, she closed her eyes for a short rest. Then, she handed the knife back to him. Thank you for the knife, Emissary Chu. I'm much more alert now. If there's nothing else, Nian Yu won't keep you any longer. Chu Chong reached out and took the dagger. The blade, now stained with blood, seemed exceptionally sharp. He smiled. Since Second Miss Nian is so astute, I'll gift this knife to you. Nian Yu suddenly started coughing violently. Chu Chong, noticing this, quickly took out a small medicine packet from his robes. He tore open the packet with his teeth and gripped Nian Yu's chin. Open your mouth. He placed the pill in her mouth. Swallow it, he said, and relax. If I truly wanted to harm you, you would have died 1,000 times over by now. As he spoke, his fingers brushed against her crimson lips, drawing away a strand of silvery saliva. You're not worth the effort. Finally, Chu Chong instructed, Second Miss Nian, rest well. Tomorrow, you will officially enter the royal family and meet the princess regent, who will become your adoptive mother. This is a significant event. Before that, protecting your safety is my duty. The moon was high in the sky. Perhaps everything was just beginning. He walked out of Nian Yu's room and waited outside. She peeked out slightly and saw that he hadn't left yet. After a while, Nian Yu straightened her clothes, sat upright in meditation, gradually calmed her mind, and began to cultivate. Outside, a guard knelt to report, My lord, she is just a young lady from the Nian family. Allow this subordinate to stand guard. You should go and rest. Chu Chong waved his hand. It's fine. You may leave. The guard replied, Yes, sir, and quickly disappeared into the night. Chu Chong thought to himself, she knows my most important secret. This secret, naturally I must guard myself. The next morning, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying away the fallen petals. Nian Yu walked to the window to admire the scenery and took out the dagger from yesterday. She looked at the dagger, an inexplicable joy playing on her lips. A moment later, a maid announced from the hall, Second Miss is awake. Nian Yin stood to the side, silently praying. She probably doesn't know about last night yet. Nian Yu slowly walked in, now dressed in a beautiful and dignified emerald green gown. After she bowed to old Madame Nian and her father, Nian Zhong said, Today is the day you officially enter the royal family and meet the Princess Regent. The Nian family's honor and hope rest on your shoulders. You must cherish this opportunity and not disgrace our family. She replied, I understand, father. At this moment, Nian Yu noticed Nian Yin standing to the side. She glanced at the figure standing beside her, her heart skipping a beat, a sudden wave of guilt washing over her. Unease crept in her heart. Had she discovered something? This was bad. She wouldn't be able to sleep or eat now. Nian Yu giggled, her face radiating a joyful glow. Lowering her head, she said softly to Nian Yin, Thanks to the hangover tea elder sister brewed last night, I feel refreshed and energized today. Thank you, elder sister. Hearing this, Nian Yin immediately looked at her in surprise, her expression questioning. But she quickly regained her composure and stammered, You're too kind. It was nothing. Don't mention it. Nian Yu lowered her head, a dangerous smile playing on her lips. With that, she strode away. Meanwhile, Nian Yin thought to herself, so it really was just a strange gust of wind last night. Nian Yu doesn't know anything at all. A short while later, after paying her respects to old Madame Nian and Nian Zhong, Nian Yu rose to leave. "All right, you is leaving now." Her father nodded, his voice gentle. "Be careful on your way." The ancestral sacrifice ceremony should have been held at the ancestral temple, but Emperor Yuanda, mindful of Princess Regent Qingha's pregnancy, specifically instructed the Ministry of Rites to simplify the procedures and hold the ceremony at the Princess Regent's residence. More than 20 years ago, when Princess Regent Qingha came of age, she didn't choose a young nobleman, but instead fell in love with a poor and unknown scholar. Emperor Yuanda was furious at the time, and the late emperor was even more enraged and refused to allow it. The two were forced to separate. The Princess Regent was heartbroken to be with the scholar. She even threatened to take her own life and finally got her wish. Afterward, the two left. The scholar entered officialdom, displaying his talent and rising step by step, eventually becoming the prime minister, creating a beautiful tale of a talented scholar and a beautiful woman. Ninyu walked slowly along the corridor. Palace maids hurried forward to announce, "Second Miss Nian Yu has arrived." With a light gait and a beautiful face, her expression thoughtful, she slowly walked towards the Princess Regent's room. Princess Regent Qingha was sitting there, smiling at her, her personal maid, Qi Tao, standing beside her. Nian Yu immediately looked at the scholar standing to the side. So he was Nangong Ji, the Minister of Rites in charge of the ceremony. Zhao Yan came over to greet her cheerfully. "Cousin Yuer." Zhao Yan continued to watch her quietly, gently waving his folding fan. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye. He stood there, a smug smile playing on his lips, his gaze unfathomable as he looked at Nian Yu. Sensing something amiss, she quickly turned away. Zhao Yan's gaze suddenly landed on a bright red flower in her hair. She walked forward slowly, thinking to herself, "Zhao Yan, you're here specifically to watch me become a valuable chess piece, aren't you?" He stepped forward and instructed, "Second Miss, offer tea to the Princess Regent." Nian Yu smiled faintly and walked over to the palace maid, accepting the teacup. At the same time, a plan or intention began to form in her mind. The young woman's eyes suddenly sharpened, staring intently at the teacup in her hand. She abruptly turned to look at that Nangong fellow, Zhao Yan, who was completely oblivious. An incredibly daring thought crossed her mind. So that's how it is. She silently reviewed her past life, encouraging herself, "I must be careful." She walked slowly, each step cautious, secretly plotting. Right in front of her, water droplets had appeared on the floor. It was a bold and dangerous idea, but she didn't panic. Princess Regent Qingha smiled gently at Nian Yu. "Nian Yu, come here. After you offer the tea, we'll be family." She remained silent, continuing to walk towards the Princess Regent. Suddenly, her foot slipped and she fell forward, the teacup flying from her hand and crashing to the ground. "Ouch!" She cried out dramatically, and everyone froze. Qi Tao quickly rushed forward to help her up, her face filled with anxiety. Zhao Yan gave her a strange look and then snapped his folding fan shut. That Nangong fellow immediately seized the opportunity to scold her loudly. "Nian Yu, how dare you behave so improperly in such a solemn place, disrespecting the royal family and offending the Princess Regent. You deserve to be punished." She immediately put on her most pitiful expression and pleaded, "Nian Yu didn't do it on purpose. I was just momentarily nervous and lost my footing, disturbing the Princess Regent. Please punish me." The Princess Regent quickly intervened on Nian Yu's behalf. "Aunt, Nian Yu might genuinely be too nervous." Then she instructed the others, "Pour another cup of tea for Second Miss Nian and let her offer it again." The Princess Regent glared at her, anger flashing in her eyes, before waving her hand dismissively. "Forget it." Qi Tao quickly helped the Princess Regent to her feet, and the two left together. Qi Tao whispered in the Princess Regent's ear, "This is Second Miss Nian." But the Princess Regent coldly cut her off. "Kneel outside my door." Zhao Yan simply stood there, silently staring at Nangong Ji. Zhao Yan walked over to Nian Yu and helped her up. "Nian Yu, are you all right?" "Sai, my aunt is truly angry." He turned to comfort her. "Nian Yu, wait for me. I'll go talk to my aunt." Zhao Yan also left, thinking to himself, "This girl is truly a diamond in the rough." And so, Ninyu knelt outside Princess Regent Qingha's door until nearly dawn. Birds flew overhead, but she remained kneeling. The surrounding people whispered amongst themselves. Second Miss Nian has truly fallen out of favor. She almost entered the Imperial family, but look what happened. The Princess Regent is truly furious this time, making her kneel for 3 hours. It's all over for Second Miss Nian now. Nian Yu remained silently kneeling, not uttering a word. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Chi Tao came out to tell her. Nian Yu trembled, struggling to her feet and forcing herself to walk inside. Upon entering, she knelt again, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. The room was exquisitely decorated. Princess Regent Qinghe stood quietly, a thoughtful expression on her face. Nian Yu could no longer hold herself up and collapsed heavily onto the floor. Just then, a hand reached out to her. The person gently helped her up. Nian Yu was greatly surprised by this. The Princess Regent smiled warmly. "Don't call me Princess Regent anymore. Call me Mother." Hearing these words, Nian Yu froze, looking up at her in disbelief. "Mother, you believe I—" She gently helped her into a chair. "Of course I believe you. You saved my life, and you were able to smoothly restore your daughter status before the Emperor. How could I believe you spilled the tea simply because you were nervous?" At this moment, Nian Yu suddenly remembered the teacup. She realized with a jolt that the tea spilled from the cup contained oleander. Chi Tao was also startled. Oleander is poisonous, especially for pregnant women. Even accidental contact is dangerous. The Princess Regent's face immediately paled. She pondered for a moment, then said to Chi Tao, "First the incident at the Sifong Pavilion, and now poison in my tea. It seems someone really wants to harm me and my unborn child." She hesitated slightly before continuing, "And frame you for it." Hearing this, Nian Yu fell into deep thought, countless images flashing through her mind. The most likely suspect for today's poisoning was Ji, the Minister of Rights responsible for pouring the tea. But this was almost too obvious, making it suspicious, unlike their usual methods. Besides him, many other factions were wary of the power Mother held, making the list of suspects long. However, it was worth noting that the attempts on my life only began after Mother became pregnant. She looked thoughtfully at Qinghe's belly. Who would be the least willing to see the Princess Regent's child born? Her expression grew serious. Judging by this motive, the culprit is likely very close. Chi Tao gasped, repeating in disbelief, "Very close." At this moment, the Princess Regent froze, as if struck by lightning. She hurriedly said to Nian Yu, "Second miss, you mustn't speak carelessly." Nian Yu placed her hand on her chest and softly shared her deduction with them. "You wouldn't dare make unfounded accusations, but the previous incident at the pavilion also concerned Mother and the child's safety. You is only daring to voice her suspicions." She leaned closer, offering comfort. "Mother, I must commend you for thinking so carefully. Since we have acknowledged our mother-daughter bond, let's be honest with each other." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "We are both already pieces in this game. Mother, I'd like to hear your thoughts. How should we respond?" Hearing this, she finally relaxed, slowly taking out her familiar set of needles. "Those who want to eliminate me might continue to harm Mother." She walked over to Chi Tao, handing her the needles with a solemn expression. "These needles are specially made by you. They can be used to test for poison. From now on, Sister Chi Tao, please be extra careful with everything Mother consumes." In Chi Tao's hands were the silver poison testing needles she had crafted herself. She immediately accepted the gift. Her expression moved. Lowering her head, she thanked her. "Thank you, Miss Nian Yu. Chi Tao is grateful." Nian Yu simply shook her head. "This is what I should do." Then, Nian Yu turned to Princess Regent Qinghe and voiced her thoughts. "Mother, we must continue this charade." Her expression was firm. Although things hadn't gone according to plan, the enemy had revealed a weakness. Her gaze grew even more resolute. "Leave the investigation of the oleander to me." Outside, the sun was blazing. Princess Regent Qinghe nodded, slightly in agreement. "All right." Nian Yu looked around the spacious courtyard, thinking, though the walls are high, they can't block the wind. News of this incident had already spread. Perhaps she herself had even helped to spread it so quickly. Scene change. A few days later, at the Nian residence, Nian Yu sat in the courtyard, holding an oleander leaf in her hand, her expression somewhat surprised. Oleander leaves were slender like willow leaves, and the flowers were pink like peach blossoms. It was also known as Jaya's Hudo. Although it had its uses, if used incorrectly, it was a deadly poison. She slowly raised a leaf to her eyes for a closer look, thinking, the news of the Princess Regent's cooling towards me has already spread. I wonder who will react. She recalled that day, her expression darkening. After being reborn, her actions were the complete opposite of her previous life. She was trying to reverse her fate, but it had also brought unexpected variables. In this life, she had to be cautious and meticulous with every step. Nian Yu felt like she was walking on thin ice. One wrong step could lead to disaster. Every different choice could trigger a new storm, even irreversible ruin. The tea incident, on the surface, seemed to point most suspiciously towards the Nangong family. But if the Nangong family really wanted to harm the princess regent and her child, why would they act in such a way? She pondered. In my past life, Zhao Yan had a close relationship with the prime minister. In this life, he has also been to the prime minister's residence. Could there be a connection? She closed her eyes, thinking wearily, where should I start investigating? Just then, someone walked towards her. She was startled, then immediately recognized the person. Surrounded by a group of young ladies was Nangong Yi, the Nangong family's young miss and Nian Yu's cousin. As they flattered her, they whispered amongst themselves, "That's Nian Yu, isn't it? She's quite pretty after having her status as a legitimate daughter restored. It's a pity she offended the princess regent, who in the capital will pay her any mind now." Seeing Nangong Yi, Nian Yu's heart stirred. "Nangong Yi, why is she here?" A meaningful smile appeared on her lips. "I was just wondering where to start my investigation, and this saves me a lot of trouble." It seems spreading rumors was indeed useful. Nangong Yi walked straight up to her, feigning surprise as she laughed. "Oh, isn't this Nian Yu? Trying to climb the social ladder by clinging to Princess Regent Qinghe, only to fall flat on your face. You still have a nerve to show yourself in public." Nian Yu slowly rose, a smile playing on her lips as she looked at Nangong Yi. "Ha! Nangong Yi and her sharp tongue. I'm all too familiar with it from my past life. I was bullied by you in the past. Now it's time to pay you back." She lightly covered her lips, chuckling as she retorted, "Oh dear, I'm worried that some people won't even have the chance to climb the social ladder. They'll just stand by and gossip, even daring to talk about the royal family." Hearing this, Nangong Yi immediately flew into a rage. "You..." Nian Yu waved her hand dismissively. "I was just joking, Sister Yi. Don't take it seriously." Saying this, she took a step closer and gently patted her cousin's shoulder. "A guest has arrived. Allow me to make a cup of tea for Sister Yi. Nangong Yi needed. If you dare offer, I dare drink." Nangong Yi sat down triumphantly in an empty seat, everyone watching. She snorted coldly. "Do you think I'm afraid you'll poison me?" Nian Yu casually placed a few oleander petals into the teacup, speaking indifferently. "This is a new dried flower tea I made. It's excellent for the complexion. It contains rose, jasmine, chrysanthemum." Her expression turned cold as she finished, and oleander. Nangong Yisuko food. "Oh, you even do the work of a servant. Then I shall try it." With that, she picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Nian Yu's expression changed slightly, her heart pounding. She actually drank it. Could it be she doesn't know about the poisoning at all? In my past life, this Nangong miss was a fool, but the Nangong family still can't be ruled out. Nian Yu smiled and asked, "Would Sister Yi like another cup?" On the surface, she appeared calm, but inwardly, she was annoyed. She actually dared to drink it. Could she really be unaware? In my past life, the Nangong family harmed me at every turn. I can't let my guard down this time. Nian Yu recalled the events of her past life. Whether it was taking the blame for Nian Zhong or Nian Yi Lan targeting her, the Nangong family had wanted her dead from the very beginning. Just then, Nangong Yi suddenly spoke, interrupting her thoughts. "The Princess Regent's adopted daughter, actually serving me." She raised her teacup high, smiling. "Of course, I'll have another." Nian Yu, seeing the opportunity, readily handed her the teacup. She narrowed her eyes, a plan forming in her mind. Just then, Nian Yu deliberately let her hand slip, dropping the teacup to the ground. Seeing the cup fall and shatter on the ground, Nangong Yi jumped up and shouted. Witnessing Nian Yu's reaction, Nangong Yi pointed at her face furiously. You did that on purpose." Seeing her plan succeed, Nian Yu immediately put on a pitiful, teary-eyed expression. "Sister Yi, you misunderstand me. This isn't your fault." She feigned a wronged look, but a cunning glint flashed in her eyes. "You must have heard, sister, when you paid respects to the Princess Regent, I lost my grip and spilled the tea." Hearing this, Nangong Yi froze, her face full of confusion. "Wait, didn't they say you tripped?" And Nian Yu covered her mouth, secretly smirking. Realizing she had been tricked, Nangong Yi stamped her foot in anger. You tricked me. Are you looking for death?" As the two were arguing, a guard suddenly ran over, his face beaming with joy. "Second miss, there's a letter. The Minister of War had it delivered. Hearing this name, Nian Yi's eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, Minister of War, Lord Chu. Nian Yu didn't react. Nian Yi stepped forward, snatched the letter from the guard, and glanced at Nian Yu smugly, sneering. I heard that when you first regained your female identity, so many influential people sent gifts. Now that you've offended the Princess Regent, the Nian residence's gate must be quite deserted, right? No more gifts. She immediately tore open the envelope. Now there's only this ordinary little letter left. Let me see what's written for you. Nian Yu's face instantly darkened with anger. Give me back the letter. Nian Yi continued to unfold the letter, holding it up. Don't be so stingy. She smiled triumphantly as Nian Yu stood there dumbfounded. Or is there something shameful between you and Lord Chu? When she fully opened the letter, she found it was just a blank piece of paper without a single word. The other young ladies immediately burst into laughter, whispering, "Oh my God, nothing's written. What does this mean?" Nian Yi leaned close to Nian Yu's ear, whispering mockingly, "It means he has nothing to say to you." These words made Nian Yu completely lose control, just like your father to your mother. You've never even met them. Hearing this, Nian Yu coldly jabbed Nian Yi in the abdomen with her elbow, sending her stumbling backward. Still not satisfied, she turned and slapped Nian Yi hard across the face. The other young ladies, seeing Nian Yu actually strike Nian Yi, were all frightened into silence. Nian Yi's jade pendant immediately fell to the ground. Seeing the jade pendant on the ground, Nian Yu immediately realized the problem. I remember, this is a Jinxiu Pavilion jade pendant. So it was just now. She immediately shouted angrily, rebuking the young ladies around her. Why didn't any of you help me? The young ladies hesitated, explaining, this has nothing to do with us. This is your family matter. We can't interfere. We just came for tea. We didn't expect this to happen. Seeing they wouldn't help, Nian Yi immediately turned to Nian Yu, pointing at her and cursing, Nian Yu, you bitch. Today I'm going to cripple you. Nian Yu coldly kicked Nian Yi. Nian Yi screamed in pain and stumbled backward. Nian Yu continued to stomp on her mercilessly, kicking her until she cried and begged for mercy. Nian Yu went over and picked up the jade pendant from the ground. Nian Yu held up the jade pendant and said coldly, touching my things without my permission and daring to insult my mother, this is what you get. Nian Yu slowly grabbed her collar, lifted her up, and whispered one more thing. Nian Yu leaned close to her ear and murmured a few words in a sinister tone. Finished, Nian Yu revealed a victorious smile. Nian Yi trembled all over, looking at her. How did you know? Nian Yu's expression was cold and stern. Behave yourself from now on. Don't be arrogant again, or you definitely won't have a good ending. Nian Yu coldly tossed the jade pendant into Nian Yi's arms and turned to leave. Get out if you understand. As Nian Yu left, she still held the blank letter in her hand, her heart full of doubt. A blank letter. What does Lord Chu mean? She suddenly remembered something and turned back to the others. All right, sister, that jade pendant you were rubbing against earlier, it does have a beautifying effect, she said, turning away triumphantly, completely ignoring Nian Yi's fury. But besides beautifying, there might be some side effects. Sister, you should take care of your health. Just as Nian Yi's face paled in fright from her rumbling stomach, a voice slowly sounded, explaining, Oleander. Leaves like willow, flowers like peach. Often called false peach blossom. It has certain medicinal value, but the dosage must be controlled. Casual use can turn it into poison, especially dangerous for pregnant women, possibly leading to miscarriage. Nian Yi trembled all over, her face deathly white, staggering forward. A small amount can promote digestion and enhance gastric motility. She immediately dashed out, shouting desperately, Toilet. I need the toilet. She angrily yelled Nian Yu's name, Nian Yu. Then the atmosphere returned to its usual calm. Meanwhile, in Nian Yi Lan's room, she asked, was it really a blank sheet of paper? Ase nodded. Yes, it was truly a blank sheet of paper. Everyone saw it. Nian Yi Lan was extremely shocked upon hearing this. Then she began to twirl around, laughing. That's even better. Nian Yi Lan smiled sinisterly. Without Nian Yu, no one in the entire Shuntian prefecture can compete with me. Seeing her continuously dancing and spinning, Ase hurriedly ran over and hugged her leg, pleading, Eldest miss, please rest. You practice dancing for 2 or 3 hours every day, you'll hurt yourself sooner or later. Hearing this, Nian Yi Lan immediately pushed Ase away angrily, roaring, get out. A satisfied smile appeared on her face as she plotted something. Since Nian Yu's identity was restored, many strange things have happened. I can no longer treat her as the innocent little white rabbit she used to be. Nian Yi Lan continued practicing her dance in the room. The Qixi festival was just a few days away, and all the Imperial family members would gather together. A bright and beautiful flower bloomed in Nian Yi Lan's mind. That would be Nian Yi Lan's moment to shine. In a dim and secluded little room, Nian Cheng's voice echoed. Here comes a beauty, clinging to him and acting coquettishly. Oh, you're so bad, master. Let me have a good look at you. He was immediately moved and reached out to pull the servant girl. My dear. The servant girl blushed and called Nian Cheng's name, master. But in the next instant, her smile instantly twisted into a hideous sneer, her face covered in terrible scars. The beautiful servant girl transformed into a scarred, evil spirit. Nian Cheng abruptly woke up, screaming and sitting up, gasping for air. Suddenly, a figure approached and softly called him, husband. Zhao Yingjie slowly walked in, startling him with her presence. The terrifying image of the evil spirit's sneer reappeared in Nian Cheng's mind. Zhao Yingjie said calmly, you're awake. Immediately afterward, a shrill scream came from Nian Cheng's room, echoing throughout the entire residence. Elsewhere, Zhao Yingxue was practicing calligraphy in her room when suddenly a commotion arose outside the door. Nian Yu, along with her precious son Nian Cheng and her unruly daughter Nian Yi Lan, slowly walked in. She angrily shouted, Zhao Yingxue, come out. Zhao Yingxue calmly looked at the three troublemakers before her. Nian Yi Lan stepped forward and said provocatively, sister-in-law, since you married into the Nian family, you are one of us. I advise you to behave yourself. Zhao Yingxue calmly explained to the three. Yingxue knows how to behave. I strive to serve my husband every day. Her gaze shifted to Nian Cheng. Nian Cheng couldn't help but shiver under Zhao Yingxue's stare. She calmly instructed Pinger. Let's continue. Nian Yu gritted her teeth and said, since you married into the Nian family, you haven't even paid respects to your parents-in-law. This is already outrageous. She said, angrily stepping forward, you cause trouble every day, making my Chenger restless. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, standing in front of Zhao Yingxue and scolding loudly. Do you understand what it means to respect your husband as heaven, respect your parents-in-law, and be filial? Zhao Yingxue continued practicing calligraphy as she calmly explained, Pinger, since marrying into the Nian family and leaving the palace for so long, my etiquette has become somewhat rusty. She pondered and asked, Pinger, what should I say these days? Pinger nodded. Yes, she slowly explained. Regarding the 3 cardinal guides and 5 constant virtues, the ruler guides the subject, the father guides the son, and the husband guides the wife. Before the husband guides the wife, the ruler guides the subject. The 3 were stunned upon hearing this. Nian Yu stammered, ruler guides the subject. Zhao Yingxue immediately stood up. According to this principle, how should Madame Nian act when she sees the princess? Pinger bowed her head and explained, my mistress is, after all, an imperial princess. These 3 have neither official positions, nor are they royalty. They're merely commoners. Pinger glared angrily at the 3 in front of her. Commoners, when they see royalty. Nian Yu's face instantly turned pale. She looked down at the 2, unable to utter a word. According to the rules, they must kneel and bow. Seeing her trembling with rage, Pinger immediately put on a stern face, kneel before the princess. She gritted her teeth, her heart filled with fury, but after hearing the princess announce Nian Yi's new identity, she finally calmed down. She had always been domineering in the Nian residence, but the princess was, after all, royalty. No matter how powerful the Nian family was, they couldn't contend with the royal family. She immediately bent down to kneel. Seeing this, Nian Yi Lan hurriedly tried to stop her mother, and Nian Cheng also quickly pulled her back. She angrily scolded the 2 children. You kneel too. Zhao Yingxue walked over and gently placed her hand on her shoulder. She said smugly, how could Yingxue really make you kneel? After all, you're my mother-in-law. Then Yingxue smiled meaningfully, although you invert right and wrong, and can't distinguish between black and white. The more she listened, the angrier she became, almost exploding. Your son is worse than a beast. He deserved to die. The more she spoke, the happier Yingxue became. You children, Nian Yu, hearing these words, looked at her in shock. Yingxue suddenly realized something was wrong. She immediately ran to the door and shouted to the man standing there, Ingjia. Hearing the familiar name, Nian Yi Lan immediately turned around. Zhao Ingjia smiled gently and embraced Shui. The three of them immediately stood up and hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty. He slowly walked in. He said happily to the three of them, you may rise. I just happened to be passing by today and wanted to see little Shui. I didn't expect you all to be here. His gaze sharpened. You wouldn't be bullying little Shui, would you? Shui quickly smoothed things over for the three stunned individuals before her. How could that be? Shui was just talking with Mother. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Yu quickly waved her hands and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. How would we dare bully the princess? Nian Yi Lan also stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Zhao Ingjia. A harmonious family leads to prosperity. Everything must be fair, and Yinglan has always been this way. Your Majesty, please don't worry. Yinglan and my sister-in-law have always had a good relationship. He nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. If that's the case, then that's best. Then he spoke to the servant girl Ping. Pinger lowered her head. Pinger knows her mistake. He instructed, Pinger, take good care of your mistress. Pinger lowered her head, worrying. My mistress has really changed. She recalled what Shui used to be like. Although she didn't know what had happened, ever since that night when she gave up on taking her own life, she had become different. Suddenly, the scheming Nian Yi Lan stepped forward and coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention. She approached and asked with feigned surprise, Ingjia, your Majesty came to the manor today. Are you here to see? In her heart, she secretly hoped he was there to see her. But he coldly interrupted Nian Yi Lan's thoughts, saying, That's right, I'm here today to see my cousin, Ninyu. The three of them were stunned, speechless. Shui was also surprised to hear this. Ninyu. The scene changes to Ninyu, who is walking aimlessly on the street, lost in thought. If her memories from her past life were correct, that guy would return to Shuntian Prefecture before the Qixi Festival. Ninyu moved through the crowd, thinking, this time, he will definitely try to win over an extremely important person. And there's also the matter of my master and senior brother's whereabouts. Suddenly, there was a commotion nearby. A man was chasing a young man and yelling, Get out, get out. Stop talking nonsense here. Hearing the commotion, Ninyu immediately turned to look. He shouted loudly, I'm warning you, don't lay a hand on him. The surrounding people widened their eyes and gathered to watch the excitement, as if a fight was about to break out. What's going on? The old man said angrily, My daughter went missing near your place a few months ago. You must have taken her. Hearing this, the subordinate immediately pointed at the old man's face and cursed, Are you tired of living? How dare you cause trouble at the governor's mansion? My master is the governor. Be careful, or I'll break your legs. Ninyu heard everything clearly from the side and couldn't help but be surprised. A missing daughter. Suddenly, the old man smiled smugly, staring at the guard. He said to the guard with a sleazy look, If the governor took a liking to my daughter, just say so. 350 taels will do. The guard immediately flew into a rage. Get out, get out. Coming here to cause trouble. The two sides argued endlessly. Ninyu paid no mind and walked straight ahead, thinking, recently, the old man was shoved roughly onto the street, and the guard roared, Don't come back. If you come back, I'll break your legs. Hearing this, the old man immediately flared up, pointing at him and cursing, If I can't find my daughter, I'll make you pay. The guard glared at him fiercely, You dog. The old man patted the dust off his clothes and angrily cursed. Damn it, they hit hard. Just then, a stranger approached him and asked, You said your daughter disappeared around here. Hearing this, the old man turned around, his face puzzled. The scene shifts to another location. A frail young woman lies in bed, her husband sitting beside her. He anxiously asks, Lin Lang, how are you feeling? This man is Su Jui. He holds Lin Lang's hand and says softly, My wife, don't be afraid. We're back in Shuntian Prefecture. I heard that Master Yaoshan and his eldest disciple are both here. As long as we can find them, your illness will surely be cured. She seems exhausted and says to Su Jui, Jui, we've been searching for so long without any clues. Perhaps we should give up. Lin Lang knows her own body. Lin Lang only wants to spend her remaining days by your side. Hearing these words, he sadly presses her hand to his face. Don't say such ominous things. On our wedding day, we vowed to grow old together, to be together for a lifetime. We're not old yet. I won't let you go first. At this moment, Ninyu walks to the door and asks, Are you looking for Master Yaoshan? Seeing a visitor, Su Jui quickly wipes the tears from his face. He tries to compose himself and goes out to greet her. Nian Yu looks calmly at the two of them and slowly says, I can cure your wife's illness. Su Jui is surprised and says slowly, I heard that the disciple Master Yao Shan took in 10 years ago was a 15-year-old boy. Miss, if you're here to joke, please leave. I've heard that many young girls have gone missing recently. You shouldn't wander around. Nian Yu gently takes a packet of medicine from her bag and says slowly, with young Master Jui's financial resources, you must have sought out all the famous doctors in Shuntian Prefecture, right? And there's no trace of Master Yao Shan. Nian Yu walks into the room, ignoring his words, looks at him coldly, and calmly asks, instead of letting your wife's condition worsen, why not let me try? Hearing this, worry appears in his eyes. Nian Yu's gaze suddenly sharpens, and she continues from now on, the physician and the patient are one. If anything happens to your wife, outside, two mysterious masked figures are watching everything inside the room. Su Jui quickly says, Su guarantees you won't leave this place alive. Hearing this, Nian Yu's eyes grow colder. Then she gives a confident smile and simply says, all right. She gracefully lays out her acupuncture tools on the table, her expression calm. Quickly, Nian Yu becomes fully focused, skillfully selecting the appropriate needles. Her fingers are nimble, 5 silver needles dancing between them, accurately piercing Lin Long's acupuncture points. Su Jui watches in astonishment, thinking to himself, this young lady is so young, yet her medical skills are so advanced. Could she really be a disciple of the reclusive Master Yao Shan? After a while, Nian Yu finishes her acupuncture. Lin Lang suddenly coughs violently, spitting out blood. The scene is quite alarming. Seeing this, Su Jui quickly shields her and shouts, what are you doing? The two masked figures outside continue to watch in secret. Lin Lang weakly tugs at Su Jui's sleeve and whispers, Jui. She smiles slightly, her complexion visibly improving. I feel much better. Much time passes and dawn breaks. Lin Lang leans against the headboard and thanks Nian Yu. Su Jui also bows in gratitude. Thank you, miss, for saving her life. We owe you a debt. Nian Yu simply nods, her expression indifferent. Seeing that she has done all she can, Nian Yu turns to leave. She smiles and says, these needles only provide temporary relief. They can't cure the root cause. Just spread the word that it was a disciple of the reclusive Master Yao Shan who treated you, and the true senior brother Qian Shan will surely appear. With that, she walks out the door with a cheerful smile, thinking to herself that senior brother cares most about Master Yao Shan and his own reputation. As she walks, Nian Yu thinks, I heard someone is impersonating him. He definitely won't stand idly by. Su Jui stands there, nodding thoughtfully. He now understands that the person they're looking for is the very person she wants to see. He quietly watches Nian Yu leave alone, thinking to himself, she helped me. She must want to use my connections to spread the news and find someone. She also saved my life. This young lady is truly extraordinary. Time flies by, and night falls. Inside the general's mansion, the sound of dripping water fills the air. Chu Chong gently scoops bathwater for Xiren, her hand trembling slightly, as if she has made up her mind about something. Suddenly, Xiren grabs her trembling hand and coldly asks, what are you trying to do? The young woman standing before him was Chu Chong, Chu Qing's younger sister. With a hint of sorrow and indifference, she explained, Xiren, I want to see your face. Brother, you've worn a mask for as long as I can remember. I'm your own sister, yet I've never seen what you look like. Facing that cold, hard mask all day is truly tedious, you know? Hearing this, Xiren immediately picked up a cloth and covered his face. He maintained his icy tone, don't come any closer. Hearing this, she was somewhat surprised, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, a guard rushed in to report, General, we have a lead on the investigation. Xiren was startled by the news and immediately turned Chu Shuang's face away with his hand, softly commanding, turn your face away. He slowly stood up, the cloth falling to the ground. Immediately after, Xiren lightly draped his outer robe over himself. He slowly walked out of the room, carefully adjusting his clothes. Then, putting on his mask, Xiren ordered, let's go. The guard immediately bowed his head and replied, yes. Elsewhere, Nian Yu slowly opened her eyes, immediately sensing something was amiss. She opened her eyes wider, seeing the iron bars of a prison cell before her. Panic set in. Where is this? Nian Yu quickly composed herself, looking around at the many pitiful young women lying together in exhaustion. She wondered in confusion, where is this? Why am I here? Various young women, bearing wounds, looked at Ninyu with fear. One girl seemed to have gone mad, laughing loudly. She immediately stood up, looking around, realizing something was wrong. These people. She immediately clutched her head. I remember. She slowly recalled everything. After leaving Lin Long's room, on her way back to the residence, she encountered a strange girl. The girl brushed past her with a smug smile, leaving Ninyu perplexed. Seeing a handkerchief on the ground, Ninyu picked it up and called out Mississippi. She walked over to return the handkerchief, and the girl giggled. At the moment their slender fingers touched, the girl intentionally scratched Nian Yu's hand with her nail. She looked at the blood welling up on her fingertip in confusion, while the other girl smiled smugly. Thank you. Nian Yu's head suddenly spun, and the other girl exclaimed in surprise, Miss, what's wrong? Nian Yu collapsed to the ground, giggling like a madwoman. Here, let me take you home. Back in the present, Nian Yu froze, staring at her hand. So it was then, unavoidable. But who was that person? What are they trying to do? She looked towards the other side with a worried expression. Just then, two strange people walked in, chatting and laughing. Sir, everything is prepared for you. Seventh madam, you're truly remarkable. Hearing this, she immediately feigned death, thinking to herself, Sir. Seventh madam. They drew closer, and Seventh madam smiled sweetly at the man. She's been poisoned. She won't wake up for a while. Don't worry, sir. Hearing this, the man laughed smugly and began walking towards the trembling young women. Suddenly, a young girl jumped up, startling the others. The poor child rushed towards the man, but he didn't care. He slapped her hard, snapping, Get lost. I've had enough of you. Seventh madam simply watched coldly. Without saying a word, he kicked the poor girl to the ground. The other girls trembled in fear as he walked straight towards Ninyu. He sneered at her, the second miss of the Nian family, daring to deceive me dressed as a man. He looked Ninyu up and down. He sat down with a critical look on his face, reached out to touch her face, and said excitedly, You're even more beautiful than Nian Yi Lan. Anger flared within Ninyu. He knows I'm from the Nian family and still dares to do this. Could there be someone backing him? Seventh madam laughed. This one really knows how to pick them. Still feigning unconsciousness, Ninyu thought, Who is this guy? The man turned to Seventh madam and smiled. Why don't we dress her in men's clothing again, for a change of pace? Seventh madam giggled. Sir always has so many ideas. I'm certainly game. Just then, someone coughed softly. Both of them immediately turned around, and Seventh madam recognized the person at once. He had arrived. The man had been standing outside the door, unseen. He coughed softly again, and then slowly asked, Has she woken up? Ninyu continued to play possum, secretly listening to everything, pondering, Is this the person that guy was talking about? This voice sounds deliberately lowered, not his real voice. Seventh madam walked over and beckoned him inside. Seventh madam's poison is quite potent. How else could we have captured so many women? Gumin, hearing this, the man slowly walked in. Ninyu seized the opportunity to secretly open her eyes. Seeing the stranger standing at the doorway, she was startled. He entered the room and turned to leave almost instantly, coldly addressing the two inside. This woman is yours to play with. His indifference remained absolute. Don't let her live to see tomorrow. Seventh madam, and Sir nodded in understanding. Sir suddenly remembered something amusing and said to Seventh madam, Take her upstairs. She slowly poured the wine, standing there coldly, and splashed it onto Nianyu's face. The scene made her extremely uncomfortable, leaving her speechless. Then, she slowly opened her eyes wide. Staring at her, Nianyu's hands and feet were bound. Seventh madam immediately pulled her up to a sitting position. Sir, seeing her face, laughed. Finally awake. It's more fun when you're awake. What's the point of a dead fish? Nian glanced at the candle beside her, calculating her options. He continued to relish her terrified expression, drawing closer. Here I come. Having formed a plan, Nian acted instantly, shrinking back. Startled by her movement, he looked at her in surprise. Her gaze met his with unusual calmness. Nian sat there, cheeks flushed, and said with a smile, Don't be so hasty, sir. If I can't resist, I might as well try to enjoy it. Hearing this, Sir looked at her with a suggestive expression. Seventh madam, stunned by her shameless words, spoke with disdain. Shameless hussy, you think you're worthy of being a plaything, just like everyone else in this room. Meanwhile, Ninyu calmly and discreetly moved the ropes closer to the candle flame, slowly burning them through while continuing to speak. Then, feigning anger, she asked, Aren't you, sir? Sir approached, put his arm around 7th Madam, and explained with a laugh, of course she isn't. 7th Madam giggled smugly. Master Sir and I are truly in love. Unlike you sluts. Hearing this, Ninyu gave a strange laugh. Sir pushed 7th Madam away and walked straight towards Ninyu. Don't be afraid, my little darling. He stood before her, a lewd smile on his face, as if saying, I'll take good care of you. She grew tense. Don't be hasty, sir. He slowly reached behind her. Her hand trembled, gripping the rope near the flame. The situation was about to explode. She thought anxiously, just a little longer. Sir reached out to touch her where he shouldn't. In that instant, the rope snapped and she sprang into action. Nian Yu lunged at him, thinking, take this. He was stunned. What's happening? Before Nian Yu could hit Sir, 7th Madam rushed forward to shield him, tightly grabbing Nian Yu's slender wrist. With a sharp yank, she pulled Nian Yu backward, sending her crashing to the floor. 7th Madam raised her hand, her eyes cold and merciless, ready to knock Nian Yu unconscious. She struck. Nian Yu cried out in pain. Then 7th Madam raised her foot. Nian Yu sensed a shift in the air. She managed to defend herself just in time. 7th Madam's kick landed hard, and Nian Yu coughed up blood. She realized she'd fallen into their trap. There was poison in her system, crippling her inner strength. 7th Madam looked at her triumphantly, a sinister smile spreading across her face. If you had just let us have our way, you might have died a quicker death. She began to stomp on Nian Yu's body. Are you crazy? 7th Madam grew more and more excited, reveling in her cruelty. Calling her a madwoman wouldn't be an exaggeration. The other kidnapped girls cried out in fear. Hearing the girls' terrified cries, 7th Madam roared, Shut up, you playthings. Sir quickly stepped forward, taking her hand to comfort her. 7th Madam, stop hitting her. You'll ruin her. Nian Yu, covered in injuries, glared furiously at Sir. He gloated, You're quite stubborn, aren't you? Sir placed his foot on her. Hearing his words, 7th Madam coldly ground her heel into Nian Yu's frail arm. Nian Yu screamed in agony. Not satisfied, she grabbed Nian Yu by the collar, lifting her from the ground. Nian Yu cried out, Let me go. Sir forced her back down. She struggled, but it was useless. Tears of despair streamed down her face. Am I going to die here? Her eyes slowly closed. I'm not resigned to this. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside, and a powerful force burst through the entrance. A furious roar echoed. Stop! The two inside panicked and cried out, Chu Ting. Chu Ting stormed in, brandishing a jade green sword. Seeing him, Sir trembled. Brother Chu Ting. Nian Yu, still on the ground, slowly opened her eyes, realizing something. Brother Chu Ting. Seeing her lying helplessly on the ground, Chu Ting was shocked and surprised. He slowly approached, his expression bewildered. Why? Why is it you? Sir's face was filled with terror as he stammered and waved his hands. Chu Ting, let me explain. He immediately turned his head to the side. Over there, several pitiful girls huddled in the corner. Seeing this scene, Chu Ting was instantly enraged. His gaze fell on the person on the ground. At this moment, Nian Yu was exhausted and collapsed on the ground. He immediately recognized her, the second miss of the Nian family. Chu Ting gritted his teeth, suppressing the anger in his heart. He drew his sword and pointed it at Sir, coldly asking, What explanation do you have? Sir shook his head repeatedly in fear. It's not what you think. 7th Madam also rushed forward, crying and approaching Chu Ting. My lord, I was forced. Save me. Chu Ting coldly pointed the tip of his sword at her neck, and she immediately cowered. Stop pretending. Chu Ting stood there, glaring. Do you take me for a fool? Sensing the situation was turning sour, Sir flew into a rage, gnashing his teeth. He then gestured to his subordinates and slowly said, Chu Ting, although she's your stepmother, we're not the same. The entire Sir residence knows you're a cold-blooded killing machine. His expression suddenly changed, his face revealing malice. Since you've discovered us, we can only get rid of you. Chu Ting's expression remained calm as he slowly stepped forward. He immediately took a defensive stance, raising his sword and pointing at Sir. He said in a low voice, Sir, as the son of the prefect, you actually break the law knowingly. Hearing this, Sir was furious and immediately ordered his subordinates, kill Chu Ting. Dozens of subordinates immediately charged forward with their weapons. Attack! Kill him! Chu Ting gently lowered his emerald green sword, calmly watching them approach. Then his sword flashed, and sword energy filled the air. A few seconds later, Chu Ting had struck down all these villains, one after another. Seeing this, Sir looked at him in terror, his voice trembling. You! Chu Ting coldly glanced back at him. Sir completely panicked and pleaded loudly, "Seventh Madam, save me." Seventh Madam quickly comforted him. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Hearing these words, Chu Ting suddenly remembered something. He blurted out, "Seventh Madam. You're Seventh Madam of the Qi family." Seventh Madam strode angrily towards Chu Ting, her tone icy. "I finally escaped that place. I wasn't sold to some old man as a concubine, and I won't let you ruin things for me." Having said that, Seventh Madam walked straight towards the pitiful girls in the corner, pointing at them and shouting, If you don't want to die, get up. Don't forget who your master is." Nian Yu struggled to her feet, glaring at her, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Seventh Madam directly threatened the girls, "I know where you live and how many people are in your families. If Sir is injured today, none of you will leave here alive." Seventh Madam's eyes were cold. Nian Yu suddenly collapsed on the ground, bitterness filling her heart. "My body hasn't recovered yet." The girls were scared out of their wits, screaming and scattering in all directions. They frantically rushed towards Chu Ting. Chu Ting felt helpless. These women have been brainwashed. Seventh Madam felt it wasn't enough and immediately ordered her subordinates, "You go too. Use these women as shields." Chu Ting's face was expressionless. Seeing the women and subordinates charging towards him together, he immediately drew his sword. But because they were women, he couldn't bring himself to use lethal force. One girl angrily pushed him, and Chu Ting simply knocked her unconscious with his hand. Then, he turned to face the armed subordinates. His sword flashed, and the villains fell one after another. But one of them refused to give up and continued to charge at him. Chu Ting saw that the situation was getting worse, with more and more enemies. Even worse, more sword-wielding subordinates jumped down from above. The women surrounded him, trying to hold him back. He said impatiently, "Get out of the way." Nian Yu lay pitifully on the ground, struggling to crawl. Seventh Madam looked at her smugly and sneered. "I knew you self-righteous people wouldn't harm the innocent. You still couldn't help but intervene." Just then, Nian Yu, holding golden needles in her hand, took advantage of the moment when Chu Ting was distracted by Seventh Madam, and Seventh Madam suddenly lunged at his back. Seventh Madam attacked like a vengeful ghost. Unfortunately, the cunning fox, Seventh Madam, had already seized the moment of Chu Ting's distraction and pounced, her nails like claws, aiming straight for the back of Chu Ting's neck. Nian Yu used all her strength to shoot the golden needles at Seventh Madam. Unfortunately, she was a step too slow. Seventh Madam's claws had already slashed Chu Ting's neck. Carving a gruesome wound, she burst into maniacal laughter, completely losing control. Just then, Nian Yu's 3 golden needles finally shot out, piercing Seventh Madam's face. Her features began to crack like a cheap mask. Chu Ting clutched his neck, trying to staunch the bleeding, his face a mask of shock and speechless horror. Seventh Madam collapsed like a sack of potatoes. Nian Yu screamed in terror. Chu Ting. Seeing this, Sir roared Seventh Madam's name. He stared at Chu Ting's neck wound, realizing Chu Ting's fighting strength had greatly diminished. He commanded his subordinates, "Now's our chance." Seeing them swarm forward, Chu Ting coldly drew his sword and swung. But soon he stumbled and fell to the ground, weakly dropping his long sword, his consciousness fading. The captive girls gasped, finally understanding what had happened. Someone stood up and shouted, "Run! Get out of here!" Sir reached out with trembling hands to pick up Seventh Madam, tears streaming down his face. "Seventh Madam, don't die." She weakly caressed his face. "Sir," memories flooded back. She hadn't always been a monster. Seventh Madam was born into poverty, unloved by her parents. As a child, she was often bullied and stoned by the other village children. It wasn't until she fell into Sir's arms that she felt cherished for the first time. She had seen him with other girls, her heart twisting in pain, but she only wished for his happiness. She would do anything for him. She gently stroked his hair. He cried harder, pleading, "Seventh Madam, Seventh Madam." She continued sadly, "Though our time together was short, it was enough to make this life worthwhile." Hearing this, Sir trembled all over, unable to look directly at her. "Don't leave me. I feel like my life will never be good." Seventh Madam managed a weak smile and slowly closed her eyes. "Sir, go." She used her last breath to whisper, "Run." Seeing her pass away, Sir burst into tears. No, He glared at Nian Yu, his eyes filled with hatred, and roared, Nian Yu. Nian Yu struggled to sit up, looking at him helplessly. Sir, he picked up a sword from the ground and yelled at her, I will have revenge. Don't come any closer. He used the injured Chu Ting as a shield. Chu Ting looked around, seemingly worried, thinking to himself, this woman's poison is truly potent. Who would have thought that a dignified general would be forced into such a predicament by someone who doesn't know martial arts? Sir glared at Nian Yu while crying, I didn't expect a woman like you to use hidden weapons. But now Chu Ting is in my hands. Do you still dare? Nian Yu was about to strike again, but suddenly stopped. He grew more frantic, yelling at her. Everyone in the Yamada residence knows my hands shake so much I can't even hold teacup. If you're truly capable, throw your hidden weapon with your shaking hands. Nian Yu looked at the situation, her body trembling, her heart filled with anxiety. He's hiding behind Chu Ting. The target is so small, and the distance is so far. I really don't have the confidence. Sir kept shouting at Chu Ting, cousin. Dear cousin. Seeing Chu Ting's extreme weakness, he laughed. Do you trust this woman with shaky hands? Do you trust her? Chu Ting's consciousness faded, and he wearily said to Nian Yu, second miss, throw the hidden weapon. Sir asked in surprise, do you not value your life? Nian Yu suddenly saw a familiar figure standing at the doorway. A frail girl was gripping a stick, waiting for the opportunity to attack. Nian Yu realized the time had come, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. I don't know if Chu Ting trusts me, but I trust myself. At that moment, the frail girl charged forward with her stick. Nian Yu added, good and evil will eventually be rewarded. She decisively swung the stick at Sir's face, taking the opportunity to throw a hidden weapon at the center of his forehead. Sir froze. As the golden needle pierced his forehead, he slowly collapsed. Seeing the figure who attacked him from behind, he suddenly lost all strength. It was you. Hearing this, the girl burst into tears. Sir's next words made her cry even harder. I thought you were completely fooled by me. Sir collapsed on the ground, slowly losing consciousness. Elsewhere, 7th Madam lay dead on the floor, having already breathed her last. Chu Ting struggled to his feet and walked towards Nian Yu. Second Miss Nian. He was exhausted and urged, let's go. Nian Yu rushed to Chu Ting, gently supporting his back. Then she slowly helped him into her arms. Chu Ting weakly said, I rushed here alone after receiving the news. My subordinates are too weak. They will arrive later. He gradually lost consciousness in Nian Yu's arms. You should leave quickly. She looked at 7th Madam lying on the ground, an image of a black snake flashing through her mind. Her thoughts raced. As the saying goes, within 7 steps of a venomous snake, there must be an antidote. The antidote must be on that woman. The person who administered the poison must have the antidote. Otherwise, there's no way to threaten or make promises. Nian Yu held the antidote bottle, looking at it with a puzzled expression. Then she looked at Chu Ting, her heart skipping a beat. But he's unconscious. How can I get him to take the antidote? After a brief moment of thought, Nian Yu poured the entire bottle into her own mouth without hesitation. With his life on the line, she couldn't afford to be picky. She slowly chewed the medicine in her mouth, her gaze fixed on Chu Ting. Chewing it up a bit would make it easier to swallow. She slowly moved closer to him. Then, she gently pushed the medicine into his mouth. Her gaze towards Chu Ting became incredibly tender. Just like that, Nian Yu fed the antidote into his mouth. He slowly swallowed it down. The poison in his body gradually dissipated. A long time passed, and outside it remained dark. His eyelids fluttered slightly, as if he were about to wake up. Chu Ting slowly opened his eyes and looked forward. He saw Nian Yu sitting in front of him and asked in surprise, Second Miss Nian, why are you still here? Seeing him awake, she immediately smiled. You're awake. Nian Yu suddenly realized something, her cheeks flushing slightly as she hurriedly pushed him away. Then get up. She felt something was amiss and quickly moved closer to Chu Ting, apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He nodded slightly. It's all right. Men and women shouldn't be overly familiar. Chu Ting understood. He only felt a headache when he woke up and exclaimed in surprise, I woke up so quickly. Nian Yu felt a little embarrassed and explained, that guy had the antidote on him. I gave it to you. He suddenly understood, I see. He turned to her and smiled. Thanks to Miss Nian's help, I was able to survive. Chu Ting said gratefully. After hearing this, Nian Yu seemed to remember something. Combining the information from her past life with her interactions with Chu Ting in this life, she nodded and bowed to him. What are you saying, Master Chu? With your courage, you could take on 10 men. You saved us. She thought to herself, he's usually cold and unpredictable, but whenever I'm in trouble, he always appears. Suddenly, Chu Ting noticed something and worriedly grabbed her hand, exclaiming in surprise, "Miss Nian, how did your hand get burned?" She sighed, "Oh, it was just an accident." Upon hearing this, he gently took a bottle of ointment from his pocket and handed it to her. As it happens, we are often out and about, so we always carry some medicine for wounds, burns, and frostbite. Nian Yu looked at Chu Ting bathed in the light, as if he had dispelled all the darkness, and felt a surge of emotion. Seeing this, her cheeks flushed crimson with shyness. He saved me at my most critical moment. She withdrew her hand somewhat awkwardly and said to him, He immediately took her hand again and asked softly, "Did you receive my letter?" Upon hearing this, she immediately remembered something. "The letter, I received it." He seemed a little surprised and asked again, "You really received it?" The two looked at each other for a long time, their affection evident, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Nian Yu whispered, "The letter, it was that letter." She smiled at him, a mutual understanding passing between them, their eyes filled with deep meaning. Chu Ting moved closer to her and softly praised, "Miss Nian is indeed intelligent." Suddenly, a subordinate came to report, "Master, I'm late." Hearing the commotion, Nian Yu immediately withdrew her hand, and Chu Ting turned to look at his subordinate. The atmosphere was broken. Nian Yu turned to leave, not forgetting to look back at him before she went. "It seems I have to go find Master Chu. Just pretend you didn't see me tonight." She winked at him. "After all, you have your secrets, and I have my affairs. I don't want to get too involved." Chu Ting nodded in agreement after hearing this. "I understand." She quickly left, reminding Chu Ting before she went, "I'll leave the rest to you, Master Chu." He stood quietly in the room, watching her leave, sighing softly, raising his hand to touch his lips, a single word surfacing in his mind, "Sweet." The next day, the case of the young girl being imprisoned in the Yin mansion caused a sensation throughout the entire Chutian prefecture. As a secret envoy, Chu Ting, along with the men he had stationed near the Yin mansion, investigated the whereabouts of the abducted girl. The emperor, upon hearing of the case in court, flew into a rage. Outwardly righteous, the Yin family was, in fact, riddled with crimes. The court was furious, and the people suffered. The great Emperor Yuanda immediately dismissed the Yin family from their official posts and exiled the entire clan. That's got to sting. Many members of the household were immediately arrested and exiled to distant lands. The case seemed to be closed. A few days later, Nian Yu wandered alone, lost in thought. She thought to herself, "No, this isn't over yet." She recalled the mysterious figure outside the door that night, her thoughts swirling. The person seventh madam mentioned clearly wouldn't let me live to see the next day. He used Chun Xinyang to frame me, and then had seventh madam humiliate me, constantly trying to put me to death. But who is it? The mystery remains. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the distance, and Nian Yu immediately turned to look. Nian Yi Lan and Nangong Qi were chatting enthusiastically about horses. "Second cousin, be gentle. This horse is thin and small." "Lan, you don't understand. To train a horse, you have to be firm. You have to scare it into obedience. That's how it is with these skinny horses. Men and horses, always the same." Nian Yi Lan quickly noticed Nian Yu and turned to greet her. "Little sister, second cousin is here." Nian Yu stepped forward and bowed to them. "Yu greets cousin." She glanced at him, thinking, what is this guy doing at the Nian residence? The man was Nangong Qi, the second son of the Nangong family. He saw her and laughed. "Well, if it isn't our second Mississippi. You look quite pretty dressed as a woman. Not bad at all. Smooth skin, not too tall either." Nian Yu immediately made an excuse to leave. "You won't disturb your fun." "Excuse me." She thought to herself, it's best to avoid the Nangong family. "Good idea, girl." Seeing her about to leave, Nangong Qi immediately grabbed her hand. "Second cousin, just got a good horse. Keep an eye on it for me." Hearing this, she felt apprehensive and stammered. "You doesn't understand horses. I'm afraid." He pulled her closer. "It's fine, just watch." She was confused, unsure of his intentions. What's he up to? Suddenly, Nangong Qi revealed a sinister smile. "Oh no." He abruptly whipped the horse, shouting, "Watch out. The whip cracked down, startling the horse, which reared up and kicked towards Nian Yu. Standing in front of the horse, Nian Yu froze in shock. She froze, then quickly reacted, looking at Nangong Qi, whose face was now alight with a malicious grin, his hands still tightly gripping hers. What a scoundrel. Nian Yu yanked her hand back, furious. He actually held me there, letting the horse kick me. With agile movements, Nian Yu swiftly slipped past Nangong Qi, leaving him standing there. Immediately after, Nangong Qi's expression changed, and he fell heavily to the ground, crying out in pain. Nian Yi Lan pretended to rush forward and help him, feigning surprise. Second cousin, what are you doing? Even jokes have a limit. Nian Yu also spoke up. Sister, it's fine. It was my own carelessness. At this moment, a knowing smile appeared on Nian Yi Lan's face. Such a clumsy trick, how laughable. Nian Yu turned to look at him, feigning surprise, seeing the strange smile on his face. Am I missing something? Nangong Qi strolled over and explained. Thin horses are hard to tame. Cousin Yu, don't take it to heart. She was surprised by this scene. His plan failed, so why was he so happy? Nian Yu felt like she was being targeted, but why did second cousin suddenly visit? She couldn't figure it out, so she bowed her head and excused herself, planning to leave as quickly as possible. It was her intuition. Nian Yu turned to leave, her heart filled with worry. Why does it feel like I've fallen into a trap? Suddenly, Nangong Qi looked up to the sky and shouted, Thin horse, thin horse. Just as Nian Yu was about to walk away, she heard these words and froze. Her heart stirred. Thin horse. A thought flashed through Nian Yu's mind. Could it be? She remembered the rumors about Qi An's disciples trafficking women, something she had overheard Wu, the accountant, mentioning while standing by the window. It was recorded during the Qing dynasty. Anything is possible, playing the Qing, playing chess, calligraphy, painting, playing the flute, all kinds of skills, clothing and jewelry, neglecting studies, specifically selecting beautiful young girls, meticulously caring for their skin. That's how it works. Their entire operation revolves around luring young girls into becoming concubines or using countless schemes to trick them into brothels. Once they've ripened, meaning the girls have grown up, they sell them at high prices, especially targeting daughters from poor families. The buyers include eunuchs, and some even keep crocodiles and horses. Nian Yu immediately grasped the meaning of thin horses. They buy or abduct beautiful girls from poor families, teach them to dance, sing, play instruments, and paint, and then sell them to wealthy men as concubines. Or they sell them to brothels. Girls from poor families are often thin and weak, their status low, like cattle or horses. Hence the name thin horses. Third-rate girls are skilled in needlework, sewing, cooking, and arranging fruit platters, and are trained as maidservants. Second-rate girls possess outstanding beauty, are literate, and can play musical instruments. They're mostly sold to brothels, either for their talents or their bodies. First-rate girls are taught dancing, singing, poetry, painting, playing chess, and all sorts of seductive arts, along with makeup, attire, and posture training. Girls of this caliber either become top courtesans or are married into wealthy families as concubines, but such individuals are extremely rare. It's well known that Nangong Qi loves horses, but what does this thin horse have to do with that horse? Nian Yu turned to look at Nangong Qi's horse, suspicion rising in her heart. That night, that person, she hadn't heard their voice clearly, nor seen their face, and she had no evidence. She continued walking, thinking that dwelling on these things was pointless now. Wearily, she looked up at the azure sky. There were more important matters to attend to today. Seeing that Nian Yu had left, the two stopped talking. Nangong Qi then said to Nian Yi Lan, Ilan, your dear little sister is by no means simple. It's a miracle she's still alive. We came today to understand her better. He looked at his hand. I pulled her so hard just now, but at the critical moment, she managed to push me away. That reaction speed and strength. She's definitely not the delicate woman she appears to be. He bit his lip. Bai Xiaonan was killed in revenge. She can't escape involvement. According to the investigation, Jinan and Shen Xinyang weren't killed by Chu Qing swordsmanship, but by flying needles. The most likely suspect is Nian Yu. He immediately turned to Nian Yi Lan furiously. Nian Yi Lan, you called us here without understanding the situation. If I hadn't been careful not to show my face that night, I'd be dead like Jinan now. He gritted his teeth. The court is investigating, and our Nangong family will be implicated. Nian Yi Lan panicked, wringing her fingers and repeatedly saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. She explained fearfully, I didn't know she had such skills. I'll be more careful in the future. Nan Gongqi pushed her to the ground in a rage. If it weren't for your upcoming marriage into the royal family, I would cripple you today. Sitting on the ground, she clutched her neck, coughing violently. I'm sorry. A smug smile flickered across Nan Gongqi's face. Then his expression darkened. This little cousin is quite interesting. 7 kingdoms stand on the Qiyu continent. During the reign of Emperor Taizu of Northern Qi, besides the marriage alliances a century ago, there were also blood ties between the countries. Look, a red bridal palanquin appears amidst the crowd, the scene incredibly solemn. 2 princes are marrying princesses from Dongli and Nanyue. 3 joyous occasions at once. What a lively story. The gossip mongers around them began to murmur. One particularly talkative person said, the Empress Dowager hasn't returned to the Shuntian Palace for many years. This time, there's going to be a big commotion. Another important figure chimed in. The Qi festival is approaching, and envoys from all countries will be coming. It will be very lively. A young man nearby nodded in agreement. Everyone was looking forward to the spectacle. Nian Yu stood to the side, observing everything like a hawk, thinking to herself, every 4 years, the courts of Dongli and Nanyue come to northern Qi for an exchange. It's said to be a visit from the 2 princesses, but in reality, it's to consolidate the alliance. It's obvious. She covered her mouth with her hand, thinking, I didn't witness this scene in my past life. The 2 palanquins gradually approached, attracting Nian Yu's gaze. This move is enough to change the relationships between nations. I really don't know the specific details. She stared intently at this extraordinary event, pondering as she walked. But in this life, every piece of information is a chance for survival. I must confirm it with my own eyes. Elsewhere, handsome men and beautiful women gathered. The current Emperor Yuan, the elder brother of Taizu, married the Dongli princess. The one in the yellow dress is Princess Wu Winning of Dongli. On the other side, only 2 people came. Taizu married the Nanyue princess, the current Empress Dowager, Chengning. The older woman is the Nanyue princess. She said, I've given half my life to this place. Logically, I shouldn't come back. She smiled and added, but Nanyue is sending people to participate in the Qi festival, and I still wanted to come back and see. Emperor Yuandi stepped forward with a hearty laugh. You must be weary after such a long and arduous journey. Zhao Yan stood beside him, his head slightly bowed. Mother, I trust you are well. Zhao Yi also stepped forward and bowed. Grandmother, I wish you good health. The crowd knelt in unison. Welcome, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager. We wish you good health. May the Empress Dowager enjoy good health. Ninyu knelt amongst the crowd. She glanced around and softly commanded, rise. Wu Winning stepped forward and affectionately took Chengning's arm. Imperial sister-in-law, it has been several years since you went to Qishan to recuperate. The 4 palaces and His Majesty have missed you dearly. Wu Winning cheerfully bantered with Chengning. Upon hearing of your return, Imperial sister-in-law, His Majesty and I were overjoyed. Chenglu Palace has been cleaned daily by the palace maids, awaiting your return. Chengning nodded with a smile. Very well, I appreciate the sentiment. She then turned her gaze towards her 2 sons. Zhao Yan's tall figure came into Chengning's view, and she approached him with delight. Yenner, you've grown so much over the years. Zhao Yan looked at her and nodded slightly. Thanks to Mother's concern, I am in good health. Zhao Yi immediately ran over and playfully hugged Zhao Yan, saying to Chengning with a smile, Grandmother only cares about Imperial brother. She's so happy to see him. After all these years, she still hasn't grown up. Nian Yu stood quietly in the distance, silently observing everything. She looked towards the front in astonishment, puzzled. Just then, a sharp arrow suddenly descended from the sky. Nian Yu froze as she saw the arrow was past her head, her eyes filled with confusion as she followed its trajectory. The arrow was aimed directly at Chengning. Seeing this, Zhao Yan was startled and immediately turned to shield his mother, shouting, Mother, be careful. The arrow pierced straight into his back, and Zhao Yan cried out in pain. Chengning stood frozen, her face filled with worry. Emperor Yuandi, witnessing this, looked extremely anxious. Yenner, seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Chu Ting immediately signaled the guards to rush forward and protect the royal family. Assassin, Protect the emperor. Nian Yu turned, filled with rage. The crowd of onlookers continued to gather, eager to know what had happened. She pushed through the crowd, running towards the direction for which the arrow had come, locking onto her target. "It's over here," the crowd murmured. "It seems Princely has been hit." Nian Yu ran forward with all her might, her heart pounding with anxiety. There were too many people. She couldn't find anyone. The onlookers began to panic. Run! Weaving through the crowd, she finally understood the origin of his wound. She remembered holding Chu Ting tightly, and then looked at the wound on his back, her fingers lightly touching the scar, filled with doubt. This wound, what happened? What did you get this? He simply dressed coldly, turned, and said indifferently, "It's nothing. Don't worry." Nian Yu recalled everything, gritting her teeth in anger. Really nothing. Time flew by, and inside the hall people urged hurry. The Imperial physician gripped the arrow tightly and said to Zhao Yan, "Your Highness, please bear with me." With that, he decisively pulled out the arrow. Zhao Yan's face paled with pain. Emperor Yuandi anxiously cried out, "Imperial physician, Yin'er." The Imperial physician immediately set the arrow down and reassured him, "Your Majesty, do not worry. The wound is not serious." The Emperor sensed something amiss, a strange glint in his eyes. He reached out with trembling hands and picked up the arrow, instantly recognizing the unique pattern on it. He immediately understood the implications. Emperor Yuandi suddenly turned to Chu Ting. "General Chu, come with me. We need to talk." Chu Ting nodded in agreement. Once outside the hall, the Emperor spoke anxiously. "General Chu, the Chi festival is approaching, and representatives from all nations are gathered here. It's a mixed bag, and who knows what else might happen. Today's incident must be thoroughly investigated. I want to see who dares to attempt to assassinate the Empress Dowager right under my nose." He immediately lowered his voice. "This matter must be investigated discreetly." Chu Ting bowed and replied, "Your subordinate obeys." He then slowly departed. Chengning watched him leave, lost in thought. At that moment, Chu Ting stared blankly at the blood-stained arrow in his hand, carefully examining the pattern on it. He immediately recognized the familiar marking, an eagle's claw, the symbol of the Dongli army. He looked at the worried Wu Wenning beside him. No wonder His Majesty specifically didn't want others to see the arrowhead. Dongli, Empress Wu Wenning's homeland. Chu Ting's heart sank. No, this matter is definitely not that simple. As I gently helped Zhao Yan lie down on the bed to rest, Wu Wenning tearfully wiped her eyes and cried. The late emperor left too early, leaving only Yin'er behind. If anything were to happen to Yin'er, how could we face the late emperor? Zhao, he then placed a hand on Wu Wenning's shoulder, softly comforting her. "Mother, please don't be too heartbroken. Imperial brother is a kind person. Heaven will protect him. He will be all right." Hearing this, Wu Wenning immediately stopped crying and turned to look at Chengning. Chengning stood there, her expression dazed, silent. At this moment, Emperor Yuandi nodded slightly, gesturing to the Imperial physician. Understanding, the Imperial physician took out a silver needle and gently pricked the edge of the wound, carefully examining the injury. As he was examining the wound, several figures in the distance observed everything secretly. Chu Ting led a team of guards to investigate the surroundings. At this time, a subordinate hurried over and bowed, reporting, "General." The subordinate whispered, according to the Imperial physician's examination, the arrowhead. Before he could finish, Chu Ting coldly interrupted, "It wasn't poison, right?" Hearing this, the subordinate trembled slightly. "Yes." Chu Ting ordered, "Carefully analyze the arrowhead." He explained, if they truly wanted to kill, they wouldn't deliberately use an arrow with markings, as if they were afraid no one would know. This assassination attempt is just a smokescreen. The assassin's true purpose is not this, so the arrowhead definitely wouldn't be poisoned. He carefully examined the pattern on the arrowhead and speculated. There are roughly two possibilities. Either someone from outside shot the arrow to assassinate Empress Dowager Chengning, or a certain faction deliberately used a Dongli-fletched arrow to assassinate Empress Dowager Chengning, intending to frame Dongli. If Dongli were truly the assassin, they would be crying foul. Chu Ting continued his analysis. If they truly wanted to assassinate, why use an arrow from their own faction? It's clearly someone trying to frame me, creating confusion. It's like someone using countless lies from the beginning to cover up the truth, in turn hiding their own motives, making it difficult for everyone to suspect them. He thought of the two masks, one real and one fake, and speculated, a cunning liar always makes it difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Then, he slowly said to his subordinate, if they truly wanted to kill, they would definitely poison the arrowhead, as that would have the highest success rate. If the first attempt failed, the target would become more alert, making it harder to succeed later. Having said that, he glanced at Zhao Yan's room and slowly voiced his speculation. Even the lowest-ranking assassins understand this principle, unless... He looked towards Emperor Yuandi and Empress Dowager Chongning, who were worried inside the hall, unless the assassin didn't really want to kill or had another purpose. At this moment, seeing the emperor approaching, Empress Dowager Chongning said in surprise, "Your Majesty, Yenner needs to rest." Emperor Yuandi immediately turned to leave upon hearing this, nodding slightly. All right. Then, he walked out of the hall, with Wu Winning and instructed Imperial sister-in-law, "Please rest assured." Wu Winning also said, "Sister, don't worry too much. Everything will gradually get better." The door then closed, and Empress Dowager Chongning and Zhao Yan inside the hall fell silent. The two looked at each other, seemingly sharing a certain understanding. Outside the hall, Emo Shu's expression was grave, as if he had something difficult to say. Worry and suspicion appeared on his face. Inside the hall, Zhao Yan struggled to sit up and called out, "Mother." He looked calmly at Chongning and coldly asked, "Did you do this?" Hearing this, she immediately clasped her hands together and chanted, "Amitabha." A complex expression appeared on her face, as if she had something unspeakable in her heart. Outside the hall, Chu Ting was still on guard, looking around, thinking, no matter how much is said, it's useless. There's only one way to find out the truth. He immediately leaped up and ordered his subordinates, "Investigate immediately." The guards split up and went off to carry out their orders. Inside the hall, Zhao Yan continued, "So, my injury was also part of your plan, wasn't it?" At this point, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Zhao Yan angrily questioned her. What if the assassin hadn't hit their mark? What if I hadn't blocked that arrow for you? She coldly grasped his hand and said, "But you did block it for me, didn't you?" Her eyes looked slightly sorrowful as she slowly said, "Since your father passed away, only the two of us, mother and son, are left in this world. Whether you're injured or in pain, you will protect your mother, just as your mother will always protect you." Hearing this, Zhao Yan looked at Chongning in surprise and asked, "Mother deliberately used Dongli's fletching mark, who was the real target." She slowly picked up the prayer beads in her hand and began to chant softly, "No matter who it is." Then she stood up and turned to leave. Empress Dowager Chongning walked out the door without looking back. "This northern Qi belongs to me and my son. No one can take it away." She approached the Buddhist altar and knelt down. One day, Mother and Yenner will stand at the pinnacle of the Imperial city again and rule the world together. She lowered her head, clasped her hands, and chanted silently. Hearing her say this, Zhao Yan chuckled softly. "But I've always been a useless prince, unnoticed, working in the shadows all these years." The world praises Zhao Yi as a wise ruler. She knelt before the Buddhist altar and slowly said, "If your father hadn't passed the throne to your uncle, who would dare call Zhao Yi a wise ruler?" A cryptic smile played on her lips. There can only be one true dragon in this world. Hearing Empress Dowager Chongning's words, a cold smile spread across Zhao Yan's face. If there are two dragons in this world, one must fall. He paced the room, his hand brushing against the door. To overthrow the throne, we need the help of multiple forces. Yenner, you're not young anymore. Nian Yi Lan of the Nangong family is precisely the person they have in mind. If you marry Nian Yi Lan, the Nangong family will surely lend us their support. Zhao Yan felt a pang of difficulty upon hearing the name. Nian Yi Lan. Must I pretend like this, mother? Seeing his hesitation, Empress Dowager Chongning turned, her voice laced with concern. Yenner, you must remember, marriages in the Imperial court are never about love. Her gaze suddenly sharpened. Do you have a better option? Hearing this, he nodded slightly, a hint of regret in his heart. If only she hadn't broken that teacup. Dejection filled his face. If only she still understood a princess's boundaries. At this moment, a familiar figure walked into the room. Nian Yu slowly stepped into the room and looked at Zhao Yan. This is good too. The moonlight was bright. Nian Yu pushed open the window, gazing at the moon, thinking to herself, not a single clue left behind. That assassin truly is a master. Worry etched her face. If Zhao Yan's back injury was just him shielding mother, why hide it from me? The past life isn't that big of a secret. Suddenly, Nian Yu sensed something amiss, suspicion rising in her heart. Could it be they're covering their tracks? Inside Zhao Yan's room, the Empress Dowager slowly said, Yenner, times change. No one can remain in favor forever, and no one can remain out of favor forever. The most important thing is to know how to seize opportunities, accumulate your own strength, and make good use of everything available. Zhao Yan nodded in agreement. I understand, mother. A thought struck him. If it were her, the opportunity would definitely. Nian Yu looked up at the night sky in her room, secretly vowing, he treated me that way in my past life. In this life, I must be careful and never let him succeed again. At this moment, Nian Yu and Zhao Yan shared the same thought, utilization. The scene changed. Two figures gently held hands. Someone shouted, hurry up, come over here. Nian Yu chased after him, softly calling, Brother Yin, wait for me. She weakly leaned against his back. Brother Yin. Her slender fingertips discreetly touched his wound. When Zhao Yan turned around, he had transformed into a red-eyed, white-faced demon. What wound? Nian Yu was startled and turned to flee. She cried out, and it felt as if the ground beneath her feet disappeared, her body plunging into an endless abyss. Nian Yu slowly opened her eyes, finding herself on a bloody battlefield. Nian Yu was stunned by the scene before her. She painfully crawled up, clutching her injured arm. Where is this? Just then, a sharp arrow flew towards her. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward and shielded her, momentarily stunning her. Recognizing the familiar figure as Chu Ting, she immediately rushed over. The image of the shattered wine cup flashed before her eyes, crimson blood flowing like a river. Nian Yu awoke from her dream with a start, anxiously calling out, Chu Ting. She looked around, her heart still pounding. It was a dream. Thankfully, Nian Yu hugged herself, seeking comfort. It was a dream. The next morning, the scene shifted to Linlang Pavilion. The shopkeeper greeted Nian Yu with a smile. Take care, Mississippi, welcome back anytime. She walked wearily down the street, sighing. Not only did I not sleep well, I had to get up early. I'm still a bit tired. Faint dark circles were visible under Nian Yu's eyes. She resignedly consoled herself. Last time I came to see Su Jui, I ordered an outfit at Linlang Pavilion. I'm here to pick it up today. Looking at the well-tailored new clothes in her hands, she thought, the palace banquet is in 2 days. Although there's no competition, I can't be too casual. She gazed at the clothes, sighing wistfully. This morning's dream, is it a blessing or a curse? Just then, a peculiar medicinal fragrance drifted over. Nian Yu immediately turned around, drawn towards the source of the aroma. Following the scent, Nian Yu gasped in surprise. It was him. He really came. I have to go to Linlang Pavilion quickly. A moment later, Nian Yu arrived at the entrance of Linlang Pavilion. She hid quietly behind the door, observing the stranger. Nian Yu saw a handsome young man speaking softly with Tu Jui. Madam Lang, this is Xiao Ran, the chief disciple from Yaoshan Shangxi in the capital. He announced proudly. Let me in to have a look. Tu Jui and Linlang were both speechless. He walked into the room, raised 2 silver needles, and smiled. This is the true, authentic 9 needles revival technique of Yaoshan Shangxi. Soon after, Linlang lay weakly on the bed, covered in Xiao Ran's silver needles. Seeing this, Tu Jui was shocked. This is... Xiao Ran crossed his arms smugly. The show has just begun. Immediately following, Linlang's body began to show unusual signs, her 8 meridians gradually clearing. Her complexion gradually returned, her pulse and blood flow restored, her vital energy reshaped. Tu Jui anxiously called out, Linlang. In his eyes, Xiao Ran was like a divine healer. He excitedly hugged Xiao Ran's leg, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Xiao, your life-saving grace, I don't know how to repay you. Xiao Ran quickly consoled him. No, don't do this, it's too embarrassing. Then he pointed to himself proudly and slowly said, just announce loudly in Shuntian Prefecture that the one who cured your wife is this young master, Xiao Ran, the chief disciple of Yaoshan Shangxi in the capital. Don't believe those rumors outside. Don't affect the reputation of the Mai and Sun families. Hearing this, Tu Jui smiled slightly and nodded. Understood. This couple will definitely remember your instructions, young master, and will certainly testify for your master and you. Nian Yu covered her mouth and chuckled. Brother is still the same. She couldn't help but recall the scene from that year. In her past life, she was critically injured and dying on Mount E, but fortunately, her brother passed by and saved her, bringing her to study under the Yaoshan Shangxi sect. Although he was a bit stubborn, his medical skills were second only to their master. Back in the present, Tu Jui was surprised and thoughtful. That girl is indeed remarkable. Just as she predicted, someone from Yaoshan Shangxi really came to treat Linlang. But what is that girl planning? Her medical skills have at least inherited 70 to 80% of the sect's true teachings. At this moment, Xiao Ran looked at the silver notes in his hand and couldn't help but smile smugly. He then took the silver notes from Tu Jui and smiled. The consultation fee is 1,000 taels. This young master's skills were exceptional today, so I've decided to add another 500. Any objections? Tu Jui was momentarily speechless. No objections. He turned to leave happily, waving goodbye. Farewell. Xiao Ran brushed past him, and Nian Yu was startled. Seeing him come out, she was startled and stammered, brother. Before she could finish, he noticed her. Xiao Ran smiled smugly. He then walked up to Nian Yu and teased, "Little girl, don't be too infatuated with this young master." She was surprised. "That's right, brother doesn't know me in this life." He winked at her and turned to leave. Farewell. Nian Yu watched Xiao Ran skip away, speechless. She then looked inside, where the two people were looking at her gratefully. Everything seemed to have settled down. She immediately turned and left. Before leaving, she gave them one last smile. Afterward, Nian Yu walked alone on the main road, thinking, if only it could always be this peaceful and tranquil. Suddenly, a familiar figure galloped towards her on horseback. Zhao immediately saw Nian Yu walking on the road and called out in delight, "Xiao Yu." He extended his hand towards her. "Come up." She gently took his hand and nodded slightly. "Igij." He gently pulled her onto the carriage. Seeing this scene, she was a little embarrassed and surprised. "Cousin." The surrounding people, seeing the two so close, immediately began to gossip. "Isn't that Prince Mu? Who is that beside him?" "It's second Miss Nian. I heard she fell out of favor before because of the tea incident. Why is Prince Mu still?" Someone else chimed in, the power struggles within the royal family are never as simple as the rumors outside." Both of them were a little surprised to hear the whispers around them. Then they looked at each other and smiled. The two happily rode back to the palace, bursts of laughter echoing from time to time. The scene changed, and the two slowly walked into a magnificent hall. Zhao Yi smiled at Nian Yu. "Our little Yu is much rounder than 2 months ago, looking more and more like a proper young lady." She immediately pushed his hand away. "Igij, did you come looking for me just to say this?" Hearing this, he explained with a touch of sadness, "I wanted you to come with me to see Yanji. Cousin was injured protecting the Empress Dowager and has been bedridden these past few days." Watching him plead, she thought, whether in her past life or this one, Zhao, he had always been like this, unguarded and never scheming against anyone. If he were born into an ordinary family, perhaps he could live a peaceful and uneventful life. She sighed, looking up at the towering palace walls. "Zhao Yi," she said softly, "Your Highness, Prince Mu." He heard her voice and turned to look at her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "I can imagine the day you ascend the throne," she said calmly. He froze. Ascend the throne? He forced a smile. That's the most supreme position in the world. Worrying about state affairs day and night. Every matter requiring careful consideration. His next words startled Nian Yu. "I have no interest in the throne whatsoever." Zhao Yan's words echoed in her mind, almost identical. "It's best to be a carefree prince like me. Whoever wants the throne can have it." She froze, images from her past life flashing before her eyes. Zhao Yan had said similar words in her past life, but Zhao Yi was sincere, while that fellow, Zhao Yan, was all pretense. She remembered Zhao Yi's tragic end in her past life. Zhao Yan, feigning the carefree prince, secretly amassed power and ultimately launched a coup in the palace, seizing the throne. Zhao Yi, the truly carefree prince, was imprisoned in the dungeons. He had cried out, "Why? Brother, if you wanted the throne, I would have given it to you. Why resort to such methods? Why kill so many people?" Zhao Yan had simply smiled triumphantly and coldly ordered the guards, "Kill him." Blood flowed like a river. Back in the present, Nian Yu worried. Until the moment of his death, Zhao Yi hadn't understood why, on what should have been peaceful days, his brother who claimed to be detached from worldly affairs, would turn on him. This time, even if it meant worrying for herself, she would prevent Zhao Yan's coup. The two of them slowly walked into the hall. In the distance, Zhao Yan was secretly observing everything. He was still puzzled. If I help Zhao Yi ascend the throne, would he be a wise ruler? Just then, the Empress Dowager, Cheng approached, startling him with her surprised question. When did they become so close? He paused, lost in thought. The Empress Dowager explained, before, when I asked you which young lady you liked, you hesitated to answer. So it was her. It's not surprising that you like the second miss of the Nian family. She recalled Nian Yu's family background. Her mother is the consort Princess Qinghe, who controls the northern Qi court, a descendant of the Imperial family with a deep mind. She continued, when the late emperor passed away and entrusted the throne, it was consort Princess Qinghe who held the power of the world. Now, the consort princess holds immense power. From the 9th-rank officials to the current emperor, all are under her control. Truly powerful, second only to the emperor. Having Nian Yu is equivalent to having the consort princess. If you can control both of them, half of the northern Qi kingdom will be in your grasp. At this moment, a palace maid stepped forward and bowed. Your Highness, Prince Mu, second Miss Nian, the Empress Dowager has decreed that Prince Li needs to rest and is unable to receive visitors. Please return. Both of them were stunned. Then we'll take our leave. Zhao Yi quickly apologized. Zhao Yan continued to observe from afar. As they left together, Zhao Yi scratched his head sheepishly. I'm sorry I didn't tell you beforehand. I thought it would be like when we were young, seeing each other and playing whenever we wanted. Now that we're older, there are more rules. Nian Yu looked at him thoughtfully. Elsewhere, the Empress Dowager asked Zhao Yan in surprise. Ear came to visit. Why wouldn't you let him see Yen'er? Why did you use me as an excuse? He looked up at the sky, his expression somber. No matter how close we were as children, that was youthful ignorance. Ultimately, life is a continuous process of eliminating enemies. What's the point of seeing each other one more time, speaking one more word? It's better to keep our distance now, to be strangers. That way, when I make my move, I'll have fewer hesitations. The scene changes to the Imperial banquet, already underway. A few days later, you know the legend, right? It's said that on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, also known as Qixi Festival, the cowherd and the weaver girl finally meet on the Magpie Bridge. And in the mortal world, this day has become a day for lovers to express their feelings for each other. In the grand banquet hall, the quadrennial feast brought together envoys from the 3 kingdoms of Dongli, Northern Qi, and Southern Yu. In reality, this was a probe between the nations. Despite investigations into the visiting guests these past few days, no clues have been found. The 3 representatives present today are from Northern Qi, Yuya, and Dongli. Because Empress Wu Wenning's homeland, Dongli, is also involved, they haven't been able to gather any evidence. Finally, Emperor Yuenda ordered the matter to be temporarily shelved to prevent other countries from taking advantage of the situation and instigating trouble. For the young ladies attending the banquet today, if they could leave a good impression, they would have the opportunity to rise to fame, even enter the palace and achieve great things. Nian Yi Lan turned to look at her with a puzzled expression. She immediately returned a confused look, unsure of what Nian Yi Lan was planning now. Emperor Yuenda then stood up and said in a clear voice, "Today, the 3 kingdoms of Northern Qi, Dongli, and Southern Yu gather here. At this moment, the martial king of Yu spoke. Emperor Yuenda, before you say anything, what about the assassination attempt a few days ago?" Immediately, everyone in the banquet hall looked at each other in surprise. Nian Yu was also quite surprised when she heard this, thinking that the thing she wanted to avoid the most had finally come to pass. This person was the martial king of Southern Yu. He slowly said, "I heard that the assassin had the eagle claw mark of Dongli on them." The martial king thought to himself, isn't the mastermind behind this obvious? Emperor Yuenda was speechless and lost in thought after hearing this. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Zhao Yi grabbed his wine cup, slammed it on the table, and slowly said, "Martial King, please speak plainly. We, Northern Qi, cannot swallow such vague accusations." The martial king picked up his wine cup, brought it close to his mouth, and explained, "The Dongli royal family shadow guards, besides Empress Wu Wenning. Who else can command them?" At this time, Wu Wenjie said, "Based on mere rumors, the Eagle House is going to be blamed on my Dongli. Before the truth is revealed, your highness is so eager to sling mud. The martial king was immediately stunned. This person was Wu Wenjie, the prince of Dongli. Wenjie said in surprise, "Could it be that you are hiding something?" Sitting below was Wu Wenruyin, the princess of Dongli. Ruyin exclaimed, "I think the assassin was clearly sent by Southern Yu, trying to provoke the relationship between Northern Qi and Dongli, so that Southern Yu can reap the benefits." The surrounding people immediately whispered, "That's right, there's no evidence at all. When did Southern Yu become so aggressive?" Princess Ruyin is right. It's most likely Southern Yu, a classic case of using a borrowed knife to kill. Hearing this, the martial king angrily shouted, "No, don't make false accusations." At this moment, Empress Dowager Cheng Ning immediately appeared to ease the situation. "Everyone, please calm down. Please calm down." She slowly said, "I don't believe the assassin that day was winning, nor do I believe it was Southern Yu. Clearly, someone wants to drive a wedge between us. If we continue to suspect each other, we will only fall into the enemy's trap." Then she said to everyone present, "Dongli, Southern Yu, and Northern Qi are like one family. The three countries gathering here today is to let the world know that this alliance will be passed down through generations and must never be broken." Hearing this, everyone cheered, "Passed down through generations." Empress Dowager Cheng Ning is right. It must never be broken. Nian Yu watched this scene from the side and smiled with relief. She thought to herself, as expected of the mother of a nation, she can resolve the tension with just a few words, clearing up the doubts and saving face for Dongli and herself. This woman is wholeheartedly helping her son usurp the throne. She truly cannot be underestimated. Afterwards, the palace maids came forward to perform various programs. Emperor Yuanda ordered, "Today's banquet, with all the beauties vying for attention, is truly a beautiful sight." Someone shouted, "Let the banquet begin." Emperor Yuanda and the martial king looked at each other and smiled as the beautiful women danced gracefully. On the other side, Empress Dowager Cheng Ning and Wu Wenxin were chatting pleasantly. Suddenly, Nian Yi Lan abruptly stood up. Nian Yu looked at her, surprised. She had actually changed into a different outfit. Nian Yi Lan probably couldn't sit still any longer. Holding a wine cup, she cheerfully ran toward Zhao Yi. "Brother Lan offers you a toast." Seeing his somewhat melancholic expression, she was slightly surprised. Wu Wenxin then walked over and said to Zhao, "This is Ru Yin. You met her a few years ago." The beautiful and petite young lady bowed to him. Ru Yin greets Brother Yi. He thought with surprise, "Mother is so intent on me marrying a woman from Dongli, but she's never asked who I like." He said loudly, "I've met many women. Who are you?" Wu Wenxin immediately whispered to him, "Is this how you treat a guest? Have I spoiled you all these years? Where did you learn such manners?" He thought angrily, "I don't care." He subconsciously glanced at Nian Yu, who was seated at the banquet, thinking, "I only care about my own feelings." At this moment, a palace maid whispered to Nian Yu, "Second Miss Nian, please come with me. The princess and the Empress Dowager are waiting for you." She nodded slightly. "All right." Nian Yi Lan, who overheard this, was surprised the princess, the Empress Dowager. Zhao Yi seemed lost in thought. The princess then introduced Nian Yu to Empress Dowager Cheng Ning, sister-in-law. "This is my newly adopted daughter, second Miss Nian Yu of the Nian family. She saved my life." She smiled faintly and curtsied. Nian Yu greets Empress Dowager Cheng Ning. "May the Empress Dowager live for 10,000 years." The Empress Dowager replied softly, "About what good fortune? This must be a predestined relationship from past life. I am truly grateful to Northern Qi." He thought to himself, wasn't it rumored that the princess had already severed ties with Nian Yu? Why wait until this grand banquet with the three kingdoms gathered to introduce her? Could it be? He narrowed his eyes, pondering, was everything before just a play? He gazed at the smiling Nian Yu. She hasn't fallen out of favor at all. The Empress Dowager immediately stepped forward and took Nian Yu's hand. That old fox had been watching from the side for a long time. She smiled and said, "Young Nian Yu is truly intelligent and beautiful. Whoever marries her will be truly blessed." Nian Yu chuckled softly in response. "You flatter me, Your Majesty." The Empress Dowager then turned to look at Zhao Yi with a puzzled expression. He suddenly raised his wine cup and nodded to her. Then, the musicians took turns playing music for Emperor Yuenda. The palace maids danced gracefully below, like celestial beings descending from the heavens. Suddenly, a flash of red appeared among the dancers. Someone immediately blushed and said to everyone, "Look over there." Everyone followed his gaze and saw Nian Yi Lan dancing gracefully and elegantly. The surrounding people whispered, "This dance is so beautiful. Isn't that Nian Yi Lan, the eldest daughter of the Nian family? It's only been a few months, and she's become so stunning." Hearing everyone's discussion, she thought to herself with pride, "See, I, Nian Yi Lan, am the most beautiful woman in northern Qi." Emperor Yuenda stepped forward and clapped his hands in praise. "Good. Beautiful. This is the true elegance of northern Qi. Princes and princesses of southern Yu and Dongli, come and dance together." Prince Yijian turned to the young woman beside him and smiled. "Hong Yin, let them see what you've got." She nodded and stepped forward. "Yes." Seeing Prince Yijian make his move, Wu Wenjie smiled and said to him, "When it comes to dancing, we must look to Dongli." Wu and Ru Yin covered her mouth and chuckled. "Brother, don't be late, or you'll miss it." Seeing this scene, Nian Yu raised her cup and took a small sip, thinking to herself, it's best to keep a low profile on such occasions. Suddenly, Nian Yi Lan walked up to her and said, "How can northern Qi be absent from the Three Kingdoms dance?" She smiled and extended her hand to Nian Yu, saying softly, "Sister, let's dance together." Nian Yu quickly feigned hesitation. No, I can't dance. Let's forget it." She laughed inwardly. "I've been raised as a boy for 15 years. How could I possibly know how to dance? Nian Yi Lan clearly wants to embarrass me in front of the Three Kingdoms royalty." Hearing this, Nian Yi Lan quickly explained, "Sister, how can you say that? The Nian family has always been honored guests of the royal family. How can we just sit still? If word gets out, others will think the Nian family is abusing their power." She put on an act, and the people around immediately whispered, "That's right, she really doesn't understand etiquette. Second Miss Nian doesn't know how to save face at all." Nian Yu glanced back and sighed inwardly. She really knows how to cause trouble for others. Zhao, he slowly walked forward and gently took her hand. If that's the case, he stepped in front of her and said softly, "Then let this prince teach you." Seeing Zhao, he make his move, Nian Yi Lan seemed a little surprised. Princely, Zhao Yan, who was standing nearby, dejectedly covered his head. "Damn it, brother stole her." Chu Qing quietly watched from the side without speaking. Seeing the two holding hands and entering the dance floor, the surrounding people whispered, "This is the first time Prince Li Hasdudong invited a woman to dance. How enviable. It seems there's something going on between them. We don't stand a chance." Looking at them like this, Prince Li and Second Miss Nian are truly a match made in heaven. Zhao, he suddenly rushed over to the two of them, cheerfully putting his arm around Nian Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Little Yer, don't be shy. Your Imperial brother and I are right here with you. Enjoy yourself, all right." Zhao Yan, seeing his prey snatched away, was so angry his feathers practically ruffled. Chu Qing, sensing the awkward atmosphere, immediately stepped forward and said, "It's rare for everyone to gather like this. I'd also like to invite the Empress Dowager to dance." Hong Yin stood to the side, utterly shocked. Just who is this second Miss Nian? All the handsome men of northern Qi are surrounding her. People whispered amongst themselves, "Stop drooling over her. Princely is mine. I want to dance with General Chu too." Wu and Ru Yin softly called out, "Ear." Nian Yi Lan stood off to the side, resentfully watching all of this, gnashing her teeth in thought. It should have been me in the spotlight. How did it turn out like this? A profound smile appeared on her face. "Fine, enjoy yourself while you can." Nian Yi Lan stood quietly outside the crowd, watching the throng surrounding Nian Yu, silently bidding farewell to that last shred of glory. Nian Yu sighed and said, "All right." She slowly walked forward. "If I continue to decline, I'll be everyone's kindness." She gently extended her hand, and the musicians began to play a pleasant melody. Her slender fingers stretched outwards, in time with the musicians' skillful and melodious playing. Nian Yu danced gracefully, like a true dancer. Seeing this, Zhao Yi's jaw nearly dropped. Zhao Yan had the same reaction beside him. Chu Qing gently released a white dove from his hand. He smiled as he watched the dove fly away. In an instant, hundreds of white doves flew into the banquet hall. Everyone stopped and marveled. Hundreds of birds gathered as Nian Yu danced gracefully, the white doves vying to dance with her, like a scene of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Seeing this, Chu Qing fell into deep thought, a faint smile appearing on his face. Ninyu, I look forward to more surprises from you. Seeing this scene, a cold smile appeared on the corner of Zhao Yan's mouth. This woman is truly not simple. No matter what, the fourth prince must have her. The image of Nian Yu dancing gracefully in the center of the stage appeared before his eyes. She looked at him, thinking to herself, because of his ambition in her past life. She bitterly recalled scenes of the past, herself campaigning north and south, constantly accompanying the army, enduring the hardships of military life, all to please this man, learning numerous skills just to make him smile. She danced gracefully before him. Back in the present, Nian Yu thought as she danced, to dance this dance again in this life, it's truly humiliating. Her dancing was exceptional, and other young women also came forward. Come on, let's dance with second Miss Nian. I don't want to lose. Hong Yin and Wu Wenru Yin gracefully joined in, and Nian Yi Lan was immediately squeezed out. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Chu Qing also joined the lively scene, gently waving his fan, while Zhao Yi elegantly performed for everyone. Seeing this, Emperor Yuanda immediately stood up and applauded. Good, good. Wu Wenxin was still sitting there deep in thought, then turned to ask the Empress, don't you think so? The Empress, startled, quickly nodded. Yes, yes. After the performance, Emperor Yuanda decreed, with the three kingdoms gathered here, Northern Qi, as the host, has prepared some gifts for everyone. The late emperor had a dragon-scale jade pendant, which later accidentally broke into 4 pieces. He was always reluctant to discard them. Today, I will bring them out and bestow them upon the 4 most outstanding individuals of tonight's ball. When the jade pendant was whole, it represented my promise. Now, divided into 4, it is granted to 4 people. If you have any wishes, you may come to see me with the jade pendant in the future, and I will fulfill the promise I make today. Hearing these words, Empress Dowager Chongning was greatly shocked. Zhao Yan also looked perplexed, gritting his teeth to suppress his anger. The dragon-scale jade pendant, that's father's heirloom. Nian Yi Lan rejoiced inwardly. As long as I gather all 4 pieces of the jade pendant, my wish can be fulfilled. The chance to become a phoenix is right before my eyes. Emperor Yuanda slowly announced. The 4 most outstanding individuals tonight are Chu Qing, Zhao Yi, Wu Wenru Yin, and Nian. He paused. Hearing this, Nian Yi Lan was ecstatic, full of anticipation. It's me, Nian Yi Lan. But where in life do sweet dreams come true? Emperor Yuanda called out loudly, Nian Yu. Zhao, he said happily, as expected of my cousin, little Yuer has truly brought honor to our northern Qi. Chu Qing also offered his congratulations with a smile. Congratulations, second Miss Nian. Nian Yi Lan glared at Nian Yu, surrounded by nobles, her eyes blazing with fury. She gritted her teeth, barely suppressing her rage. Ever since I regained my identity as your daughter, you've stolen all the attention, all the glory, everything that belonged to me. Seeing Hong Yan's displeasure with her seat, the king of Wu Jian quickly intervened. This Emperor Yuanda is so stingy, only giving everyone a piece of broken jade. What's so good about that? Hong Yan, don't be angry. If you like it, I'll give you a piece. Hong Yan immediately retorted, a piece of broken jade. I don't want it. Just then, light footsteps approached Nian Yu. The young woman curtsied slightly. Second Miss Nian, this is your jade pendant. Nian Yu stared, stunned. Qing ran. Standing before her was the beautiful figure of the palace maid. Astonishment filled her. Could this be Qing Ran, the imperial concubine from my past life? Now just a palace maid. Before she could recover, Qing Ran turned and left. In my past life, I only heard of the imperial concubine's favor, but I never knew she was once a mere palace maid. How did she gain the emperor's love? The 4 stepped forward and bowed to Emperor Yuanda. Thank you, your majesty. Emperor Yuanda beamed. There's no need for formalities. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the roof, startling everyone. He looked up. A massive wooden beam slowly fell from above, directly towards him. He didn't even have time to react. In that critical moment, Zhao Yan rushed forward, shouting, Father. At the same time, Qing Ran also suddenly rushed towards the emperor, crying out, Your Majesty. Be careful. Qing Ran ultimately saved Emperor Yuanda. Seeing Qing Ran injured, he panicked. Someone, where is everyone? He frantically pushed away the heavy beam, crushing Qing Ran. Summoned the imperial physician. He held Qing Ran tightly, roaring, I want her to live. Nian Yu watched everything unfold, realization dawning on her face. This was Qing Ran's path to becoming the Imperial concubine. Emperor Yuanda held Qing Ran in his arms, bellowing at the crowd below. Get out of the way. All of you get out. Empress Dowager Chongning also addressed the crowd. Everyone, due to this unforeseen accident, the banquet cannot continue. Let us conclude here for today. Please return to your chambers. The king of Wu Jian, observing the scene, chuckled. This is getting interesting. Wu Wenxin turned to leave, muttering to Wu Wenru Yin, Northern Qi is so fond of making a fuss. Elsewhere, Zhao Yan gently helped Wu Wenxin leave. Mother, you must have been frightened. Let us return to rest. Nian Yu approached the broken beam, examining it with a puzzled expression. She quickly pieced together the clues in her mind. So this was how Qing Ran caught the emperor's eye. From a palace maid to a favored concubine, controlling the inner palace. In my past life, Qing Ran was Zhao Yan's right-hand woman. This is no coincidence. I must check if there are any mechanisms here. A palace maid approached her, bowing respectfully. Second Miss Nian, the Empress Dowager requests you move elsewhere. This area is too chaotic and unsuitable for lingering. Please return quickly. Nian Yu turned to look at the palace maid, then slowly turned to leave, but glanced back at the two still standing there. Empress Dowager Chongning also looked back at her, her gaze full of scrutiny and wariness. She lightly rested her hand on the palace maid's shoulder, asking with a hint of impatience, "What if I don't want to leave?" The palace maid quickly grabbed her hand, panicked. The Empress Dowager said the falling beam might be the work of assassins. Is Second Miss Nian investigating to destroy evidence? Hearing this, she became alert. Why are you so anxious? What are you trying to hide? The palace maid discreetly slipped a small note into her hand. Please wait a moment. Someone asked this servant to give this to Second Miss Nian. This servant doesn't know who it is, as the note was passed on through another. Nian Yu looked down at the note in her hand. Western Wu, 100 Beast Garden. I await you. Seeing these words, she froze. Western Wu Palace, 100 Beast Garden. A short while later, she arrived at the 100 Beast Garden. Nian Yu slowly entered the dark and gloomy place, surprised. I'm back here again. Memories of her past life flooded back. In my past life, I led 5,000 soldiers to defeat 100,000 enemy troops, shaking the Qi Wu continent. Afterward, my legs were crippled, but I helped Northern Qi unify the land, and Zhao Yan secured his reign. I thought I could finally be with him. That night, I received his invitation and came to the Western Wu Palace with joy. We drank together, as usual, but at that moment, when I awoke, I saw desolation before my eyes. She was accused by the 5 kingdoms, that man ruthlessly pinning the dirty crime on her. In the end, she was thrown into the 100 Beast Garden, torn to shreds by wild beasts. Back in the present, Nian Yu looked around furiously, thinking, in this life I must fight Zhao Yi to the end. In my past life, I helped him ascend to the throne of the 7 kingdoms. In this life, I will make him live worse than a dog. As for the poisoner, whoever it is, I'm afraid they will be disappointed. Suddenly, she heard strange weeping nearby. She looked around in surprise. Who was crying? Empress Wu Wenxin was sitting there burning paper money, lamenting, Ji Wei, today is your death anniversary. Mother has come to see you. All these years, your father has never mentioned you, and even the 100 Beast Garden has become forbidden ground. I hate him. I hate him for letting you die for no reason. Hearing this, Nian Yu immediately remembered Wu Wenxin's face. So today was Princess Ji Wei's death anniversary. No wonder Empress Wu Wenxin had been so sad all day. But what exactly happened back then? Suddenly, she heard a faint child's voice calling, "Mother, mother." Wu Wenxin cried out in shock, "Ji Wei." A voice came from the 100 Beast Garden. "Mother, save me, it hurts." Wu Wenxin rushed in, shouting, "Ji Wei, mother is here, don't be afraid." Nian Yu was startled. Where did that voice come from? This was clearly a lure. Empress Wu Wenxin missed her daughter so much that she had become somewhat delirious. She quietly approached, looking around. The 100 Beast Garden had been closed for many years. It was easy to get in, but difficult to get out. It was full of danger, clearly a trap. Nian Yu bit her lip, thinking angrily, I can't worry about that now. She immediately followed Empress Wu Wenxin in, embarking on a desperate rescue. Just then, the huge door suddenly slammed shut. Outside, Nian Yi Lan sneered triumphantly. Nian Yu is already inside. The maid beside her covered her mouth with some worry. whispering, "Eldest miss, you asked me to bring the letter to call second miss here, but if something really happens to her." Nian Yi Lan, upon hearing this, pointed angrily at the maid's face and snapped, "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly lock the door. Otherwise, I'll throw you in too." Fang He had no choice but to slowly walk towards the giant door, her heart full of guilt. Eldest miss clearly wanted me, and second miss in the same boat. Fang He was just forced. Then, the door was slowly locked with an iron chain. Nian Yi Lan's spirits immediately lifted. Good. She stared inside with a malicious smile. Nian Yu, just wait for your death. Empress Wu Wenxin ran faster and faster, chasing the voice and shouting, "Mother is coming to save you." Then she shouted again, "Jiwei, mother is coming." Nian Yu desperately followed behind. A sudden loud roar startled Nian Yu. She immediately realized something was wrong. A tiger. Huge tiger paws stepped out. The giant tiger roared and pounced towards Wu Wenxin. Seeing this, Nian Yu rushed forward and pushed her away. "Watch out." Nian Yu hugged Wu Wenxin, and they both fell heavily to the ground. She immediately got up and raised her small knife defensively. In front of the tiger, she seemed particularly small. The tiger's face was ferocious, and it suddenly pounced at her. Sharp tiger claws swiped at her. Although she barely dodged, a small cut was made on her chest. She steadied herself and forcefully stabbed the small knife into the tiger's neck. With all her strength, the tiger instantly collapsed to the ground. Nian Yu immediately slumped to the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. Empress Wu Wenxin hadn't yet recovered, running and shouting, "Jiwei, Jiwei." She ran to Nian Yu's side and saw her clutching her chest, her face full of shock. Seeing her injured, Wu Wenxin gently helped her up, comforting her, "My dear Jiwei, don't be afraid, mother is here." Nian Yu looked at Wu Wenxin in surprise, playing along, thinking, "It seems Empress Wu Wenxin has mistaken me for Princess Jiwei." Since that was the case, she stood up, letting Wu Wenxin support her, thinking it best to appease her first. She said softly, "Mother, don't worry, Jiwei is fine. Let's leave this place first." As she spoke, she looked towards the forest ahead, her heart suddenly tightening. Oh no, we're lost. The sky gradually darkened, and the danger intensified. A trembling palace maid knelt before Emperor Yuanda, her voice trembling. Her Majesty said she wanted to accompany the deceased Princess Jiwei alone, so this servant withdrew to prepare calming soup. But when I returned, Her Majesty was gone. This servant has searched the entire palace, but I can't find her. Emperor Yuanda immediately realized something upon hearing this. Jiwei, that's right. How could I forget today? The 7th day of the 7th month. It's both the banquet and Jiwei's death anniversary. Empress Dowager Chongning, her expression anxious, approached, supported by a palace maid. Seeing him, she said, "Imperial brother, Chongning Shi, Imperial sister-in-law is missing, and you were gone too." She recalled, sadly, "We had agreed to meet today at my princess's mansion, but she never appeared, even after the banquet ended." Hearing this, Zhao Yan stepped forward with concern. Chu Qing carefully examined the locked door in front of him, then turned back to Emperor Yuanda in surprise. "Your Majesty, this door, someone has tampered with it." Hearing him say this, everyone immediately gathered around to examine the door. Zhao Yan appeared slightly worried. Could they have entered the 100 Beast Garden? Hearing this, Chu Qing immediately lost her composure. "Imperial brother, that year was also this 100 Beast Garden." She closed her eyes sadly, filled with worry. "You've always been clever, but Mother Empress set up many formations in the 100 Beast Garden back then, especially in that thorny pine forest. If they're really inside." Chu Qing stood to the side, gazing thoughtfully at the locked door. Elsewhere, Nian Yu led Wu Wenxin forward, worry in her heart. This thorny pine forest formation is made up of countless smaller formations, ever-changing and unpredictable. One wrong step, and it's irreversible. "We've been lost in here for 2 hours, she murmured to herself. "I hope nothing happens." Then she looked up and instructed Wu Wenxin, "This way, madam. We'll go this way." She walked forward resolutely, thinking to herself, "We're almost out, but to leave the 100 Beast Garden, we have to break through a formation." Nian Yu sighed and looked up at the formation ahead, below the ground. Seeing the dark, silent forest ahead, she became deeply worried. "I'm afraid we won't be able to get out tonight." Suddenly, a cry came from the forest. "Mother, save me." Hearing this voice, she panicked instantly. "Oh no!" Wu Wenxin forcefully pushed her in another direction. Lifting her skirt, she rushed into the forest. Ji Wei, mother is here. Mother is coming to save you. Nian Yu immediately shouted from behind, Empress. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong and slowly stopped. She turned around and said coldly to the area in front of her, come out. As soon as she finished speaking, an assassin charged out with a sword. She dodged the blade with a swift, graceful movement and demanded sharply, who sent you? The assassins continued to attack her, but she was not afraid in the slightest, elegantly swinging her sword and cutting them down. Moments later, the assassins were defeated by her and immediately fell to their knees, crying out in alarm. One assassin stepped forward, astonished. It's this woman. She just killed a tiger in the thorny pine forest formation. Too bad. Before he could finish speaking, he raised his sword and charged towards Ninyu, ready to strike. Girl, blame yourself for meddling. Seeing the blade aimed directly at her, she panicked. Oh no. Just then, a stone flew over and blocked the assassin's sword. Ninyu was stunned. Someone helped me. Immediately after, someone rushed up from behind her. Chu Qing easily knocked down the assassin in front of him. Seeing him, she seemed to freeze. Chu Qing. He simply gave her a gentle smile, as if to comfort her. Nian Yu looked at him in surprise, thinking, why is he here? At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, Jiu Yu, where are you? She immediately turned around and saw an assassin charging towards Wu Wenxin with a sword. She turned to Chu Qing and said, Chu Qing, I'll leave this to you. She immediately turned and left. Seeing that she seemed to be in danger, Chu Qing quickly warned, be careful. Hearing his warning, she instantly became tense. At that moment, the assassin swung his sword towards her back. She seemed to sense something. As soon as she turned around, a heart-stopping scene unfolded before her eyes. Chu Qing stood in front of her, blocking the attack for her. She panicked instantly. Chu Qing, fury ignited in her eyes as she glared at the assassin. You're courting death. She then charged towards the assassin with her dagger, slashing fiercely. Looking at the two of them, the assassin seemed panicked. No, Chu Qing is injured. Their killing intent intensified. This mission is a failure. Moments later, the assassin turned and fled into the forest, crying out in pain from his injuries. Nian Yu glared angrily in the direction the assassin had fled. Sometime later, the two were sitting together, tending to the wound. Nian Yu carefully bandaged Chu Qing's wound, her face full of worry. The wound is too deep. These are the only herbs I could find here. Although they're somewhat effective, they're still not enough. He simply gazed at her tenderly. She immediately noticed his gaze and said, Young Master Chu Qing, if you can't bear it, just say so. There's no one here to laugh at you. After hearing this, he softly called her name. Nian Yu saw that his cheeks were slightly flushed and moved closer, somewhat surprised. He looked at her carefully and softly reminded her. Careful. He gently held her collar to prevent her from falling. She leaned softly against him. An awkward silence hung between them, seemingly frozen for 5 seconds. Nian Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly took a step back, shaking her head. Sorry, that was just an accident. Chu Qing, who had witnessed the whole scene, smiled inwardly. Nian Yu was usually so composed. It was rare to see her flustered and rather endearing. Chu Qing slowly began. You haven't told me why the Empress Dowager mistook you for the princess, and why the manor would raise a girl as a boy, skilled in music, martial arts, medicine, and even formations. Nian Yu, are you truly the suppressed second young master of the Nian family? As Chu Qing spoke, Nian Yu gently finished wrapping the bandage around their wound, and softly replied, Master Chu, are you suspecting me? Nian Yu poked at the fire. That's roughly how it happened. Chu Qing, supporting their injured arm, said, This isn't an interrogation. I already knew you weren't an ordinary girl, so what just happened wasn't an interrogation. Chu Qing thought to themselves, what is it exactly? Even they couldn't say. Nian Yu said, Commander Chu, thank you for saving me today. With that, Nian Yu took a jade pendant from their sleeve. I have nothing to offer in return, only this dragon-scale jade pendant bestowed by the emperor. Chu Qing replied, I don't need it. You saved my life. Chu Qing stood up, and Nian Yu rose as well, reaching out as if to stop them. Wait. Chu Qing interrupted. No need to say more. Let's leave it at that. I need a rest. Nian, you puffed out their cheeks and muttered, fine, a life for a life. Chu Qing smiled in satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the Imperial palace, Princess Qinghe, her face etched with worry, said, Brother Emperor, the thorny pine forest is unpredictable. Even if Chu Qing is highly skilled in martial arts, they may not be able to bring the Empress and Nian Yu out safely. Emperor Yuna said thoughtfully, This was left by Empress Dowager Qi shouting. How can it be easily destroyed? Princess Qinghe raised her voice. Wasn't what happened to Jar enough? Do you want to watch the Empress and Nian Yu follow in Jiata's footsteps? This formation should have been destroyed long ago and the 100 Beast Garden abandoned. Do you really keep this 100 Beast Garden just because it's mother's legacy? Emperor Yunda lowered his head in contemplation, remaining silent. Elsewhere, Wu Wenxin stood on a cliff, gazing into the distance. Turning back, she said, Ninyu, you were the one who saved me last night, weren't you? Ninyu bowed and asked, Does your majesty remember what happened last night? Do you know who holds a grudge against you? Wu Wenxin thought of someone and sneered. Besides that wretch, who else could it be? Her head throbbing, she closed her eyes to rest. After a while, she turned and instructed, You must not tell anyone about what happened in the 100 Beast Garden last night. Ninyu thought, the Empress clearly knows who harmed her, so why is she covering for that person? Then replied, Yes, your majesty. Commander Chu also saved you last night. Wu Wenxin turned to the injured Chu Qing behind her and called, Chu Qing. Chu Qing approached and offered her some gathered wild fruits. Your majesty, have some wild fruit. We'll break the formation and get out soon. Wu Wenxin nodded. All right. Chu Qing then lowered their voice and said, I just went back to check the place where we were attacked last night. All the assassins' bodies are gone. They whispered, Someone is destroying the evidence. Wu Wenxin's heart skipped a beat, destroying the bodies and wiping out the traces. The Empress's expression was grave as she stared thoughtfully at the burning area ahead. This time, he really went all out. A moment later, Chu Qing said, It seems we'll be able to get out soon. Just then, a few raindrops fell. Nian Yu warned, It's raining in the forest. An echo came from the forest. Mother, Ji ran, you heir. The rain grew heavier, and the voice calling for mother sounded again. Zhao, he stepped forward and shouted, You heir, you heir. Before he could finish, someone rushed over. We're here. Nian Yu shouted, Your Highness, Prince Mu, we're here. He immediately rushed forward, pulling Chu Qing and Nian Yu into an embrace. He laughed, his arm around Chu Qing's shoulders. That's wonderful. Ji ran, you heir, mother. Everyone is safe. Zhao Yi thought to himself, I knew you could do it. My cousin isn't someone who gives up easily. He then looked at Wu Wenxin with concern. Your Highness, shouldn't you be more concerned about Empress Wu? Lest people misunderstand. Chu Qing pulled Nian Yu closer. Your Highness, you hurt her. There was a red mark on Nian Yu's neck. He said apologetically, You heir, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were hurt. A man walked over, holding an umbrella, thinking to himself, Why are Nian Yu and Chu Qing here? And how is Empress Wu Wenxin still alive? But he said, Nian Yu, the rain is getting heavier. You're injured. We can't stay here long. Let's leave first, and then we can slowly figure things out. Zhao, he patted his forehead. Right. I was too excited. He continued, Come, I'll carry you out. At the same time, Zhao Yan also said, Come, I'll hold the umbrella for you. The two turned their heads and glared at each other, displeased. Chu Qing teased, You're truly captivating. Nian Yu replied helplessly, I don't deserve such praise. At this moment, the Empress spoke, Absurd. You are both dignified princes. How can you behave so improperly in front of a young woman? Just then, Princess Qinghe appeared and announced, Nian Yu, come with me. You don't need to trouble the two princes. After speaking, she took Nian Yu's hand and led her away under the umbrella. The Empress called out from behind, Princess Qinghe, Nian Yu. Nian Yu said softly, I'm sorry for worrying you, mother. I'm Fina. She sighed. You were the center of attention at the banquet last night. Just now, I saw both Prince Mu and Prince Li were very interested in you. I'm worried you'll get caught up in the prince's power struggles and get hurt. Nian Yu looked up, thinking, Noble families are like a deep sea, let alone the royal family. She assured the princess, Mother, even if I have to marry one day, I will never marry into the royal family. Chu Qing, holding an umbrella behind them, heard these words and thought to himself, not marry into the royal family. Later, everyone returned to the palace. The rain continued to fall. Nian Yu returned to her room and relaxed in the bathtub, thinking to herself, Phoenix seeking the sun isn't that Zhao Shun's melody. She murmured to herself, he's so scheming, hiding his ambition for so long. What can appease his lost heart now? Just then, a servant's voice came from next door. Sir, Prince Mu said you worked hard last night and specifically instructed me to prepare hot water and clean clothes in the small bathroom. The man replied, Thank you. Nian Yu thought, That's Chu Qing. Then he spoke again. How is Yuer? The servant replied, She's fine. just some minor injuries. His Highness was worried she would catch a cold leaving the palace in wet clothes, so he had her stay in the next bathroom for now. She's sleeping. He nodded. Good. Chu Qing turned and said, "You may leave. I don't like anyone around when I bathe." The servant hesitated, but he said coldly, "Leave." The servant finally bowed and replied, "Yes." Chu Qing slowly untied his belt. His robe opened slightly, revealing his toned abdomen. The sound of splashing water echoed in the air. Nian Yu suddenly felt embarrassed, her cheeks flushing. At this moment, Chu Qing asked, "Is she awake?" She patted her cheeks, thinking to herself, "Stop overthinking." Then she asked him, "You chased that Iran last night, what happened?" He replied, "He killed one of my guards in the chaos and escaped." Chu Qing continued, "Empress Wu Wenxin only said she wandered into the 100 Beast Garden by mistake. As for the baby's cries, the tiger, and that strange assassination attempt, she didn't mention a word. The Emperor's attitude towards me clearly shows he doesn't want to investigate further. You're very smart, knowing what to say and what not to say. Under the Emperor's rule, there's no such thing as freedom." Nian Yu replied, "The commander is quite merciful now. I remember you wanted to kill me not long ago. Why are you so concerned about my life now?" Chu Qing said while drying his hair, "I also remember Nian Yu's life is mine. So domineering." She leaned against the bathtub to relax. Right. Nian Yu cherishes this little life and will never bother you." She thought to herself, the commander holds immense power, yet he's concerned about this young girl. Perhaps it's because they fought side by side that night. Her ears flushed slightly. "And Prince Mu and Prince Li, if you know the dangers of this palace, it's best to leave as soon as possible." Chu Qing said, "Even if Nian Yu has no such intentions, it doesn't stop others from having ambitions. If you have a clear conscience, why worry about being falsely accused?" Nian Yu thought, not counting Prince Li, Prince Mu acts impulsively. If someone targets him, it's hard to avoid overthinking. I overlooked this point. So she said, "Thank you for your guidance, Commander." The two were separated by a thin wall, very close to each other, yet so far apart. Later, in the Empress's palace, a servant reported, "Your Majesty, Princess Qinghe has taken Nian Yu and left the palace." The Empress asked, "Didn't they say they must hand her over? How did that girl manage to take her away?" The servant reported, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Princess Qinghe said Miss Nian Yu was injured, and she was deeply worried, so she took her back to her residence to recover. Once Miss Nian Yu's injuries have healed, Princess Qinghe will personally bring her back to the palace to apologize to your Majesty." Wu Wenxin said, "She really cares about Nian Yu." After saying that, she patted her head. Forget it. She thought to herself, if it weren't for Nian Yu last night, I would have died in the menagerie. That concubine from the Nian household is also a troublemaker. It's a pity she didn't get the chance to take my life. From now on, I'm afraid this palace will never be peaceful again. The sun gradually rose. 2 days later, Nian Yu strolled absent-mindedly in the courtyard. As she walked, she thought, 2 days ago, the Empress suddenly sent someone to summon me into the palace. If my parents hadn't forced me to go, I'm afraid I'd still be locked up in the palace now. The Empress wanted to see me, not to thank me. I'm afraid she still won't let me go, worried that I'll reveal what happened in the menagerie." She sighed helplessly. 2 days ago, escaping to Princess Qinghe's residence under the pretext of recuperating was the only way to avoid it, but this is not a long-term solution. I can't hide here forever. Just then, Nian Yu saw Nian Yi Lan's personal maid, Fang He, sneaking around in the alley. She thought, that's Fang He, Nian Yi Lan's maid. What is she holding, acting so suspiciously? Nian Yu stared at her intently, deciding to quietly follow her and see what she was up to. That evening, in a dilapidated hut, Nian Yu thought, isn't this the place I used to live? What is Fang He doing here? She stood outside the window, observing through the cracks. Inside, Fang He was burning paper money, muttering, it's been 2 or 3 days, and there's no news from the palace. Second Miss hasn't returned either. I'm afraid something really happened. At this moment, a gust of wind blew in from outside, and a rustling sound came through the silence. She trembled with fear, thinking, is she back? Fang He imagined Nian Yu had become a ghost, shouting behind her, give me back my life. Give me back my life. She couldn't help but scream. Second Miss, I didn't harm you. Please don't come looking for me anymore. Hearing these words from outside, Nian Yu pondered, what does she mean by that? Could she have been at the menagerie that night too? Then where was Nian Yi Lan? She gently reached out and touched the window frame, then abruptly pushed the door open with a loud bang. Fang He jumped up in fright and looked back. When did the window open? Nian Yu walked in and covered Fang He's mouth. Fang He cried out in fear. Who? She called her name in a chilling voice. Fang He, what's the use of burning this paper money? Fang He stammered tearfully, ghost. She thought to herself, it's Nian Yu, she's come to take my life. After a while, Fang He fainted from fright and now lay on the ground murmuring, don't come over. She slowly opened her eyes, and a terrifying head appeared in front of her. She screamed. Nian Yu walked over and said, oh, you're finally awake. She stared intently at Fang He. Fang He was terrified. A ghost? There really is a ghost. Then she started crying. Don't look for me. It was first Miss who forced me. It was her. She hates you. She's jealous of you. She likes Prince Mu, but Prince Mu only looks at you. She wished you were dead. Really? Nian Yu thought to herself, Nian Yi Lan, it really was her. If I were still the inconspicuous second miss, I would probably have died here without anyone knowing. She said, I really didn't expect that my always gentle and kind older sister would want me dead. Tell me, how should I deal with her? How should I handle her? Fang He immediately knelt down and cowed out. Second miss, please spare my life. A wrong has its head, a debt has its debtor. Please spare this servant. Nian Yu drew a knife and pressed it against Fang He's chin, lifting her face. You're Nian Yi Lan's dog. You didn't show any mercy when you bullied people, so why are you pretending to be innocent now? Tell me, if your Miss knew you'd leak the secret, what would she do to you? Fang He trembled all over, pleading you. You're not a ghost. Please don't tell, Mississippi Nian Yu sneered. All right, let's play a game. If you win, I won't tell her. As she spoke, she slowly drew out the knife. Fang He quickly agreed. Okay, I'll play. Nian Yu raised the knife. In that case, let's begin. She stabbed the knife into Fang He's leg. Fang He thought, she really cut my tendon. Nian Yu said, you'll stay here tonight. If you can make it through the night, I'll keep my promise. She suddenly remembered something and paused. Oh, right. One more thing. Nian Yu smiled playfully. The summer nights are hot, but this dilapidated temple is quite cool. Do you think the snakes outside might crawl in to escape the heat? I hear they love the smell of blood. She thought to herself, not a single one of these villains will escape. Fang He watched her departing figure and screamed in despair. In Zhao Yan's room, she asked the maid, has second miss returned yet? The maid replied, no, and first miss seems to be in a particularly good mood these past few days. Zhao Yan said, Pinger, tomorrow go to Prince Mu's residence and ask His Highness if he knows second miss's whereabouts. Just then, a slight sound came from behind. Zhao Yan immediately instructed, Pinger, go see what that is. The maid responded and walked towards the source of the sound. Soon, she found a letter on the windowsill and called back, Princess, there's no one outside, only a letter. Zhao Yan picked up the letter and looked at it, then said, Pinga, no need to go ask. I have something else for you to do. A cold smile appeared on her lips. The Nian family has bullied me for too long. It's time for them to pay the price. Shu looked out the window and thought, Nian Yu, if you're going to make a move, I'll definitely cooperate fully. In Shanwan Courtyard, there was a small hole in the roof tiles. Through the hole, one could see the scene inside the room. Nian Yi Lan was lying in bed, fast asleep, still giggling in her dream. Prince Mu, I am your Princess Mu. A figure appeared on the roof. Through the small hole, a small bottle of liquid was poured, its sweet fragrance filling the room. Nian Yu sat on the roof, looking down, and smiled softly. Nian Yi Lan, you put almonds and orchids in my incense burner, wanted to ruin my face. Now, I'm giving you a small gift as well. Just then a voice came from behind. What are you doing? Nian Yu was startled and turned to see Chu Qing standing behind her. She said the secret envoy is truly elusive. Nian Yu handed the small bottle to Chu Qing. It's just something to help someone sleep more soundly. Oh, I added a little something extra, but it's not poison, it won't kill. If the secret envoy doesn't believe me, you can have it tested. Chu Qing mused. It seems she has already guessed that the person behind this is Nian Yi Lan. Chu Qing praised, as expected of the foremost genius. Secret envoy, you always manage to unravel things quickly. Nian Yu continued, that's right, it's her. If I hadn't followed Empress Wu Wenxin into the 100 Gardens, that dear older sister wouldn't have wanted to get rid of me. Chu Qing deduced, her situation in the Nian residence is even more precarious than I imagined, and she is not someone who accepts her fate. Then Chu Qing said, such a beautiful night. How can we not have some fine wine? Nian Yu looked at the wine flask in Chu Qing's hand with confusion. You carry wine with you. Chu Qing scratched their face sheepishly. Just for a bit of fun. They offered the flask to Nian Yu. One cup won't hurt, will it? Under the moonlight, Chu Qing watched her drink, thinking, I'm really looking forward to seeing how she'll retaliate this time. Nian Yu said, On the contrary, I haven't had a drink in years. A thought struck her. I've always lived on the edge of a knife. What harm is there in a little indulgence? With that, she took a sip from the flask and praised good wine. Then she looked up at the bright moon and sighed. Beautiful scenery. Her face flushed slightly, as if she was a little tipsy. Ninyu murmured, and she turned to look at Chu Qing. Under the bright moonlight, in the romantic atmosphere, the two drank together. Ninyu thought, and a handsome man for company. Time passed, and Nian Yi Lan slowly opened her eyes and woke up. She called out, "Fong He, I think there are bugs in the room. Give me some anti-itch ointment." But no one answered, as if a long time had passed. Nian Yi Lan called out irritably, "Where did that dead girl Fong He run off to?" She touched her face, feeling something was amiss. What kind of bug is this poisonous? Nian Yi Lan stormed over to the dressing table and looked in the mirror. She was instantly horrified. Her face was covered in red rashes and scratch marks. "My face," she screamed. "Wait." Nian Yi Lan stared at the mirror again. She found that she was still as beautiful as ever. Nothing was wrong. She breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a nightmare. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside. She turned and asked, "What's all the noise outside?" A maid rushed in, panting, "Miss, Madam, and the princess are arguing again. Now Madam is being forced to kneel and apologize to the princess in public. Madam has already sent someone to pick up old Madam Nangong and told everyone to prepare to welcome her." Hearing this, Nian Yi Lan jumped up in shock. "What did you say? What is Mother doing again?" She thought, how did this even involve grandmother? Then she ordered the maid, "Quickly help me change." At the city gate outside the city, it was bustling with activity. Ninyu peeked out and saw a man on horseback in the distance. She gasped Zhao Yan. He turned to look, but she had already lowered the curtain. A pang of sadness hit him. "She doesn't want to see me." Princess Qinghe lifted the curtain. When did Princely become so close with the Nian family? Then it dawned on her. Oh, today is old Madame Nangong's day, to pay respects at the palace. No wonder. But shouldn't the Nangong family send their own carriage? Why is it the Nian families? Ninyu thought to herself, yesterday, I asked Princess Ingshu to deliver that grand gift to Nian Yi Lan and cause a scene at the Nian residence. It seems to have stirred things up, but I still don't understand why Princely would seek out Princess Qinghe. She and Ninyu went together to see Wu Wenxin and Ning. Princess Qinghe addressed the Empress warmly. "Sister, I brought her here today to apologize. Qinghe, childless all these years, dotes on this adopted daughter. That day, I took her away without having time to pay my respects to you. Please forgive me." She smiled at Nian Yu and said softly, "Kowtow to the Empress, and this matter will be over." "Yes, Mother," Nian Yu replied and performed the ritual. The Empress stepped forward to help her up. "There's no need for that. I was confused that day. How are your injuries?" Inwardly, she pondered, if Nian Yu hadn't been there that day, I fear I would have perished in the Baixin garden. Alas, she knows too much, and Zhao Yan cares for her too deeply. "Empress, my injuries are mostly healed, but," Nian Yu replied, glancing at Princess Qinghe. Princess Qinghe playfully pinched her cheek. "Sister, look, we went to the menagerie together, and now this girl is avoiding me." Princess Qinghe laughed. "All right, sure, Tao, give us a hand. Let them chat." The Empress also glanced at her own attendant, and everyone withdrew, leaving only the Empress and Nian Yu. "You're very clever," the Empress said, thinking to herself. It seems she hasn't spoken of the menagerie incident, not even to Qinghe. Nian Yu feigned nonchalance. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, my lips are sealed tighter than a jar." The Empress pressed, "Anything unusual?" Nian Yu replied, "Actually, I found it strange. The Imperial envoy said the Parrot Garden gate was tightly shut. It's a forbidden area, so naturally I wouldn't trespass. But just now, a palace attendant told me someone was waiting outside the Parrot Garden with their wife and child. Besides you and the Imperial concubine, who else could it be?" Nian Yu voiced her suspicions. "If that's true, then the baby's cries were heard by more than just you and the Imperial concubine. Who could it be?" The Empress's expression tightened, the atmosphere suddenly heavy. "Do you know who it was?" Nian Yu. Nian Yu lowered her head. "I didn't know at the time." Wu Wenxin sneered, "But you know now, don't you?" She continued, "Nian Yu, oh Nian Yu, I thought you were fortunate to have earned the favor of my son and Qinghe. I didn't expect you to have a day when someone would target you. You're merely an adopted daughter. What do you understand of the dangers of the world? If you want peace, you must know your place. Don't covet what doesn't belong to you. In this palace, especially, don't pry into things you shouldn't." Nian Yu immediately became meek and obedient. Your Majesty, I will heed your teachings. Inwardly, she thought, I don't care for Prince Mu's affections. Others already see me as a vixen. Not tempting Zhao Yan. She looked up. I don't want what doesn't belong to me. Prince Mu is free-spirited. Only someone as gentle as Princess Yanjun is worthy of him. The Empress was slightly startled. She knows I'm thinking of Wu Wenxin and Ru Yan. This Nian Yu is even more clever than I thought. The Empress's tone softened. Rise. It's good that you understand. Then she asked, so, who do you say it was? Nian Yu replied, when the Imperial concubine and her stepmother entered the palace, they happened to encounter the Nian family's carriage. Strangely, Prince Li's horse was following behind. The Empress thought, Prince Li. If Prince Li was following, the Empress Dowager must have been in that carriage. What is the Nian family up to? She pressed further, and Nian Yu answered, I heard that Princess Jean visited the Nian family today. I suspect the Nian family carriage was going to seek help. Wu Wenxin slowly rose. You're here to seek help as well, aren't you? It seems you and the Nian family are indeed birds of a feather. Very well. Considering you risked your life to protect me that night, I will put in a good word for you. The scene changes to the Dajuan Pavilion. Nian Yu is holding Yin Chong. Don't be afraid. After today, we'll be rid of that wicked woman. Just bear with it a little longer. Nian Chong cried, Mother, save me. It hurts. The Imperial physician, holding a silver needle, announced, someone has poisoned the young master's medicine. She went mad again today. It must be Yao Xiao. That vicious woman always tortures my Chong. I only spoke to her a few words today, and she poisoned my son. Nian Chong's face turned pale with fright, tears welling up in his eyes. Zhao Sui, I want a divorce from her. She immediately knelt down and cried loudly, this princess is truly disgraced. I implore the Empress Dowager to allow Chang'er to write a divorce letter. The Empress Dowager thought, if I help the Nian family today, Prince Jin's family will definitely be unhappy. However, for the sake of winning over the Nangong and Nian families, I have no choice. At this moment, Chun Ning interjected. Then, before he could finish, the Grand Princess and the Empress walked in together. A divorce letter. What happened? Everyone hurriedly rose and bowed. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Nian Yu, disguised as a maid, felt a surge of excitement. The Nian family drama was finally about to begin. She smiled smugly. Where is Nian Yi Lan watching the show from this time? Outside in the garden, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Nian Yi Lan was talking privately with Zhao Yan. She said, Your Highness, I've been having second thoughts about the marriage recently. In her heart, she thought, Grandmother wants to set me up with Prince Li, but I want to be the crown princess, not his princess. Zhao Yan said indifferently, I understand. Actually, I don't have any particular feelings for you. Miss Nian, he smiled, besides, you seem to get along very well. I care more about her now. Nian Yi Lan was immediately embarrassed, her cheeks flushing slightly. She said, Your Highness, I suddenly feel unwell. I'll excuse myself. I can't continue this conversation. Zhao Yan watched her leave, thinking, it seems the Nian family's young miss likes you. Nian Yu, if both you and Nian Yi Lan like him, what are your chances? Inside the room, Nian Yu sneezed softly, thinking, who's talking about me behind my back? She thought again, Zhao Sui and Nangong Yu had a terrible argument today. But what does that have to do with Nian Chong's poisoning? At this moment, Zhao Sui walked in, her expression still composed. She bowed and said, Sui greets Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and Your Highness. I wonder why I've been summoned. Empress Wu Wenxin thought to herself, I've never met her before. I didn't expect Sui to be so badly injured in that fire. No wonder she hates those who harmed her so much. Nangong Yu held up a bowl of medicine and a poison needle, accusing Zhao Sui. You torture my Chang'er every day, and now you want to kill your own husband. The evidence is all here. Do you still refuse to confess? Nian Yu thought, Nangong Yu is using these things to frame the princess. How naive. Zhao Sui said calmly, Your Majesty, are you asking me to confess based on a bowl of poison medicine? I am just a simple woman. I really can't explain these baseless accusations. Princess Qinghe spoke. Sui has a point. One must catch a thief red-handed. Based on a bowl of poison medicine, it could also be said that Master Nian or Madame Nian administered it. Her face darkened. Nangong Yu's face paled, and she retorted, How is that possible? I am Chang'er's mother. How could I poison my own son? Nian Yu thought. She overreacted. Could it really be her? Then she heard Princess Qing'e say, Madam Nian, I was just giving an example. After calming down, Nian Yu replied, I only got agitated because this concerns Chang'e, but the most suspicious person is still Zhao Yingsui. I request a search of her Rui pavilion. If anything is found, it will at least give Chang'e justice. Zhao Yingsui smiled faintly. Please, feel free to search. She then turned and said, Not only my Rui pavilion, I think the entire residence should be thoroughly searched. Empress Wu Wenxin said, In that case, let the search begin. Thus, the task of searching fell to Nian Yu. Nian Yu thought to herself, Everything has been arranged. Zhao Yingsui, once the evidence is found, let's see how you explain yourself. Time passed quietly. The Empress asked, Have you found anything? Ji Tao replied, Your Majesty, your ladyships, nothing suspicious was found in Princess Yingsui's room. Nian Yu was shocked. How could this be? She shouted, You must not have searched carefully. That thing must be in Rui Pavilion. The Grand Princess spoke. Ji Tao has served me for many years and has always been thorough. Madam Yin, are you saying you don't trust me? Or are you suspecting me? Nian Yu immediately knelt down. I wouldn't dare, Your Highness. You misunderstand. At this moment, Nian Yu stepped forward and said, I found something. Recalling how she had seen a maid acting suspiciously earlier, Nian Yu reported, Your Majesty, when I went to Lanyu Pavilion, I noticed this maid acting suspiciously. She opened her hand, revealing a small packet of powder. As soon as I caught her, I found this packet of powder on her. The Imperial physician took the powder and examined it carefully. Then he said, Your Majesty, this is arsenic. The young master's symptoms are extremely similar to arsenic poisoning. Fortunately, the dose wasn't large. Otherwise, he would have died. A lady beside him said, Lanyu Pavilion, isn't that where Madame Nian lives? This maid is hers. She looked at Zhao Yingsui. Zhao Yingsui recalled her coming to find her and saying, I saw Nian Yu's maid poisoning someone. I'm afraid she was trying to harm you, princess. She smiled triumphantly. Nian Yu, you tried to scheme against me, but you didn't expect to trip over yourself. The enraged Nian Yu pointed at the kneeling maid and scolded, You wretch. Who told you to use this to harm my son and try to frame me? The maid shook her head in terror. Madam, I didn't harm the young master, nor did I harm you. It was the first Mississippi. This morning, she gave it to me. Before she finished speaking, she was slapped hard. You lowly thing, how dare you spout such nonsense? Nian Yu said worriedly, This little wretch is talking nonsense, trying to drag Ilan down with her. The Empress asked, First Mississippi. The Nian family's first miss is Nian Yilan. Where is Nian Yilan? The Empress Dowager paused, and old Madame Nian beside her replied, Your Majesty, Nian Yilan is accompanying Prince Li for a stroll in the garden. She said, Going for a walk in the garden. Young people should go out more. But in her heart, she thought, so she's trying to cozy up to the Nian family. Then Empress Wu Wenxin said, Continue. How did Nian Yilan tell you to do it? The maid hastily kowtowed. First Miss told me to put this in the young master's medicine, saying it could alleviate the pain. I really didn't know, so I put it in. I beg your majesty for mercy. Wu Wenxin said, So that's how it is. She's trying to shift the blame. The Nian family's first miss is usually gentle, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious. Nian Yu thought, No, I can't let Lan take the blame for this. She immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, I deserve to die. She decided to take all the blame herself. I asked Ilan to get the medicine for me. This maid mistakenly trusted an outside alchemist, thinking this medicine could alleviate pain, but who knew it was arsenic powder. It was me who harmed Chong and also implicated Ilan. Nian Yu thought to herself, Nian Yu is trying to protect Nian Yilan's reputation and take all the blame herself. Does she think she can clear her suspicion with just a, I didn't know? Empress Wu Wenxin said, According to you, it was Madame Nian who harmed Nian Chong. But you insisted just now that it was Princess Yingsui. Could it be that you deliberately set a trap to frame Princess Yingsui? Nian Yu said, Seeing Chong in pain, I was momentarily blinded by grief and anger. I deserve to die. I know I was wrong. The Empress turned to Zhao Yingsui. Madam Nian, you should apologize to the right person. She gritted her teeth and thought, Zhao Yingsui, you caused all of this. Her hands clenched into fists. She actually forced me to this point, making me lower my head and admit my mistake. Trying to humiliate me. Zhao Yingsui thought, It's just letting Nian Yu taste what it's like to be forced to submit. Then she said, Your Majesty. Old Madam Nian quickly said, Apologize. You should apologize, you error. What are you still waiting for? She turned to look at Nian Yu. We can't let Princess Ingsue's matter escalate. Otherwise, it will be impossible to control. Nian took a deep breath. Then, she knelt and kowtowed to Princess Ingsui. I was wrong. Your Highness is magnanimous and won't hold it against a petty person like me. You and Chu Chong are husband and wife. Please forgive my previous words. Zhao Ingsui said, I accept your apology, madam. You are right. I am Nian Chu Chong's wife, and I will be his wife for life. She looked at her and smiled triumphantly, plotting inwardly. Nian Chong, the Nian family, the Nangong family, Zhao Ingsui, I will never let you have peace in this lifetime. Afterwards, everyone entered the room and sat down. Zhao Ingsui immediately bowed to Wu Wenxin. Thank you, your majesty, for speaking up for me just now. Otherwise, I would have been abandoned. Empress Wu Wenxin sipped her tea and said, the princess is a member of the royal family. How could I easily abandon you? If it weren't for the Nangong family, just now, Nangong you would have already. Grand Princess Qinghe said with a smile, thanks to you today. However, that little maid we brought seems to have disappeared. Zhao Ingsui asked in confusion. Little maid. She guessed in her heart, could it be Nian Yu? In Nian Yilan's room, she was lying down, sleeping, still muttering in her dreams. No, don't come over. Nian Yu stood by and observed. Nian Yilan lay on the bed, murmuring, get out. Nian Yu, get out. No, Empress, your majesty, it wasn't me. She thought, she hasn't discovered the gift I prepared for her yet. How is this possible? Then, Nian Yu picked up a small pebble and flung it at her. The pebble struck her hard on the shoulder. Nian Yilan felt a sharp pain, abruptly sat up, and cried out. She sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from her brow. She had only meant to avoid Princely, but she hadn't expected to fall asleep and have such a dream. What bad luck! And where had that wretched little Fong he run off to? Just wait until I find her. She pulled the covers down and lay back down. Forget it. Better to cover up and go back to sleep. Just then, a head popped out from under the covers. Nian Yi Lan froze. Fong Yi's corpse lay on her bed. Fong Yi's body was covered in purple bruises and scratches, her eyes wide open in death. Nian Yi Lan was terrified. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. She collapsed to the floor, her mind racing in panic. Fong Yi is dead. Who killed Fong Yi and left her in my room? No, this won't do. This can't stay here, or someone will see. Just then, a maid approached, pushed open the door, and asked Miss what happened. She saw Fong Yi's corpse lying on Nian Yi Lan's bed and began to tremble, stammering, ah, a corpse. She quickly shouted, don't run. The maid immediately ran out, screaming, murder. Someone come quickly. Murder. Nian Yi Lan thought frantically, no, I have to get rid of Fong Yi's body quickly. She wrapped the corpse in the blanket and dragged it out, thinking, right, I'll drag her to Nian Yu's room, and then I'll say. Just then, Nian Yu appeared and said, sister, what are you doing? What are you trying to put in my room? She spun around abruptly and cried out, Nian Yu, how is it you? She thought, how is this possible? How is she not dead yet? Nian Yu stepped forward and asked with confusion, sister, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. As she spoke, she pulled back the blanket. Fong Yi's corpse rolled out, landing right on Nian Yi Lan, who screamed in terror. Nian Yu quickly said, sister, so it was you who killed Fong Yi. Nian Yi Lan immediately denied it. I didn't kill her. I've always been good to you. Someone must have framed me. You have to help me. She asked, really? Who framed you? Sister, did you do something you shouldn't have? Nian Yi Lan recalled the day Fong Yi closed the gate of Baijin courtyard. Now she was dead like this. Could it be that Empress Wu Wenxin knew something? Or was it Nian Yu? She immediately turned and accused. It was you. You killed Fong Yi, didn't you? Nian Yu replied, sister, don't wrong you. How could you kill someone for no reason? Nian Yi Lan asked fearfully, if not her, then who? Then she said, help me first. There's a well behind Shanwan courtyard. Let's throw Fong Yi in there. Nian Yu said, sister, that day, I accidentally stumbled into Baijin courtyard. I don't know who closed the gate. You waited inside for a long time. Sister, have you heard the rumors about Baijin courtyard? They say that after Princess Wenyue died, every night you can hear a child's cries for help coming from inside. People say it's Princess Wenyue's ghost wanting someone to save her. Nian Yu placed her hand on Nian Yi Lan's shoulder. I also heard that a palace maid made a mistake and was punished by the Empress. While cleaning Baijin courtyard, she cursed the Empress under her breath. The next day, she was found dead in her room. Nian Yu continued. They say she looked like she'd been bitten by something, covered in blood, her face completely ruined. Everyone said it was Princess Wenyue's ghost taking revenge through the Empress's hand. Nian Yi Lan whispered, Princess Wenyue, you're saying Fong Yi was also killed by Princess Wenyue. She immediately asked, what are you saying? Sister, Fong he didn't go to Baijing courtyard, and she didn't offend Princess Wenyue or the Empress. How could Princess Wenyue harm her? Unless, Fong he also entered the palace that night. Could it be her? She immediately grabbed Nian Yu's sleeve, trembling all over, and said, "No, it's not like that. Save me." Nian Yu thought, the incense and the story I made up are just enough to disturb Nian Yilan's mind. All I need to do now is add a little accident. She heard footsteps behind her and thought, they're here. The two of them immediately turned to look. Nian Yu said, "Your Majesty, Empress." Nian Yu gently squeezed Nian Yilan's hand and said with a faint smile, "Sister, the Empress is here. Aren't you going to pay your respects?" Her face was pale, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She muttered in terror, "Impossible. How could Empress Wu Wenxin be here?" Wu Wenxin glanced at her coldly, her gaze sharp as a knife. She said slowly, "Nian Yilan, you see me and don't even offer a greeting." She quickly knelt down and kowtowed, her voice trembling. "Your Majesty, please spare me." It was all Fong He. She closed the gate. "It has nothing to do with me. I did nothing wrong." She looked at her with disdain, her voice as cold as a blade. "So it was you?" She frowned slightly, sneering inwardly. Nian Yu never said who tricked her into the 100 Beast Garden. So haha. She turned to look at the trembling Nian Yu and Nian Yilan, wondering if the so-called grand gift was merely Fong He's death. Could even the Empress be part of this grand gift? If so, then the second miss of the Nian family is far more formidable than I imagined. She watched calmly as Nian Yilan stammered while kowtowing, "Your Majesty, it was that lowly servant Fong, he who acted on her own. It has nothing to do with me." She suddenly gave a bitter laugh and whispered, "I understand. I understand everything now." Her face contorted, eyes burning with rage, she shouted angrily, "It's all your fault." She lunged at her, her voice full of hatred. "Why didn't you die there? How are you still alive?" Wu Wenxin glanced coldly at the maid's corpse and asked with disgust, "Nian Yilan, is this corpse the Fong He you spoke of?" She hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Yes, she was my personal maid." She angrily snapped, "Nian Yilan, do you think I'm so easily fooled?" Nian Yilan froze, cold sweat dripping down her face. Her expression darkened, her eyes turned icy, and her tone sharpened. "Don't tell me none of this was at your behest. Nian Yilan, you dare scheme against me. What do you think your punishment should be?" She quickly looked up, trembling as she defended herself. "Your Majesty, I didn't harm you. I was only thinking of Nian Yu being locked in the 100 Beast Garden." Yes, it was Nian Yu, not you. Chung he watched silently, thinking to herself, the 100 Beast Garden. Nian Yu just happened to be at the 100 Beast Garden that day. So it was Nian Yilan's doing. Nian Yu approached her, feigning surprise as she questioned, "Sister, you've always been so good to me. How could you? Didn't you know the 100 Beast Garden is where the Grand Empress keeps her ferocious beasts?" Just then, he sensed something was amiss. He quickly turned and stopped her attack. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. Even with her hand captured, she struggled fiercely, roaring, "Let me go. Nian Yu, you should die. You should die." Outwardly, she feigned panic and helplessness, but inwardly she sneered, calculating the time. Grand Madame Nangong, Grand Empress Chung He, and the others would soon arrive. "Nian Yilan, in this life, I will tear off your mask of hypocrisy in front of everyone." A spurt of blood erupted, drawing a bright red arc in the air. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw him step forward and block the attack for her. He gritted his teeth, his body swayed, and he cried out in pain, "Ugh." She bit her lip, her mind racing. It's Zhao Yan. Damn it. She quickly pushed him away. He looked at her in surprise, thinking bitterly, Nian Yu hates me this much. The contact just now was only because she was afraid she wouldn't have time to escape. Others arrived as well. Nangong Yu immediately accused, "Yilan, what are you doing? Princely, what are you doing? Yilan is a frail woman. How could you be so heavy-handed?" Wu Wenxin looked at her with disdain and sneered. The eldest miss of the Nian family is no frail woman. Princely was the one injured by her. There's a body lying on the ground, and she still wants to continue her assault. In front of me. She stared at the maid's corpse on the ground in horror, rushing to its side and explaining frantically, "Yilan is kind-hearted. She wouldn't even hurt an ant. How could she do such a thing?" Wu Wenxin said coldly, "Why don't you ask your good daughter what she's been up to lately?" Her face turned pale, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She stammered. It was Princess Wenyue. She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face, pleading, Your Majesty, please spare my life. This servant knows her guilt. Please ask Princess Wenyu to spare me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let Feng He close the gates of the Hunter Bird's garden. I shouldn't have locked Your Majesty inside. Seeing everyone kneeling, she said in a strained voice, "Did everyone hear that?" She asked coldly, "The crime of attempting to murder the Empress, Nian Yi Lan. Can your Nian family bear such a burden?" "Old Madam," Nian quickly pleaded, "Your Majesty, please calm down." Ilan was momentarily confused and committed a grave mistake. "Whatever punishment Your Majesty decides, we have no objections. The Nian and Nangong families will not dispute it." She frowned at the old woman, thinking, ginger truly gets spicier with age. The Imperial family is still wary of the Nangong family's power. Old Madame Nangong remains the Empress's greatest threat. But the Empress? She smiled faintly, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Oh, how impressive, the esteemed eldest miss of the Nian family. Since old Madame Nangong has spoken, I really don't know how to punish her." Princess Wenyu said calmly, "Plotting against the Empress is a capital offense, but the Nangong family's reputation is also at stake. I propose we spare her life, but she cannot escape punishment." She turned to old Madame Nian, her voice laced with mockery. "The death penalty can be waived, but not the punishment." "Old Madame Nangong, what do you think of this suggestion?" Old Madame Nian quickly lowered her head, secretly calculating, taking advantage of the royal family's apprehension towards the Nangong family. This was, in fact, saving Nian Yilan's life. Cold sweat trickled down her back. She thought nervously, "If I say one more word, I'm afraid it will backfire." So she decisively kowtowed and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, I leave the decision to you." A satisfied smile played on Nian Yu's lips. She said coldly, "In that case, drag Nian Yi Lan down and give her 30 lashes. Carried out immediately." 2 palace maids raised their canes, each blow landing heavily. Nian Yi Lan groaned in pain. "Ah, it hurts." Sob, "Mother, save me." Faced with this scene, Nangong could only stand by helplessly. She painfully covered her eyes, walked to Nian Yu's side, and pleaded in a low voice, "Your Majesty, she can't just be beaten to death like this." In her heart, however, she thought, it would be too easy for Nian Yi Lan to die like this. Nian Yu spoke softly, "With such severe injuries, I'm afraid even Imperial physician Chong won't be able to save her." She waved her hand, signaling the palace maids to stop, and said calmly, "Forget it. She's just a woman. It would be a pity if her injuries couldn't be healed. Take Nian Yi Lan to my West 5th Palace and have the Imperial physicians treat her properly." She turned around and added coldly, "As for old Madame Nian, do not leave your residence for the next few days. Stay home and reflect on your actions." Old Madame Nian was startled and quickly knelt down, saying respectfully, "I obey." But her heart was filled with anxiety. "My confinement is nothing, but Ilan has been taken to the Empress's palace. What should I do next?" Nianjing stole a glance at Ninyu, surprised. Ninyu is completely different from before. She noticed his gaze and asked calmly, "Father, why are you looking at me like that?" He hesitated. Ilan is your sister after all." She interrupted, "Father, are you blaming me for hurting my sister?" He was taken aback and quickly explained, "No, that's not what I meant. I heard you have a good relationship with Prince Mu. Please be more considerate of her in the future." She smiled sarcastically, thinking to herself, Prince Mu, so that's what he's after. As expected, he and Nian Yi Lan are 2 peas in a pod. Suddenly, she noticed someone approaching and looked over in surprise, thinking to herself, Zhao Yan. Didn't he just leave Grand Consort Cheng's place? Why is he back? Nian Yu turned and asked, "Your Highness, Princely, why are you here?" Zhao Yan bowed slightly and said softly, "Miss Nian, excuse me. I have something I'd like to discuss privately with Miss Nian Yu." Old Madame Nian forced a smile and waved her hand. "It's no bother at all. I'll take my leave then. Nian Yu, be sure to entertain His Highness Princely well." He took a few steps, then couldn't help but look back at Nian Yu. Nian Yu lowered her head and left, sighing softly. She frowned, watching his retreating figure, and sneered inwardly. This father, he only cares about benefits. It used to be Nian Yi Lan, now it's my turn. Whoever can offer him wealth and glory, he values. Zhao Yan stood by the stone table, his gaze fixed on her with a deep expression. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Come here." Nian Yu turned to him and said, "Your Highness, if you have something to say, please speak directly. It's inappropriate for me to go over there, as men and women should maintain a proper distance. Hearing this, Zhao Yan frowned even more deeply. He looked at her and suddenly pulled open his collar, saying, I accidentally offended someone and was injured by your eldest sister. I would like to ask Miss Nian Yu to help me treat the wound. Nian Yu bowed respectfully and said, Your Highness, I'm not a physician and my hands are clumsy. I'm afraid I can't help you. Why don't I call a maid to bandage it for you? She was about to turn and leave when he suddenly barked, Stop. He asked with displeasure, How have I offended you that you keep rejecting me? You are so close to Chu Qing, yet so distant to me. Why? Nian Yu recalled his arrogant face and said indifferently, Your Highness, you are different from His Highness Chu Qing. She thought to herself, Zhao Yan is ruthless and good at pretending. How can he compare to Chu Qing's kindness and innocence? Her words made Zhao Yan tremble with anger, his fists clenched. Different. In the eyes of the world, Chu Qing is the emperor's son, the future crown prince. The more he thought about it, the more indignant he became. But I'm the son of the late emperor, destined to be nothing more than an idle prince. Zhao Yan's face turned purple with rage, thinking to himself. He grabbed Nian Yu's hand, startling her. She turned to look. This empire, this northern Qi, should have belonged to Zhao Yan. Surprise flickered across her face. He angrily pulled her towards him, thinking to himself, if Chu Qing likes this woman, then I'll make her mine and see what he can do about it. At this thought, Zhao Shun's face darkened, a sly smile playing on his lips. Nian Yu's eyes widened in alarm as she watched Zhao Shun approach. She thought, has that imposter from my past life finally lost control? Furious, she raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. The slap landed with considerable force, snapping Zhao Shun's head to the side. He scowled, glaring at her furiously. His face darkened as he growled, Nian Yu, you got some nerve. She trembled slightly, seeing the rage in his face. He was angry. She still remembered the chilling smile he wore after his fury erupted in her past life. Standing on the city walls, looking down at her, he destroyed an entire city. His figure was deeply etched in her memory, and the bloody massacre was all blamed on her. Ninyu, you really are? She stood there, staring at his cold face, wondering, what does he want to do this time? Clutching the small knife in her hand, she thought, absolutely not. He and I. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Second Mississippi startled. She turned around. It was the Imperial envoy. Ninyu froze, seeing Chu Chong walking towards her. Wasn't he supposed to go to the Xian Lan courtyard tonight? What was going on today? Chu Chong approached and bowed respectfully to Zhao Shun. Your Highness, Prince Li, I apologize for the interruption. I have come on the orders of the Princess Regent to escort second Miss Nian back to the Regent's residence. Zhao Shun was taken aback. The Princess Regent. He muttered, please. Chu Chong looked at her and said gently, second miss, please. Hearing this, she smiled brightly. Yes, envoy. The two turned and left, leaving Zhao Shun alone, his face dark with anger. He gritted his teeth. Serve him right. Chu Chong untied the reins from the tree, holding the horse with one hand and extending the other. Get on. Chu Chong watched as she quickly mounted the horse. She asked softly, envoy, where are you taking me? He looked up at her. How do you know I'm not taking you to the Princess Regent's residence? Ninyu smiled brightly at him, thinking, well, my adoptive mother cares for you. She also cares for your safety. He clearly saw me slap the prince, yet he used my adoptive mother's name to help me out of this situation. Clasping her hands together, she said respectfully, thank you, envoy, for helping me out of that predicament. After mounting his horse, Chu Chong glanced at her, thinking, the Nian family is harsh towards Ninyu. I can understand her resentment towards them. He recalled her angry expression, but why did she hate Prince Li so much? Nian Yu's hatred for Prince Li was unsettling, even dangerous. He turned to her and said, stay away from Prince Li in the future. Hearing this, she was startled. Chu Chong glanced at her. Let's go. The sound of conversation echoed through the magnificent residence. Damn it, that prince even specifically sent a tribute to the Northern Qi Emperor today, only to have it returned. The door creaked open. What does that old emperor mean? Does he look down on our southern Yu? General Wu raised his cup. Your Majesty, what do you think? A man leaned against the window, his chin resting on his hand. It was Chong Wu Gu, the new emperor of southern Yu. He watched thoughtfully as Nian Yu rode past below. Meanwhile, Nan Gongyu looked down at old Madame Nian, her voice filled with panic. "Grandmother, Nian Yi Lan has been taken into the palace by the empress. What should we do?" She paced anxiously. "We have to think of something." Hearing this, old Madame Yin slammed her teacup on the table. "Think of something. Do you really think the Northern Qi Palace is the Nangong family's backyard? Years ago, because of Nian Chong, the Nangong family fell out with the royal family and offended many people. Now, Ilan dares to confine the empress in the Imperial garden. Where does she get the nerve?" Nangong Yu looked at old Madame Yin with worry. "Grandmother, please don't be angry. The matter has already come to this. We can't abandon Ilan." The fortune teller said, "Ilan has the destiny of a phoenix. Her fate can't end here." She sighed. "I know you love Ilan. You're usually indifferent to everyone, but when it comes to your daughter, you lose your composure." She continued, "If Ilan marries into the royal family, she'll suffer a lot of grievances in the future. As her mother, you need to be calm." She paused, recalling Nian Yu's confident expression. "That Nian Yu is not someone to be trifled with. She's lived under my nose for over 10 years, and you've always suppressed her, but do you really know her limits?" Nangong Yu gasped. "Grandmother, do you mean to say that all of this is Nian Yu's scheme?" At the same time, a horse galloped down the main road. Nian Yu galloped on horseback, Chu Qing riding alongside. Faint smiles graced both their faces. They stopped simultaneously in front of a residence, the Divine Strategy Mansion. Surprise flickered in Nian Yu's heart. The Divine Strategy Mansion. Isn't this where the Northern Qi's elite soldiers train? What is Chu Qing doing bringing me here? I remember the Northern Qi military code strictly forbids women from entering. Chu Qing stepped forward, took a ribbon from a subordinate, turned, and offered it to Nian Yu. "Put this on." Nian Yu looked thoughtfully at the ribbon in her hand, then accepted it. "I'll see what Master Chu's intentions are in bringing me here with such elaborate planning." "Where are you planning?" He stood behind a tree, arms crossed. A short while later, Nian Yu emerged, dressed in new attire. Chu Qing looked at her, thinking, when I first met her, she was dressed as a man, resembling a gentle and refined scholar. Now, dressed as a man again, she looks more like a nobleman. Nian Yu raised a hand in a courteous gesture. Seeing this, Chu Qing turned and said, "Follow me." Nian Yu stepped forward and walked with him towards the building ahead. The corners of Chu Qing's lips curved slightly upwards as he stepped inside. Nian Yu gazed at the map before her, the Qiyu map. Her eyes remained fixed on it. Then, she turned to look at Chu Qing, who was sitting at the table, thoughtfully observing him and the mask he wore. If he were to remove his mask, I'm afraid countless young women would be captivated. Nian Yu suddenly recalled her past life. When I first entered the military camp in my past life, I heard many rumors about Master Chu Qing. In the eyes of those soldiers, he was like a deity until the year news of his death spread everywhere. Nian Yu frowned slightly, lost in thought. Just then, Chu Qing's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at her, wondering, was that look just now concern? He gazed at Nian Yu, full of questions. Seeing his intense gaze, Nian Yu became flustered and quickly averted her eyes, avoiding his stare. What is she worried about? He wondered. She focused intently on the map, standing quietly and observing. Looking at the map, she fell into deep thought. In my past life, I didn't know how Zhao Yan managed to win over the Nangong family and the 5 vassal states to recapture Shizhong. Seeing her concentration, Chu Qing spoke, interested in Shizhong. He approached Nian Yu. She replied, "Not particularly. I just heard in the tea house that Scholar Su is planning against my family." Chu Qing turned to look at Nian Yu. "If that's the case, why didn't you mention Shi Liang when speaking of Scholar Su?" Nian Yu replied, "That book was originally written by Scholar Su. If we're talking about the 7 Qiyu states, there was another version 100 years ago in which Shi Liang was the strongest. But while Shi Liang is powerful, it's plagued by internal strife." Chu Qing stepped forward, pointed his finger at the map, and said in a low voice, "Constant internal strife is something no country can withstand." Hearing this, she rested her chin on her hand, pondering. That's also why Zhao Yan targeted Shi Liang in my past life. But the internal strife is only temporary, as long as someone within the country can resolve this issue. The figure of a warrior appeared in her mind. In my past life, Shi Liang had such a person, the Crown Prince of Yan. It was said he was both brilliant in literary and martial arts, unparalleled in the world. It's a pity that in my past life, I had the opportunity to confront him and his father, Qing Jian, head-on. At this moment, a soft knock on the door interrupted their conversation. They both looked toward the door. Chu Qing softly said, "Enter." An elderly man pushed the door open, holding a box in his hands. He said in a low voice, "Madam needs her medicine changed." Chu Qing glanced at him. "Leave it. You may go." The old man, covered in cold sweat, quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Nian Yu looked thoughtfully at Chu Qing. "First injured by a wild beast, and now this, I really can't stand it anymore." Suddenly, she realized something was amiss. "Wait, you can go. Who told you to change his medicine every day?" Her face suddenly paled. She stared at him, not understanding his words. Before she could react, Chu Qing pulled open his clothes, revealing his abdominal muscles, and said in a low voice, "Come here." Chu Qing looked at Nian Yu. "Come here." Nian Yu froze, staring at him, then lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Nian Yu turned her head away awkwardly, wondering when the Imperial envoy had started undressing in front of women. Chu Qing also looked puzzled, thinking to himself, "Why do I gradually let down my guard around her?" As she began to bandage his wound, Chu Qing said, "Your medical skills are much better than the military doctors here. Did you learn this from the storyteller at the tea house?" While bandaging him, she said, "If the Imperial envoy thinks the military doctors are incompetent, you might as well return to the general's mansion. The physicians there are better, and it's much more convenient for treatment and medicine." Chu Qing replied, "She doesn't know I'm injured." Nian Yu looked up at Chu Qing and asked, "The general's wife?" He nodded in agreement. As she bandaged him, Nian Yu pondered silently, memories of the general's wife surfacing in her mind. She had heard that the general's wife came from humble beginnings, yet she still earned the general's love. Chu Qing and his mother shared a deep bond. She then recalled that in her past life, when she was bedridden, she heard that Chu Qing had been ambushed and killed. The general's wife cried every day and died of grief not long after. That ambush, Nian Yu handed him his clothes and said, "Imperial envoy, please put your clothes on." Suddenly, a jade bracelet fell to the ground. Both she and Chu Qing saw the jade bracelet fall and bent down to pick it up at the same time, accidentally bumping into each other. Nian Yu's eyes widened, and she quickly took 2 steps back. Chu Qing immediately reached out and caught her waist, pulling her towards him. "Careful," he said, his arm around her waist. They both fell to the ground. Though he tried to brace their fall, it wasn't enough. In the chaos, Nian Yu found herself lying on top of him. Nian Yu looked at him with concern. "Are you all right?" she asked, silently blaming herself. He knew his injury hadn't healed yet, and still he protected me, truly. Chu Qing lay on the ground with his eyes closed, his voice tired. "Let me lie down for a moment." Nian Yu looked down at him in surprise, her gaze falling on Chu Qing's handsome face. She thought to herself, Chu Qing truly has a bewitching appearance, yet he is so upright. If other girls saw this scene, they would probably find it hard to control themselves. Seeing her staring at him, Chu Qing propped himself up and chuckled. "Second Miss Nian, that look in your eyes. It's as if you want to devour me." She froze for a moment, then reached out to help him up. "The Imperial envoy is truly a joker. The ground is cold, and your injury hasn't healed yet. Please get up." Chu Qing gently grasped her hand and stood up, still holding on to it. Chu Qing smiled as he placed the jade bracelet on Nian Yu's wrist. She looked at him with concern. "This jade bracelet is too precious. I can't accept it." She turned her wrist, her face full of confusion. "If I didn't know that Imperial envoy Shui Mei was pursuing me, I would misunderstand, but how could that be?" Chu Qing pointed at the bracelet on her hand. "Take a closer look at this." Nian Yu looked at the jade bracelet in surprise. "This is..." She swung her arm experimentally, and several sharp needles shot out from the bracelet, instantly embedding themselves in the wall beside her. Nian Yu thought to herself, such a powerful hidden weapon. The structure of these jade needles is clearly jade, yet they can easily pierce a 3-inch thick wall without breaking. Nian Yu silently watched Chu Qing's back as he said, "The material of this jade bracelet is different from ordinary ones. I obtained it when I was young." Hearing this, she lowered her head, thinking, "I do like such exquisite things, but accepting it like this feels somewhat awkward." Nian Yu grasped her wrist. "Imperial envoy, I cannot accept such a generous gift without merit. Please take this jade bracelet back." Suddenly, she panicked slightly. "Why can't I take it off? It was so easy when Chu Qing put on me." Chu Qing crossed his arms and said to her, "Didn't I say? Return the bracelet to me when you've used up all the gold and jade." Hearing this, she smiled and softly said, "Chu Qing, thank you." Nian Yu thought to herself, "It seems I cannot refuse this generous gift this time." At this moment, Zhao Yan stood before Cheng Ning, who was sitting at her desk reviewing official documents. Zhao Yan said calmly, "Mother, old Madame Nangong came to the Li Yi Prince's mansion to see me today. Cheng Ning asked in surprise. You saw her. He said indifferently, I did not see her. Cheng Ning said to him calmly, you did the right thing. You cannot see her at this juncture. Her expression darkened slightly, the image of Nian Yi Lan's pale and pained face after being beaten flashing through her mind. Old Madame Nan Gong sought out Yen'er. It's undoubtedly for Nian Yi Lan's sake. And that Nian Yi Lan, she then asked, that Nian Yu, how much do you know about her? Zhao Yan said seriously, Zhao Yi wasn't wrong. She's different from the head steward's wife. Mother, Nian Yu is naturally intelligent and has the support of Princess Wenwei. I think perhaps we could get closer to her. Hearing this, Cheng Ning clenched her hands, frowning slightly. Truly an exceptional woman. Even my son has taken an interest in her. But you must remember, we need the Nan Gong family's influence. Do not let romantic feelings cloud your judgment. Hearing this, he replied, I understand, Mother. She continued, in the next 2 days, find a time to request an audience with the Emperor. Say that the Jade Virtue envoys from the south and the Qi Kingdom envoys from the north have been here for many days. And since you cannot enter the palace, you can only hold a banquet to fulfill your duties as host. At the same time, in your name, invite Prince Mu and Nian Yu to attend. Hearing this, Zhao Yan was slightly taken aback. Elsewhere, Nian Yi Lan lay exhausted on the bed. She was in unbearable pain, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, Nian Yu's indifferent face flashing through her mind. Nian Yi Lan vaguely recalled the events of her beating. No, there were no ghosts at all. It was Nian Yu. Nian Yu wanted to harm me. She gasped in terror, shouting, someone come quickly. Quickly get my mother. She cried frantically. Mother, it was Nian Yu. Nian Yu killed Fenghua. As she was in a frenzy, someone walked in. Nian Yi Lan sat up in surprise, looking at the figure in the doorway. Your Majesty. Seeing Cheng Ning walk in with 2 servants, Nian Yi Lan trembled and bowed deeply. This servant greets your Majesty. Panic filled her heart. This isn't the Nian residence. I've been brought to the palace. Cheng Ning sat down, her tone calm. Why are you so frightened? I'm not a beast from the Imperial garden. I won't eat you. Hearing this, Nian Yi Lan, kneeling on the floor, trembled even more. Cheng Ning lifted her teacup, her tone indifferent. Don't worry. Bringing you to the palace is entirely for the Nan Gong family's sake. Your mother loves you and fears you'll be scarred. So she specifically requested the Imperial physician to treat you. Cheng Ning looked at Zhen Gugu and asked, are the arrangements at Yelan Chaoju complete? Zhen Gugu replied respectfully, yes, your Majesty, everything is ready. Nian Yi Lan, drenched in sweat, said frantically, this servant doesn't dare trouble your Majesty. After the Imperial physician has seen to my injuries, I'll return to the Nian residence. Cheng Ning slammed the table, furious. Return to the Nian residence. You really think of the Nan Gong family as your backing, and the Imperial Palace as a place you can come and go as you please. She turned to leave, not forgetting to add, I've already spoken to your mother. You'd best recuperate here obediently. It won't be too late to return to the Nian residence after your injuries have healed. Hearing this, Nian Yi Lan lowered her head, her eyes wide with terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. Zhen Gugu said coldly, Eldest Miss Nian, it's getting late. You should go to your quarters. Nian Yi Lan grew even more afraid, looking up at Zhen Gugu in terror. Zhen Gugu led the way, and 2 maids helped Nian Yi Lan follow behind. Seeing Zhen Gugu bring her to the gate of a secluded courtyard, Nian Yi Lan stammered, Zhen Gugu, are we not going any further? Where is this? Is this the Imperial menagerie? Zhen Gugu said coldly, of course, we're going further. Bring eldest Miss Nian inside. The voice at the courtyard gate spoke again, eldest Miss Nian, please. As soon as the words fell, a hand reached out and pushed Nian Yi Lan inside. She screamed in terror, tears welling up in her eyes. She collapsed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, reaching out to grab Zhen Gugu, who was closing the gate. Zhen Gugu, this place isn't fit for human habitation. Zhen Gugu looked calmly through the crack at Nian Yi Lan's panicked face. The Empress and your second sister have both stayed here. If they could endure it, why can't you? Eldest Miss Nian, there's food in the tent behind you. Rest and recover, Zhen Gugu added casually. Oh, and there's a patch of thorns nearby, meant to keep out wild beasts. The Emperor had it burned just a few days ago. Eldest Miss, be sure not to wander around, or you might encounter something you shouldn't. Through the crack, Nian Yi Lan watched Zhen Gugu and the 2 maids walk away briskly. She cried out in panic, Zhen Gugu, don't leave me, please. Alone in the courtyard, Nian Yi Lan sat on the ground in terror. Looking at the towering ancient trees and the deep, secluded scenery, she trembled, cold sweat dripping down her back. What should I do? What if I really encounter a wild beast? The master said I was destined for greatness. Could I die here? There was a small tent nearby. She scrambled towards it frantically. I don't want to die. I still want to be Prince Mu's consort. Covered in sweat, she crawled into the tent in terror. I want to live. Suddenly, her hand touched a piece of cloth. Nian Yi Lan's eyes widened in horror. Before her lay Feng was mud-covered corpse. Her terrified screams echoed in the small tent, mingling with the sounds of nature outside. Just then, Chu Ting entered, carrying a basin of water. Nian Yu sat up yawning, asking sleepily, Chu Ting, what's all the commotion outside? What happened? Chu Ting handed her a damp towel and respectfully replied, Second miss, today is the day each month when the minister's wives and concubines come to pay their respects to Princess Wenyu. Last night, the princess specifically instructed you to join her for breakfast in the main hall this morning. Nian Yu froze, asking together. She thought with surprise, with all those concubines. Chu Ting replied with a bright smile, yes, together. The minister will also come after the morning court. As Nian Yu walked, she smiled. I've heard the love story of my godmother and Minister Xie. She recalled the deep and passionate love between the couple. If it weren't for such deep love back then, how could her godmother have defied her brother and imperial uncle just to be with her beloved? Walking into the courtyard, she saw a group of children playing happily. Even though she had lost her first child, she suppressed her sorrow and, for the sake of the Xie family line, took concubines for him. Nian Yu sighed sadly. Now that the scholar had finally become a minister in the court, could their feelings still be the same as before? Suddenly, a small pebble struck Nian Yu's hand. Shuei tossed the pebble in his hand, saying contemptuously, Hey, aren't you that unwanted second Mississippi? Why are you still lingering in the minister's residence? Chu Ting immediately stepped in front of Nian Yu, protectively saying, Young master, second Miss Nian is a guest of the princess's residence. How can you be so rude? Shuei put his hands on his hips and laughed, aghast. I heard my mother say that she's just a lowly-born Sioux daughter. What's wrong with me? The young master, teaching you a lesson on behalf of my mother. Nian Yu looked at him calmly. Dun Yang, in the distance, smiled faintly. It seemed like the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Dun Yang watched the farce with amusement from afar. Teaching me a lesson on behalf of your mother. Aren't you ambitious? Nian Yu walked towards Shuei gently and said with a slight jab, This young master has extraordinary bearing and elegant demeanor. I presume your mother must also be a lively person. Dun Yang suddenly felt something was amiss and called out, Lure, come mother. She worried. The young master looked down on her so much, yet she could still smile and praise others. Shuei ran towards her triumphantly, and at that moment, contemptuous words echoed in his mind. Second Miss Nian is really stupid. No wonder Princess Wenyu doesn't want to see her, yet she insists on staying here. Shuei said innocently, Of course, my mother is a lively person. Father loves mother very much, and even gave her the household management authority. Nian Yu sighed and shook her head slightly. Seeing this, Shuei asked in confusion, What's with that expression? Nian Yu covered her mouth innocently and said, I thought young master was born of the legal wife, but it turns out, she thought to herself, these people have been making a fuss for too long and have probably forgotten their own status. Hearing this, everyone's faces darkened, and Shuei shouted angrily, I am the legitimate eldest son of the minister's residence. Nian Yu waved her hand and gently retorted, the legitimate eldest son born of a concubine. Shuei yelled in exasperation, You. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Dun Yang quickly intervened, Enough. Second Miss Nian is right. You are born of a concubine. He looked up at her, but she quickly covered his mouth. Second Miss Nian, Lure is young and ignorant. Please don't hold it against a child. Suddenly, a voice caught Nian Yu's attention. You've all arrived quite early. Qing, he walked over with her maids. Nian Yu turned to look at her, thinking, no wonder their attitudes changed so quickly. These people are truly opportunistic. Everyone immediately knelt down and said in unison, We, your concubines, greet Princess Wenyu. In a simple, small room, Xie Yongqin, the prime minister of northern Qi, carefully handed a bowl of medicine to Qing. He sighed with concern. Has the princess been well these past few days? Has the child in your womb caused you any discomfort? Qing, he gently caressed her belly and said softly, I haven't been as tired these past few days. But suddenly, her face contorted in pain, her complexion turning pale. Qing asked anxiously, "Princess, what's wrong?" Ninyu also looked at her with concern. Qing He, pale and sweating, forced a smile and said, "It's nothing." Jiatao quickly knelt down and said anxiously, "Princess, you can't hide it anymore." "Minister, the princess has been experiencing frequent abdominal pain these past few days. We've already invited the Imperial physician, but they still can't find the cause. This servant is truly worried." Qing He weakly said to the pale-faced Qing. The Imperial physician said it's nothing serious. It shouldn't be a big deal. Qing looked at her worriedly. "Your body is different now than it used to be. We can't take this lightly," he said worriedly. "Even the Imperial physicians can't find the cause." Jiatao lowered her head and said, This servant has heard that witchcraft can harm people." Hearing this, Qing looked at Qing He with concern. Nian Yu stood at the side, watching them with a gloomy expression. "Jiatao, why are you suddenly talking about this?" Qing worriedly took Qing He's hand and said softly, "Qing He, you're not feeling well. I'll take you back to your room and have the estate physician examine you." He helped Qing He leave. After a few steps, Qing He turned back to Nian Yu and said, "My child, stay here and have breakfast with everyone. Look after them for me." Qing smiled gently at her. Nian Yu bowed cheerfully and said, "Yes, mother, don't worry. I will certainly accompany everyone and enjoy breakfast with them." She walked along the path with Dun Yang, glancing sideways at her. She recalled that during breakfast, she noticed Dun Yang staring at her thoughtfully. Everyone else had left, but Dun Yang insisted on waiting for her, and now she was determined to escort her back to her room. Her behavior was truly strange. Nian Yu turned to Dun Yang and said, "You don't have to be so polite. I can protect myself. You don't need to escort me." Dun Yang's forehead broke out in a sweat, and she stammered, "Needed. Miss, you are a guest." Zhao Yi walked over arrogantly, tilting his head. "A guest? Since when did the Prime Minister's illegitimate daughter become the master of the Princess Wen Yue's residence?" Dun Yang was so frightened that she immediately knelt down. This servant wouldn't dare. Zhao Yi glanced at her coldly and said, "Then why haven't you left? Have you forgotten the rules of the Princess Wen Yue's residence?" She grabbed her skirt in panic and ran away. "Your Highness, please forgive me. This servant will leave immediately." Nian Yu narrowed her eyes and smiled brilliantly. "Your Highness, Prince Mu, you are truly impressive." Hearing this, Zhao Yi raised his head confidently. He put his hand on Nian Yu's shoulder and said, "My child, you're teasing me again." He turned his head with a smile. "Brotherly Wang, hurry up. Your brother and your child will wait for you in the pavilion ahead." Nian Yu's face darkened, and she thought to herself, Li Wang is here too. Zhao Yan stood in the distance, looking at them with a gloomy expression. Nian Yu casually asked, "Are you two here to see my godmother?" Zhao Yi sat down beside her and said, "Of course, we're here to see you. Tomorrow, there will be a banquet in the palace for the Vietnamese envoys, and I want you to accompany me." Nian Yu turned her head helplessly. "Sigh. As expected, Li Wang and the Empress Dowager want to invite me, but they're afraid I'll refuse, so they sent Mu Wang to persuade me." Zhao Yi is too naive. He's completely being used as a tool. Zhao Yi patted Nian Yu's shoulder and winked. "No talking means you agree. No going back on your word now." Zhao Yan leaned against a tree, arms crossed, watching them chat and laugh. "Zhao," he said to her again, "by the way, my child, have you ever seen the falling blossoms?" He blushed slightly and looked up at the sky. 9 cities, also known as the flower capital. Every year in March and April, the entire city is filled with blooming flowers, and the landscape is picturesque. A beautiful scene appeared in Nian Yu's mind. 9 cities nestled between 2 mountains. Every year in March and April, strong winds would rise, and flower petals would fall throughout the city, a magnificent sight from afar, beautiful up close, and unforgettable. "Mu Wang, have you seen such falling blossoms?" She remembered her time far away at the border in her past life. That year in April, the decisive battle of 9 cities took place during the time of falling blossoms. She and 5,000 elite soldiers were trapped in 9 cities, desperately holding out for reinforcements, waiting for Zhao Yan's rescue. Nian Yu frowned, a wave of bitterness in her heart. After waiting for a long time, she finally understood that the siege of 9 cities was nothing more than a test by Zhao Yan from beginning to end. Images of herself fighting bravely flashed through her mind, along with those lies, those beautiful memories, 5,000 lives, and even her own legs. Nian Yu stared blankly at Zhao Yan, thinking, in Zhao Yan's heart, Can he really sacrifice everything for his ambition? She stared intently at the person standing under the tree. Zhao Yan frowned slightly, looking at her with a gloomy expression. She hates me, but why? And that, he pondered silently. He frowned and gazed at her, thinking resolutely, no matter how many secrets you have, as long as I ascend to the highest position, Ninyu, you will eventually submit at my feet. You will spend your entire life watching me. Under the night sky, Ninyu followed behind the maid carrying the lantern. Jietao smiled brightly at Ninyu. Second miss, the princess invites you in. Ninyu asked, so late, what does godmother want with me? Did something happen? Jietao's face darkened, then a sly smile crept up. There's a good show tonight. The princess wants Ninyu to watch it with her. Dun Yang slipped quietly into the room under the cover of night, furtively searching around. She searched frantically. I clearly put here myself, so where is it now? Suddenly, a torch flared in the middle of the room. A voice rang out, followed by the appearance of a small doll, riddled with silver needles, bearing a striking resemblance to Qing He. Looking for this, Dun Yang was startled by the words, whirling around, her eyes wide with terror. Qing He walked in calmly, followed by Ninyu and Jietao. Dun Yang panicked and fell to her knees. Your Highness, please spare me. This servant truly doesn't know what this is. It was just momentary greed, wanting to share in your Highness's good fortune. Nian Yu watched her coldly, thinking to herself, does this imperial concubine really think she can fool everyone by playing dumb? Using witchcraft to harm the princess and her unborn child. How could the princess let her off easily? Qing He picked up a teacup, her tone chilling. The imperial concubine says she doesn't remember. This princess has ways to help you remember. Bring him in. Qing He interrogated her sharply. Imperial concubine, I'll ask you one more time. Sneaking into the princess's residence late at night, what exactly were your intentions? At this moment, Cie, bound in a burlap sack and unconscious, was thrown inside. Seeing him, Dun Yang scrambled over and embraced him. Terrified, she quickly pulled Cieli into her arms. A guard beside them raised his sword high, the blade pointing directly at the two. Dun Yang shrieked, no, your Highness, spare him. I'll talk. I'll confess everything. She kowtowed frantically. It was this servant, momentarily possessed by a demon, who plotted against the princess and the little prince/princess. It's all my fault. Lierish innocent. Qing He furiously hurled the teacup at her head, shattering it. He's innocent. Then is the child in my womb not innocent? Dun Yang kowtowed repeatedly, her face ashen, her hands clenched tight. At this moment, Xie Yongqin walked in, his voice deep. What's all this commotion in the middle of the night? Ninyu frowned slightly at his tone. The Prime Minister's attitude towards the princess. Qing He threw the silver needle-ridden doll, the one resembling herself, onto the ground. Imperial concubine, will you speak yourself, or shall I speak for you? Qing He coldly led Ninyu and Jietao away. Jietao looked back thoughtfully at Xie Yongqin as they left. Shi Yongqin furiously kiket Dun Yang. Jietao asked Qing He curiously, Princess, are we just leaving like this? Won't that old man protect the imperial concubine? Qing He closed her eyes, frowning slightly. No, between his position as prime minister and concubine, he will definitely choose to protect his position. Nian Yu stood beside her, glancing at Qing He and noticing her gloomy expression. Had the princess experienced this kind of choice before? I always thought that was an eternal pursuit, but in the end, it still couldn't withstand the cruel reality. The princess is like this, and how was I any different in my past life? The next morning, Nian Yu rode leisurely on horseback. Suddenly, someone passed by and caught sight of her. It was Nangong Qi. He snapped his fingers smugly. I've been watching her for so long. How has she not noticed me yet? Then a small pebble hit the horse's rump. The horse whinnied in fright, catching Nian Yu off guard. Nian Yu reacted quickly, leaping from the horse's back. After landing, she turned abruptly, her heart tightening as she watched the horse run wildly. This is bad. If that crazy horse hurts someone, it'll be troublesome. Nian Yu quickly drew the small knife, hidden in her boot, and threw it with force. The knife flew straight towards the neck of the out-of-control horse. The horse stumbled a few steps and then collapsed. Just then, she noticed Nangong Qi riding behind her, confusion rising in her heart. Why is Nangong Qi here? The second young master, Nangong, wants to get rid of me, and he actually has to go to such lengths. She sneered, thinking that the Nangong family was truly ruthless, not caring about human life at all. Nangong Qi rode closer to her, smiling. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to greet second Miss Nian, but I didn't expect to frighten the horse. It's all my fault, he said with a forced smile. Second Miss Nian's horse is gone. Why not ride mine? Consider my apology. He extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Second Miss Nian, please. She looked at him thoughtfully. Does he want you to ride the same horse with him? TSK, the Nangong family is not only arrogant. Not only that, but Nangong Chi also shamelessly added, Second Miss Nian, are you afraid I'll eat you if you get on the horse? She was about to angrily retort when a voice interrupted. Second Miss Nian. Hearing the voice, both Nangong Chi and Nian Yu froze. She thought to herself, it seems that every time I'm in trouble, he appears. She turned and quickly bowed. Nian Yu greets the Chu envoy. Chu Chong urged his horse closer to them, followed by a squad of guards. He approached and asked, looking down, Second Miss Nian, do you need assistance? Chu Chong sat steadily on his horse, holding the reins in one hand, his expressionless face looking down at the people below. Nian Yu looked up, standing straight, and said calmly, the Chu envoy's arrival is timely. Just now, second young master Nangong startled my horse. This horse belongs to Princess Wenyue's residence, and I don't know how to explain this. Chu Chong paused slightly, then turned to ask Nangong Chi, second young master Nangong, is what second Miss Nian said true? Nangong Chi clenched his fists, bowed slightly, and respectfully replied, it was just a misunderstanding. Nangong was reckless just now. With that, he led over a brown horse and said with a smile, I'll give this horse to second Miss Nian. I hope you won't take offense. Nian Yu happily accepted the reins from Nangong Chi and smiled. Then I won't stand on ceremony. She placed one hand on the horse, used it to pull herself up, and carefully sat on the saddle. After settling in, Nian Yu looked down and said, Second young master Nangong, men and women should maintain a proper distance. I can't ride with you. I apologize for the trouble. Please excuse me. After speaking, she turned to Chu Chong. Chu envoy, shall we go? Chu Chong glanced at her and replied, all right. The two rode side by side on the street, surrounded by the clamor of the crowd. Nian Yu chuckled softly and turned to tease, is the Chu envoy slacking off today? Chu Chong replied gently, Second Miss Nian is of noble status. Escorting second Miss Nian is also the duty of the Imperial Guard. Hearing this, Nian Yu didn't respond, and the two slowly rode along the street. She thought to herself, the duty of the Imperial Guard, it's just him accompanying me. Suddenly, Nian Yu saw a figure in the crowd. Zhao Yan was carrying a large bag of leaves, his face full of smiles. She recalled the time she was grinding medicinal herbs at her desk, and Zhao Yan excitedly held up a branch to show off. Junior sister, look, I waited on the cliff all day and finally picked this blood orchid. She thought to herself, whether in this life or the last. Senior brother Zhao Yan has always been obsessed with medicine. Seeing Nian Yu staring in one direction, Chu Chong asked in confusion, do you know that person? Nian Yu felt a little awkward and forced a smile. I know him. I know him very well, but he doesn't know me. After speaking, she urged her horse forward. Let's go. I have to attend the Empress Dowager's banquet tonight, and I need to go back and prepare. Chu Qing followed closely behind and advised, if it's not important, don't go to the banquet. Be careful. Nian Yu replied, I know. The sky was clear, birds soared freely, and the Imperial Palace was majestic with its layered halls. Cheng Ning sat leisurely in the center, and Zhao Yi stepped forward and bowed. He greets the Empress Dowager. Nian Yu also curtsied slightly. Nian Yu greets the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager smiled. Sit down. Maid stood solemnly on both sides. Zhao Yi immediately took Nian Yu's hand. Zhao Yu, come here. Sit beside me. Nian Yu nodded, observing her surroundings, vaguely feeling something was wrong. Why did she smell the scent of sweet osmanthus? The vast hall had widely spaced seats. Hong Yin sat next to Nian Yu. She glanced at her and saw Hong Yin also secretly sizing her up, thinking, does she have a problem with me? Nian Yu turned her attention to Zhao Yi, who was pouring wine beside her, and pondered, could it be that I'm intruding between her and Prince Mu? If that's the case, the fragrance on her body is meant for Prince Mu. Seeing Zhao Yi raise his cup to drink, Nian Yu's heart tightened, and she quickly stopped him. Prince Mu, the wine is not good. Zhao Yi put down his cup upon hearing this and laughed. Xiao Yu, it's no fun without wine. Hong Yan also echoed, Prince Mu, this wine is extremely mild. It's made from hundreds of flowers in our southern Yu, with a unique flavor. Rebirth, I've never had it before. Hong Yin smiled faintly, her eyes seductive. Sweet osmanthus might have no effect on women, but can confuse men's minds. Coupled with alcohol, it will only make them more unrestrained. Nian Yu's expression was serious. She thought that Hong Yin probably wanted to use this to win over Prince Mu. These Southern Yu people were indeed deeply scheming. Suddenly, she heard someone shout. Nian Yu turned to Zhao Yi, reaching out as if to say something. Just then, from behind where Chu Chong sat, a person dressed as a palace maid approached. This person, hiding a dagger in their hand, slowly drew it out and shouted sharply, "Chu Guang, your life is mine." The person in yellow swiftly pulled out a dagger and lunged at Chu Chong. The Empress Dowager, startled, quickly dodged to the side. Zhao Yan, seeing the danger from afar, rushed over. He quickly pushed the yellow-clad assassin away from Chu Chong. Caught off guard, the assassin fell, the dagger clattering to the ground. Zhao Yan turned to Chu Chong, who was clutching her chest, still shaken. "Empress Dowager, are you all right?" He then stepped forward to support Chu Chong, who still looked alarmed. She asked, "We have no grievances. Why did you try to kill me?" The Yujian Wang spoke. "Why ask so many questions? This matter is clearly related to the assassination attempt outside the city gates the other day. It's obviously connected to Wu Wan and the Easternly Kingdom." Hearing this, Zhao Yi, who had been sitting, immediately stepped forward and pointed at the Yujian Wang. "Yujian Wang, you must have proof to speak such words. No one in northern Qi will tolerate your slander." The Yujian Wang snorted coldly and turned away. Seeing this, Zhao Yi frowned slightly and asked, "Speak. Who are you? Why did you try to assassinate the Empress Dowager?" The captured assassin's eyes widened, pupils contracting, face contorted with hatred. They shouted fiercely, "Chu Guang, I only regret that the arrow outside the city gates that day didn't kill you. If the late emperor hadn't wrongly judged my father, how could my entire family have been executed?" Chu Chong froze. You're Liang Huan's daughter. The late emperor did wrong your father in that case, but he later exonerated him. Hearing Chu Qing's words, she became even angrier. Exonerated. Can exoneration bring back my father's life? Can it bring back the lives of my Liang family, my newborn brother? Chu Chong sighed and waved her hand slightly. This matter, take her away for further investigation. Zhao Yan, standing behind her, said in a low voice, "Let me plead with the emperor to spare her life." Watching Zhao Yan help Chu Chong leave, Nian Yu thought to herself, who is Liang Huan? Why would the Empress Dowager so easily let go of someone who tried to kill her? Something doesn't feel right. The woman suddenly broke free from the guard's grip and lunged for the dagger on the ground, shouting, "Chu Guang, the Liang family doesn't recognize the late emperor's exoneration, nor do we need your pity." With that, she picked up the dagger and plunged it into her own chest. "Father, mother, your unfilial daughter failed to avenge you." She then collapsed. Zhao Yi gestured with his hand. "Give the assassin's body to the Grand Marshal." Nian Yu thought to herself, although this matter is suspicious, at least the Empress Dowager no longer suspects the Easternly Kingdom. Hong Yin stepped forward with a wine cup, smiling. "Prince Mu, I apologize on behalf of the Yujian Wang." Zhao Yi, hearing this, smiled brightly. "Good, then let's have a drink. Xiao Yuer, I'll toast you." Hong Yin handed the wine cup to Nian Yu, her voice laced with provocation. "What's this? Miss Nian won't allow Prince Mu to drink. This is my apology wine, so please, Miss Nian, indulge me." Seeing Nian Yu staring at her expressionlessly, Hong Yin gritted her teeth slightly. Nian Yu gently held up a hand. "In that case, please, Princess Hong Yin, stay with Prince Mu a while longer. I have something I need to discuss with Princess Ru Yin." With that, she quickly left. Hong Yin watched her go. Nian Yu sneered inwardly. Let her have her way. Dream on. The most important thing now is to find the antidote for the heavenly fragrance flower. Nian Yu slowly walked through the flower bushes, parting the branches and leaves, thinking, last time Prince Mu took me to the villa, I remember there was blood resolution grass near the east courtyard. Nian Yu recalled its appearance from her past life. Master once said that everything in the world has its counterbalance. The heavenly fragrance flower is a love potion, and the blood resolution grass is its nemesis. After searching for a while, she finally found a cluster of small purple flowers in the bushes and exclaimed with joy, "Found it!" Nian Yu was about to reach out and pick them when suddenly a voice came from the distance. "Who's there?" When Ru Yin and her maid happened to be passing by. Seeing her, they gasped in surprise. "Miss Nian, why are you here? Shouldn't you be with Prince Mu?" away from the men's quarters. Noticing someone's arrival, Nian Yu looked up and bowed. Princess Ru Yan. When Ru Yan looked at her and asked what's going on, Nian Yu held up the flower she had just picked and asked frankly, Princess Ru Yan, what do you think of Prince Mu? Seeing the other's unusual expression, Nian Yu thought, in my past life, when Ru Yan was willing to die for Prince Mu, perhaps she truly loves him. When Ru Yan gently pressed her hand to her chest. Don't laugh at me, Nian Yu, she said. I've admired Prince Mu for many years. I came to Northern Qi hoping for a chance to stay by his side. Hearing this, Nian Yu reached out and took Wen Ru Yan's hand. If that's the case, she said, then come with me. Something's happened to Prince Mu. When Ru Yan gasped, what? Servants were sweeping the area. Nian Yu walked ahead, with Wen Ru Yan close behind. She stopped a servant. Did you see where Prince Mu went? She asked. The servant replied, truthfully, I didn't notice. Nian Yu fell into thought. Hong Yan had been trying every way possible to get close to Prince Mu today. If she knew Nian Yu was looking for him, she would definitely take him somewhere unexpected. Seeing Nian Yu's serious expression, Wen Ru Yan gently tugged her sleeve. Miss Nian Yu. Nian Yu didn't say anything more, but walked quickly out the door. I think I know where they went. Night gradually enveloped everything. A small hut was hidden in the depths. Zhao Yan sat inside, surrounded by piles of firewood and lumber. Propping his head up, he mumbled, half drunk, I think I'm drunk. Hong Yan smiled from across the table. Your Highness is indeed drunk, but don't worry. Hong Yan has a way to sober you up. It's just a shame that if it weren't for that Nian Yu, we could have found a more beautiful place. Zhao Yi's face flushed slightly. He murmured, Nian Yu. Little Yuer. Hong Yan moved closer, offering him the wine cup. Your Highness, little Yuer won't let you drink, so let Hong Yan drink with you. Hong Yan knelt beside Zhao Yi, revealing her fair legs. Suddenly, Zhao Yi grabbed her hand and flipped her onto the ground. Hong Yan smiled again, satisfied. Her cheeks flushed, and she spoke with a hint of grievance in her voice. Your Highness, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Then she looked at him with a soft smile, thinking to herself, wasn't the aphrodisiac I used today enough? With that thought, Hong Yan took out a bottle of medicine and chuckled softly. Then let's add a little more. Suddenly, Nian Yu and Wen Ru Yan pushed open the door. Zhao, he turned his head and stammered, why you? Hong Yan was inwardly annoyed. Damn it, how'd she get here? I can't let them ruin this. Thinking this, she frowned and cried out, Ah, Your Highness. Nian Yu quickly stepped forward, covering Hong Yan's mouth and warning her coldly. Princess Hong Yan, if you continue like this, you'll attract everyone, and in the end, you'll be the one to suffer. Your Highness, Princess Wen Ru Yan, please look after Prince Mu. While speaking, Nian Yu firmly pressed down on Hong Yan's mouth, allowing her only muffled whimpers. Meanwhile, Wen Ru Yan carefully supported Zhao Yi. Your Highness, come with me, she said softly. Nian Yu leaned down and whispered in Hong Yan's ear, causing her to panic. Even if the scent of the heavenly fragrance flower is faint, do you think the Imperial physician won't be able to detect it? Using the heavenly fragrance flower to stimulate Prince Mu. Hong Yan's face paled, and she immediately sat up, denying it. Heavenly fragrance flower. I don't know anything about that. Nian Yu retorted, if Princess Hong Yan truly doesn't know, then go ahead and shout. There are plenty of men in the tavern, and even more who are drunk tonight. She held up the medicine bottle, a seemingly innocent smile on her face. This woodshed is so small. Who knows what would happen if those men smelled the fragrance on you? After all, not everyone is as restrained as Prince Mu. Hong Yan's expression became increasingly panicked. Give that back. She thought to herself, if Nian Yu hands me over to Emperor Yuanda and Wen Ru Yan, I'm finished. Nian Yu didn't say another word. She simply opened the medicine bottle and poured the entire contents over Hong Yan. Since the princess likes it so much, have some more. Just a word of advice, don't wander around. If something happens, don't blame the Northern Qi taverns for their lack of guards. With that, she turned and left, supporting Zhao Yi along with Wen Ru Yan. Hong Yan trembled and shouted, Nian Yu, and Wen Ru Yan helped Zhao Yi back to his room. Princess Ru Yan, please take care of His Highness, Nian Yu instructed. I'll go prepare a medicinal bath. Wen Ru Yan agreed. Suddenly, Zhao Yi frantically pushed Nian Yu's hand away. Little Yuer, he said anxiously, you need to leave here. Wen Ru Yan held Zhao Yi's hand. His face was flushed. She spoke to Nian Yu. Miss Nian Yu, please take care of His Highness. A flicker of sadness crossed Wen Ru Yan's eyes. It seemed Miss Nian Yu already held a place in His Highness's heart. He would rather endure the effects than hurt her. Nian Yu was momentarily stunned by these words. Hong Yin was always scheming and trying to force a marriage. Yet Princess Ru Yin was unwilling to take advantage of the situation, even though she could clearly use this opportunity to fulfill her own desires. When Ru Yin chuckled softly, "Miss Nian Yu, you jest. The one Prince Mu loves is not Ru Yin. It would be a lie to say it doesn't hurt, but if he truly loved me, what would it matter if I sacrificed myself today?" When Ru Yin carefully helped Zhao Yi over the threshold, Nian Yu hurried back inside. "Princess, please wait a moment. I'll be right back." Inside the room, a small bathtub was steaming. Nian Yu rolled up her sleeves and poured a bottle of medicinal liquid into the water. "Princess, you can bring Prince Mu in now." When Ru Yin slowly helped Zhao Yi towards the tub, "What should I do next?" Zhao Yi stumbled towards Nian Yu. She replied, "Get in." Zhao Yi responded, "Okay." He promptly removed his clothes and climbed into the tub. Seeing this scene, a word popped in her mind: obedient. Zhao Yi was actually soaking in the water obediently. When Ru Yin silently turned and left, Nian Yu stood by the tub with her arms crossed. "Prince Mu, soak in this medicinal bath for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, and you won't feel so uncomfortable anymore." When Ru Yin glanced back and sighed softly, "Miss Nian looks like a real doctor now." Nian Yu recalled bandaging Chu Qing's wound and thought to herself, "A doctor. We are all patients in our own way." But why did her heart always race whenever she faced Chu Chong? Night enveloped the towering domed pavilions of Nishang Courtyard. A figure swiftly crossed the rooftops. Chu Chong stopped in front of a door and knocked gently. Tap, tap. Silence. No one answered. Chu Chong thought to himself, "It's so late. Why isn't she at the princess's residence?" Inside, Nian Yu ladled water over Zhao Yi. "Soak in the medicinal bath a little longer, Prince Mu, and you'll be fine today." After tidying up, Nian Yu turned and walked out of the room. Looking back at when Ru Yin, she said, "Prince Mu probably won't want to see anyone when he wakes up." She thought to herself, "After all, even a prince has his pride and doesn't want to be seen in such a disheveled state. If someone is still here when he wakes up, I'm afraid the outcome won't be what Ru Yin hopes for." Hearing this, when Ru Yin bowed slightly and thanked Miss Nian, inwardly, she observed, "This Miss Nian seems delicate, yet she handled everything so calmly last night." Watching Nian Yu's departing figure, when Ru Yin couldn't help but wonder, would Prince Mu like a girl like Nian Yu? Nian Yu walked further away, replaying everything in her mind. That female assassin, could she really be the Liang Empress Dowager? This assassination attempt. In the courtyard, Chu Chong waited quietly. Seeing Nian Yu, he immediately said, "As I thought, you're here, Nian Yu." Nian Yu approached Chu Chong and looked up slightly. "My lord, is there something you need so late at night?" Chu Chong softly replied, "Yes." He then wrapped an arm around her waist. Using the momentum, he leaped onto the roof with Nian Yu. He gazed at her. "You're not as guarded around me as you used to be." Hearing him say this, Nian Yu blushed slightly, her thoughts churning. In front of Chu Chong, my guard really does seem to be lowered. Perhaps it's because we've faced life and death together, and I've subconsciously started to trust him. Nian Yu collected her thoughts and looked down. The aloof and indifferent Lord Chu, who usually keeps his distance from women, is now holding a woman late at night. Isn't he afraid of being seen and sparking rumors? Chu Chong released his hold and asked casually, "Rumors about what?" Nian Yu teased, "Rumors that Lord Chu has someone he fancies, of course." As soon as the words left her mouth, her cheeks flushed crimson. She froze, inwardly scolding herself. "What am I saying? Someone he fancies." Seeing her flustered, Chu Chong chuckled softly. "Someone I fancy," he thought. "If it's her, then what does it matter?" Nian Yu tentatively reached out. "My lord, what important matter brings you to Nian Yu so late at night?" Chu Qing looked at her intently. "The Grand Empress Dowager was attacked. You were a witness." Nian Yu immediately replied, "Of course. That day at the banquet, Prince Mu and I went to the stalls. The two sat down slowly on the rooftop, surrounded by darkness and silence." Hearing the familiar name, Chu Chong asked, "The Liang Empress Dowager." Nian Yu countered, "Does my lord know about the old Liang family case?" Recalling the image of Emperor Yuenda reviewing the case files, Chu Qing looked at Nian Yu's beautiful face. "Yes, I've seen it in the files. It was the only case the late emperor ever judged wrongly. More than 10 members of the Liang family were executed. It was a grave injustice. Although they were later exonerated, the late emperor refused to mention the case again." Nian Yu looked at him sideways, thinking to herself, No wonder the Grand Empress Dowager took such pains to arrange for Prince Mu and me to attend the banquet together. She needed a witness. This assassination attempt was most likely orchestrated by her. Such a meticulous plan. Nian Yu, you spoke of things the late emperor didn't want to mention. It seems this assassination attempt will be covered up. Chu Chong praised, "You're very clever." Nian Yu looked at him, doubts swirling in her mind. "My judgment is based on my past life's understanding of the Grand Empress Dowager's true nature. But what about him? Does he have other evidence?" Chu Chong, who had been silent, suddenly called out, "Nian Yu." Nian Yu's hand tightened around her skirt, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Why is Chu Chong suddenly calling me by such an intimate name? Could it be? No, I'm overthinking it. Nian Yu averted her gaze slightly. Does Envoy Shui may have anything else to tell me? Chu Chong simply stared at her. He didn't say a word, turning away with a soft sigh. Forget it, I understand. It's getting late. Let me escort you back to the princess's residence. Before Chu Chong could move, Nian Yu had already jumped up, giving a respectful bow. I wouldn't dare trouble Envoy Shui Mei. I could go back myself. With that, she leaped gracefully onto the rooftop and disappeared. Chu Chong remained where he was, watching as Nian Yu jumped off the roof and vanished into the silent night. The next morning, sunlight streamed onto the eaves. Inside, Nian Yu sat before a mirror as a servant styled her hair with flowers. The servant, while adorning her, sighed, "Miss, you're becoming more beautiful each day." Nian Yu changed into an apricot pink dress with white cuffs. Her hair was loosely gathered at the back of her head, adorned with flowers, making her appear even more delicate and beautiful. After getting ready, Nian Yu asked, "Why am I suddenly wearing such formal palace attire? Is mother going to the palace?" The servant replied, "Yes. I heard the Grand Empress Dowager was assassinated yesterday, and the princess is going to the palace to visit her." Nian Yu smiled faintly. "It's good to go visit her." As she walked, she looked back and said, "Let's go see mother." In her heart, she thought, "It's a good opportunity to see my good sister, Nian Yi Lan, who just entered the palace a few days ago." The weather was excellent, and the sun shone gently on the eaves. Seeing Nian Yu approach, Aunt Jin felt puzzled. "Miss Nian Yu." She stepped forward to greet her, bowing slightly with a smile. "Miss Nian Yu, are you here to see the Empress Dowager or Miss Nian Yi Lan?" After asking, Aunt Jun led Nian Yu inside, saying as they walked, "This way, Miss Nian Yu. The Empress Dowager mentioned you this morning, saying Miss Nian Yi Lan has been recuperating in the Sherwu Palace these past few days, but you haven't come to visit. You're here now, aren't you?" As expected, Miss Nian Yu is still very concerned about Miss Nian Yi Lan. Nian Yu followed Aunt Jun into the residence and replied, "The Empress Dowager flatters me. Elder sister has always been the kindest to me. I naturally wouldn't forget her kindness." Aunt Jun turned back and smiled kindly. Knowing gratitude, Miss Nian Yu, you have a pure heart. The Empress Dowager likes people like you the most. Aunt Jun led Nian Yu along the small path within the residence. Nian Yu thought to herself, "Is Aunt Jun taking me to the Beast Garden? Could it be?" Aunt Jun opened the door ahead, saying, "Only distinguished guests can enjoy such treatment." Nian Yu approached the doorway, vaguely seeing wisps of black smoke curling around the entrance. Aunt Jun gestured invitingly. "Please, Miss Nian Yu." Nian Yu stepped through the door, Aunt Jun following closely behind. A faint cry came from the distance. "Let me out. Mother, save me. Empress Dowager, I was wrong. Nian Yu, you'll die a horrible death." Passing by a large tree, Nian Yu suddenly noticed something strange and covered her nose. "Why is there a smell of rotting corpses here?" Aunt Jun said, "The Empress Dowager was afraid Miss Nian Yi Lan would be lonely here, so she specially arranged for someone she knows to accompany her." Inside the cage, Nian Yi Lan lay on the ground, someone sitting beside her. Hearing the noise, she reached towards the doorway. "Aunt Jun, is that you? Aunt, please beg the Empress Dowager for mercy. I really know I was wrong." Covered in blood and wounds, Nian Yi Lan gritted her teeth and crawled forward. Her hand suddenly touched someone's leg. Nian Yi Lan was overjoyed. "Someone's here. Someone really came." It wasn't until she saw Nian Yu lifting the curtain that Nian Yi Lan, lying on the ground, cried out in disbelief, "Nian Yu." Bruised and battered, Nian Yi Lan sat on the ground, clutching her stomach, her brow furrowed slightly. She thought to herself, "In my current state, if Nian Yu wants to do anything to me, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist. It's better to feign weakness first." She collapsed on the ground, reaching out to grab Nian Yu's skirt, putting on her most pitiful expression as she pleaded, "Nian Yu, I was wrong. I was momentarily confused, instigated by Fong He. I truly regret it. I shouldn't have treated you like that. You'll forgive me, won't you? Nian Yu looked down at Nian Yi Lan, her expression unreadable. She lay prostrate on the ground, clutching Nian Yu's skirt tightly. Nian Yu thought to herself, isn't this scene exactly the same as in my past life? She remembered that year, Nian Yi Lan, dressed in a vibrant red dress, a sneer playing on her lips, looked down at Nian Yu, who sat on the ground covered in wounds. Arms crossed, she said, little Yu, we are sisters. I only have you as my sister, so I came here specifically to see you off on your final journey. Nian Yu leaned down and gently caressed Nian Yi Lan's cheek. Her expression shifted slightly. Sister, how could you be going before me? Little Yu will always remember what you've done to me. I won't forget your kindness. Nian Yi Lan looked up at Nian Yu. A flicker of fear appeared in her eyes. Trembling, she let Nian Yu gently stroke her hair, her eyes wide. Then can we pretend that nothing happened? Go tell Mother. Ask her to find a way to save me. She must have a way. Aunt Jun had been standing by the side, watching Nian Yu kneel on one knee in front of Nian Yi Lan. She hadn't spoken until now. Does Miss Nian think the Empress Dowager hasn't treated you well enough? Nian Yi Lan immediately replied, no, the Empress Dowager has been very merciful. She even had the Imperial physician treat my injuries. I don't dare. Hearing this, Aunt Jun no longer beat around the bush and directly urged Nian Yu. All right, Miss Nian Yi Lan will have the Imperial physician's care here. Please don't make things difficult for this servant. Please return. As Nian Yu left, she didn't forget to look back and say, don't worry, sister. The Empress Dowager is kind and will take good care of you. Nian Yi Lan grabbed Nian Yu's hand and softly called out, little Yu. Nian Yi Lan lay inside the tent, afraid to crawl out, reaching out as far as she could. Little Yu, don't go. Save me. Nian Yu pretended she hadn't heard anything, thinking to herself, Nian Yi Lan, you owe me, and you will repay me bit by bit. She watched as her and Aunt Jun's figures gradually receded, her voice trembling as she said, Aunt, there aren't any large insects here, are there? What if sister gets bitten? Aunt Jun immediately replied, the beast garden is a place for ferocious beasts. Although it has been cleaned, there's no guarantee that none have slipped through the net. Nian Yi Lan shivered, crawling to the entrance of the tent, but only dared to stop at the doorway, afraid to crawl out. The words reached her lips, but she couldn't speak them, only thinking. Ferocious beasts slipped through the net. Her face was pale, her eyes nearly unfocused with fear. She murmured softly, no, I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to live. Nian Yu turned her head with a faint smile towards the closed city gates, unable to help but wonder. If Nangongyi knew her beloved daughter had fallen into such a state, what would his reaction be? Perhaps it was time to return to the Nian residence. In the courtyard, the maidservants gathered in twos and threes, whispering amongst themselves. One said, how many times has this happened these past few days? Didn't the one who was beaten with 30 lashes last time for speaking too loudly die? Another quickly said, should be quiet. Madam's temper has been short lately. I just saw Miss Ninyu go in. Hopefully, nothing happens. Ninyu slowly pushed open the door and entered the small courtyard. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Get out of here, all of you. A teacup flew towards her. Nian Yu's face darkened. She tilted her head to avoid it, letting the small teacup fly past her ear and shatter on the ground. Nangongyi frowned, arms crossed, and said with displeasure, Nian Yu, how are you not dead? Nian Yu calmly raised her hand and touched her ear where the teacup had grazed it. She immediately replied, Madam, please calm down. If you have something to say, please speak. She thought to herself, I remember all the anger I've endured these years, but I don't want to endure it anymore. Nangongyi couldn't help but roar. What else is there to say? If it weren't for you, how would my Yi Lan have ended up like this? Who knows what your situation is in the palace? Nian Yu pressed her hand to her chest. What little Yu wants to say is precisely about sister. Today, little Yu entered the palace with Princess Qinghe and saw sister. Hearing this, she immediately walked quickly to Nian Yu and asked loudly, how is she? Nian Yu calmly replied, sister is locked up in the beast garden with Feng He. Nangongyi was shocked, her mouth agape as if struck by lightning. What? Doesn't that mean she's with that corpse? How can she endure such torment? She continued, Madam, sister is fortunate and blessed. She'll be fine. Nangongyi angrily pointed at Nian Yu's face and yelled at her, Nian Yu, do you really think that just because you have Princess Qinghe's backing, I won't dare to do anything to you? Nian Yu's expression remained unchanged. She slightly lowered her head. No, little Yu wouldn't dare have such delusions. The old woman immediately turned her face away, her expression grim. Through gritted teeth, she said, Humph, you're just like your lowly mother. Nian Yu was slightly taken aback. My mother, she asked, but the old woman didn't answer directly, simply waving her hand to dismiss her. Get out. I don't want to see you again. Nian Yu respectfully clasped her hands at her waist and bowed slightly. Madam, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I heard that the house father is having built for me near the pavilion is almost finished, and you'll be returning to the residence soon. Please take care of your health. Nian Yu turned and walked out the door, her expression blank. From inside the room, the purple-haired woman with the double bun hairstyle yelled, Nian Yu, just you wait. Nian Yu walked slowly past a large tree and caught sight of a woman hiding behind the trunk, peeking out. She thought to herself, second aunt, is she worried about me? Nian Yu looked towards the bushes and called softly, third aunt, I heard the lotuses in Apricot Fragrance Courtyard are in full bloom. I wonder if Nian Yu would be fortunate enough to admire them with you. Hearing this, the brown-haired woman peeked her head out and offered Nian Yu a strained smile. She replied, is she worried about me? The lotuses bloomed in vibrant competition, each vying for attention. Under the shade of the trees, Nian Yu and third aunt sat together at a round stone table. A servant respectfully served them tea. As the servant turned to leave, Nian Yu glanced sideways and asked softly, Father hasn't been here for a long time, has he? Third aunt looked down at the teacup in her hand, her expression gloomy. Her voice was hoarse and slow. Second miss is mocking me, aren't you? Now my face is aged, my family has no power, I don't have second aunt's talent, nor fourth aunt's beauty and youth, and I have no children. I'm content to live peacefully in this apricot fragrance courtyard. Nian Yu pondered, her eyes revealing pity for third aunt. She thought to herself, in my memory, third aunt has always been very quiet, but she's the only one who's been kind to me. She continued to ask, third aunt, were you and my birth mother close? Nian Yu looked at her again and said, if third aunt, like everyone else in the residence, has secrets, then I won't ask any more questions. Third aunt was startled by Nian Yu's words, spilling her tea. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, and sweat trickled down her cheeks. She whispered, second miss, don't blame me. I just suddenly thought of an old friend and felt a bit emotional. It's just the two of us here. There's no need to be afraid. When I entered the residence, your mother was still the madam of the Nian residence. Nian Yu was shocked, her eyes wide, as if she couldn't believe third aunt's words. She opened her mouth to ask, madam, you mean the legal wife? Nian Yu quickly composed herself and listened intently. Third aunt closed her eyes and slowly said, yes, the legal wife. She was kind and humble, but for many years, she couldn't conceive. Nian Yu asked earnestly, a hint of curiosity in her voice. My mother couldn't conceive for many years, so concubines gradually entered the residence. Nangong Yi is the eldest daughter of the Nangong family and has always been arrogant. How could she be willing to be a concubine? Third aunt wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and replied, second miss, madam doesn't want to see you, probably because of your mother. Your mother and I were like sisters for more than 10 years. Seeing you suffer, but not daring to help, makes my heart ache with guilt. Tears still glistening in her eyes. Third aunt continued, second miss, Nangong Yi is ruthless and capable of anything. When your mother passed away, you were still in swaddling clothes. That night, madam had someone take you away, and your mother, before she could finish, a servant girl in a dark purple dress slowly approached. The servant girl walked to Nian Yu's side and handed her a rectangular piece of paper. She whispered, excuse me, my ladies. Someone sent an urgent letter that must be delivered to 2nd Mississippi. Nian Yu smiled faintly and turned to accept the letter, asking with a hint of confusion, an urgent letter. The sound of hooves pounded against the ground. Nian Yu, now changed into clean, practical clothes suitable for travel, galloped on horseback, her expression grave. She thought back to the contents of the letter, a plague. This never happened in my past life. Her long hair flew in the wind as Nian Yu urged her horse out of the city gates. The guard on the gate tower waved small red flags and shouted, by order of His Majesty, the city gates are sealed. City-wide curfew. Hong Yin narrowed her eyes, watching Nian Yu's receding figure, a sneer playing on her lips. Just as I hoped, she really left. She thought to herself, that failed attempt to frame Prince Mu at the post house still makes me shudder. I've been afraid Nian Yu would report me to the Empress. This is not bad at all. Hong Yin sat across from Chu Chong. Chu Chong held a teacup and looked out the window. Hong Yin asked curiously, Sir, what did you write that made Nian Yu rush to the Divine Tomb camp in such a panic? Chu Chong slammed the teacup down, glancing coldly at Hong Yin. This doesn't concern you. Hong Yin's face paled instantly, sweat trickling down her cheeks. Yes, she stammered, Hong Yin deserves death. Hong Yin shouldn't presume. Hong Yin gave a faint smile, turning to the window. Outside lay a wide training ground, dotted with wooden buildings. The city gates are sealed now. Nian Yu, do you really think you can go to the Divine Tomb camp and return alive? Two men carried a wooden stretcher bearing a man in reddish-brown clothes. His temples were streaked with gray, his face etched with worry, and he shouted something loudly. Nian Yu watched them silently, thinking, it's fortunate Chu Chong sent me to the Divine Tomb camp and even prepared a physician's outfit for me. Otherwise, with the camp's tight security, barging in would have alerted him, and he would never have let me enter. She pressed a hand to her chest, lowering her eyes slightly. I'm late, she murmured. I don't know how many people in the quarantine zone are already infected. Where's Commander Shu? A man in blue robes turned abruptly. Hundreds are infected every night, he told Nian Yu. Another is near death. Yesterday, when the first case appeared, the commander came personally. He wasn't infected himself, but he had contact with the patient. So who knows? Nian Yu stared ahead, her face expressionless, at the tents within the camp, filled with the sick. The trees stood motionless, not a breath of wind stirring. Suddenly, Nian Yu looked back. A woman was pouring some kind of liquid outside a tent. She casually entered a tent. Inside, chaos reigned. Several women lay on sick beds, their faces bruised, while physicians frantically attended to them. Nian Yu's eyes widened. Something was wrong. This wasn't a plague. This was... Quickly, she shouted, move those severely ill patients who are vomiting incessantly to another tent. Immediately stop spraying that disinfectant. A dark-haired man asked nervously in a low voice, but if we don't spray disinfectant, won't the infection spread faster? Nian Yu quickly explained, if you don't want to die even faster, then do as I say. The dark-haired man hesitated, holding a basin of water. He started to speak, but Nian Yu abruptly turned. Chu Chong strode in from outside, his face cold. Someone exclaimed, my lord. He grabbed Nian Yu's hand, pulling her aside. You, he said, come with me. They reached the trees behind the camp. Chu Chong spoke first. What are you doing here? Nian Yu replied, my lord, I don't understand what you mean. Chu Chong gripped Nian Yu's wrist, his voice edged with impatience. Nian Yu, you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you change your voice? Do you know what kind of place this is? Do you have a death wish? Nian Yu remained silent, lowering her head, her expression bleak. Who doesn't want to live? She said frankly, but don't forget, my lord, I owe you my life. I won't throw it away easily. So, please, my lord, stay with Nian Yu and live. Nian Yu's expression softened. She smiled faintly. Besides, she continued, I've already been in contact with the patients. Wouldn't you be worried if you took me out? I just want to ask you one thing. Do you trust Nian Yu? Chu Qing looked at her hesitantly. What do you want to do? Nian Yu looked towards the camp. Two armored soldiers stood guard in front of a tent. They only listen to the commander's orders, she said. Nian Yu implores you to give the order to immediately stop spraying the disinfectant. Following Nian Yu's gaze, Chu Qing asked why. Nian Yu narrowed her eyes, her expression anxious. Because this isn't a plague, she urged. It's a poison 100 times more terrifying than any disease. If this continues, the entire Divine Tomb camp will be annihilated in the next 2 days. Chu Qing's eyes widened. What? He exclaimed. Half of Nian Yu's face was hidden in shadow. The disinfectant used today will only accelerate the spread of the toxin, she stated firmly. I'll prepare a new disinfectant, but the antidote will be somewhat troublesome. Nian Yu remembered Zhao Yan, his face once bright with a smile, holding a wild branch in his hand. Some of the medicinal herbs can still be found behind the mountain, she continued, but the blood orchid is extremely rare, I'm afraid. She thought to herself, I remember that day when senior brother picked a blood orchid. Suddenly someone spoke. Is the blood orchid the young lady speaks of this one? Zhao Yan appeared as if from nowhere, a blade of grass between his teeth, a bright smile on his face, and a medicine basket in his hand as he walked towards them. Senior brother, cried Nian Yu. Chu Chong shot Nian Yu a cold look. Senior brother, he thought. She actually calls this man senior brother. Zhao Yan bowed slightly, right fist clasped in his left hand. This humble one is Zhao Yan, he said respectfully. Greetings, Deputy Commander. Chu Chong extended his hand, thinking, isn't this the man who distracted Nian Yu on the road? Chu Cheng's face remained impassive as he replied in a calm, measured tone. It seems the Divine Tomb camp's security has been lax today, allowing you to intrude. Nian Yu coughed lightly to remind him. Ahem. Zhao Yan, hearing this, became flustered. My lord, please forgive us. We entered with the Imperial physicians. Chu Chong gave Zhao Yan a cold look and slowly said, with the epidemic rampant within the Divine Tomb camp, everyone is in a state of panic. Some negligence is understandable. However, like this young lady, I also wish to contribute my medical expertise and assist you, my lord. Chu Chong didn't seem surprised, thinking to himself, it seems Ninyu knows Zhao Yan, but Zhao Yan doesn't recognize Ninyu. He didn't expose them, only asking, the Divine Tomb camp is currently ravaged by an epidemic. Why would you risk entering? Zhao Yan was taken aback, momentarily unsure how to respond. Zhao Yan scratched his cheek and replied with a smile, turn merit, of course. If I can save the Divine Tomb camp, it would be a great achievement. Nian Yu quietly watched Zhao Yan, thinking, senior brother only cares about saving people, not fame or fortune. She was about to speak, interrupting seriously, young Master Zhao. Since we've already entered the infected area, we cannot leave until the epidemic is under control. Moreover, I need the blood orchid you possess. Would you be willing to help me prepare the antidote? Chu Qing glanced at Ninyu with slight displeasure. You seem to trust him a great deal. Nian was startled and subconsciously said, Deputy Commander. Before she could finish, Zhao Yan flashed another bright smile, raising his hand to his chest. Deputy Commander, please rest assured. I will do my utmost, and even risk my life to return alive to see my beloved. Chu Chong gave a faint smile. Then I'll have to trouble young Master Zhao. Although Nian Yu's expression remained unchanged, she thought to herself, senior brother has someone he likes. Doesn't he only love medicine? Without another word, Zhao Yan handed the blood orchid to Nian Yu, his expression becoming more serious. Time is of the essence. Please tell me the patient's specific symptoms. Nian Yu quickly took the blood orchid from Zhao Yan's hand. Chu Chong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the two walk away. He thought to himself, I hope they can formulate the antidote in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid someone will be on pins and needles. Emperor Yu sat on his throne in the Grand Hall. The court officials knelt below, heads bowed in silence. One spoke, since ancient times, epidemics have been a taboo for the people and for the nation. Only fire can eradicate the affliction. Another countered, the Divine Tomb camp is of utmost importance, a cornerstone. How can we burn it down? Yet another chimed in, we implore your majesty to make a swift decision. If the Divine Tomb camp is not burned soon, the consequences will be dire. Everyone prostrated themselves, except for one elderly official who stood firm, fists clenched. Your Majesty, please decide. Emperor Yu could no longer bear it. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, enough. All of you leave. General Chu, remain. The court officials filed out one by one. Emperor Yu descended a few steps and stood before General Chu, hands clasped behind his back, his face grim. Chu Pai, the Chu family has been loyal for generations. Both you and Chu Chong have served Bei Qi with utmost dedication. But today I must apologize to the Chu family. And I must also apologize to Xiren. Chu Pai froze, his eyes wide, unable to utter a sound. Emperor Yu continued, General, for the greater good, I have no choice but to sacrifice Xiren in the Divine Tomb camp. His fist trembled slightly as he whispered, Your Majesty, may I request? He pondered for a moment, thinking, the matter has come to this. If there are any unforeseen circumstances, I must fight for Chang'er's survival. Chu Pai lowered his head as Emperor Yu patted his shoulder. All right, I will issue the decree tomorrow morning. He bowed with his hands clasped together respectfully. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bright moonlight bathed the roof of the Grand Hall, the light from within spilling out. The surroundings were silent and still. Chu Pai remained lost in thought. Could he avert this disaster tonight? Chu Chong stood on the cliff, gazing into the forest. Rustling sounds emerged from the trees, as if someone was walking. He leaped down from the cliff, landing before the person, his voice gentle. You're finally back. He gently stroked her head, asking with concern, Ninyu, why are you so disheveled? As soon as he finished speaking, he tenderly wiped the dirt from her face. Suddenly, she instinctively took a step back, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly turned her head. Fortunately, the forest is abundant with medicinal herbs. This batch I've gathered should be enough to address the epidemic. But there are so many people in the Divine Tomb camp. I'm afraid we'll have to trouble Envoy Shui May to send more people into the forest to gather herbs, based on this quantity. Chu Chong reached out to take the herbs she offered. All right. He took the basket filled with herbs from Nian Yu's hands. You must have worked very hard last night. She watched him leave with the basket and unconsciously touched her cheeks. The two returned to the cabin together. She stepped forward and asked, "What's the situation now?" He set down the basket and replied, "Young Master Xiao, Ran has been busy all night. Although the spread of the epidemic has slowed, the number of infected people is still increasing." Suddenly, a guard burst through the door, his voice urgent. "Envoy Shui May, something's happened. His Majesty has ordered the burning of the Divine Tomb camp. The general has already stationed the Imperial Guard 5 miles away. I'm afraid they'll set fire at any moment." She was about to reach for the herbs, but upon hearing this, her movements stopped abruptly. "Burn the Divine Tomb camp." Chu Chong approached the guard, his voice calm. "I understand. You may leave." The guard bowed his head with clasped hands. Understood. He thought to himself, Envoy Shui May is incredibly loyal and righteous. How can he bear to watch the Divine Tomb camp be destroyed? But even without the Imperial decree to burn the camp, with this epidemic, can the Divine Tomb camp truly be saved? She tentatively asked him. Epidemics have always been a calamity. From another perspective, the Emperor's decision is also a last resort. But her heart was still filled with worry. Emperor Yuanda, sending the general here, was likely also an attempt to salvage the situation. Hearing her words, Chu Chong turned around, his face darkening. The Divine Tomb camp cannot be destroyed, and I cannot die. She simply nodded slightly. Indeed, Chu Chong could not die. He controlled the Imperial Guard, held the military and political power of Beiqi, and in the current Beiqi court, he was the key to maintaining balance. If he died, the situation in Beiqi would inevitably change drastically. She quietly looked at his back, worried, knowing that at this moment, countless eyes were fixed on the Divine Tomb camp, fixed on Chu Qing's position. Suddenly, he turned around. If this epidemic, as you say, is caused by an external poison, then this outbreak is no accident. She frowned slightly. Indeed, this is not an accident, but a deliberate attempt to harm you, a scheme directed at you. Someone wants to disrupt the Beiqi court. Hearing her say this, he smiled gently. You're only a 15-year-old child, yet your body seems to house the soul of a seasoned politician. If you were a man and entered officialdom, you would surely become second only to the emperor. She didn't speak, only lowered her head and smiled. Even as the Qiyu god of war in her past life, wielding great power and holding a high position, looking back, she was nothing but a pawn in someone else's ambitious game, ultimately discarded like a broken toy. After being used, she turned and picked up the basket of herbs, smiling. At a time like this, you still have the mood to joke. If the fire spreads in here, we'll both be buried in the flames. You should think about how to deal with it. I'm going to find the military doctors to decoct the medicine. He stood there, silently watching her leave, without a word. A servant was pouring water into a bathtub, the water gurgling. Someone asked, "What are you doing?" Hearing the voice, the servant turned and replied, "Miss Nian, the military doctor's assistant, said everyone in the camp needs to bathe with this water. Medicine has been added to it. They say it can dispel the poison." He stood at a distance, his expression unchanged. "I understand. You may leave." He approached the bathtub, slowly undressed, and then stepped into the water. Water overflowed the tub, making splashing sounds. Just then, Ninyu walked in from outside. Enfoi Kshume. She clutched a medicine bottle tightly in her hand. Seeing him soaking in the tub, her expression darkened slightly. "It seems I've come at a bad time." She took a few steps closer, lowered her head slightly, and asked in a low voice, "Chu Chong, are you asleep?" He remained with his eyes closed, the room unusually quiet. She stared at him blankly. Is he really asleep? She reached out and gently touched his ear. but he didn't react. Looking at his sleeping face, she touched his mask again, a playful smile appearing on her lips. The dignified Chu Chong was actually pretending to sleep. In that case, suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at her, startling her. Chu Chong, aren't you afraid of someone seeing your true face? Seeing him only smile slightly, I thought pretending to remove his mask would anger him, but he took it off himself. Haven't you seen it already? She hurriedly explained that last time was truly an accident. She didn't understand why he did that, why he made her remove his mask again. Could it be because he trusted her? Nian Yu picked up the cloth and gently wiped his cheek. Your skin is so nice. Is it because you wear a mask every day? Her expression was incredibly awkward. She suddenly felt that Chu Qing's mask wearing made a lot of sense. Such a breathtakingly beautiful face would distract others during battle. Seeing her staring, Chu Qing looked at her thoughtfully. Could it be that this Nian Yu truly had no resistance to handsome men? She turned her head and gently touched her chin. I've heard that in the Qiyu continent, the Western Liang Imperial family's appearance is said to be the best in the world, and the third Prince Yin Sanjia, is also extremely handsome. I wonder if this lord's face can compare to those of the Western Liang Yin family. Then she thought of her past life and mused inwardly. Thinking back to my past life, although I was the god of war of the Qiyu continent, I never saw the Western Liang Emperor, not even the most handsome crown prince Yin Bei in Western Liang legend. I only heard of them. He picked up the mask and put it down again, his voice suddenly turning cold. What use is a man's appearance? Hearing him say this, she froze, stealing a glance at him. She quickly went over and picked up the mask. Nian Yu misspoke. A man's worth truly isn't in his appearance. She felt extremely embarrassed. She'd heard that before Chu Chong wore the mask, the first prince had publicly declared his intention to take Chu Chong as his consort. This must have been a tremendous humiliation for him. She poured the medicinal liquid onto the cloth, inwardly chuckling bitterly. I pride myself on seeing through matters between men and women, yet facing this face, I'm actually flustered. Her slender fingers gently wiped his cheek with the cloth. This medicinal liquid is infused with blood orchid root juice. Her voice gradually became serious. Lord Chu, even if your infection isn't severe, having been here for so long, you still need to be careful. Yet in her heart, she was screaming, applying medicine to a beautiful man is pure sweet torture. He suddenly grabbed her hand. Let me do it myself. Having said that, he turned around. She stood there watching him. Could it be he didn't like others casually touching his face? She stared at him blankly. But I was just casually touching him a moment ago. He stopped his movements and asked her, what do you make of this poisoning? His question brought her back to her senses. Rest assured, my lord, I can cure this poison, but the medicine needs time to take effect. I'm afraid you'll also need to find a way to convince outsiders that this epidemic can no longer cause a major disaster. Chu Chong turned around and smiled faintly at her. No need. If they want to burn down the Divine Tomb Camp, let them. This time, what do you think I'll do? I want to see how upset those people will be if I die. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up, startling her. She widened her eyes at him, quickly turning her head away, her cheeks gradually flushing. She thought, the stagnant waters of the Imperial court are about to be stirred up. The purpley royal mother is deeply scheming. How could she let this opportunity slip by? Once her ambition is exposed, a melancholic look appeared on her face. What does my lord plan to do? Escape unnoticed. He suddenly asked her, do you understand? Nian Yu turned back and stole a glance at him. He wants to move everyone from the Divine Tomb Camp, leaving only an empty shell to be burned. Once everyone thinks Chu Chong and the people of the Divine Tomb Camp are dead, I'm afraid the poisoner won't be able to sit still. Seeing that he was fully dressed and ready to leave, she followed him. Lord Chu, do you know why this poison is so similar to the epidemic? Chu Chong turned back curiously. Why? Because this isn't an ordinary poison. It's a goo poison cultivated with human blood. Night fell, tents encircled the forest, and a voice rang out, General, it's getting late. The Emperor has ordered the source of the epidemic to be burned. I'm afraid the situation will change sooner or later. Inside the tent, a guard bowed his head and reported, General, please consider the bigger picture and give the order to burn the camp as soon as possible. Chu Qing's wife walked in from outside. Let me see who dares. The two men were startled and quickly stood up. She held a knife to her neck and shouted, Chu Pai, if you dare order the burning, I'll die in front of you. Chu Pai hurriedly tried to dissuade her. My lady, don't be impulsive. Why are you doing this? She slowly approached. General, do you know how important Zran is to me? He can't die. Even if I die, he can't die. The guard beside him whispered. General, Chu Pai is in an extremely difficult position. He remained silent, unsure of what to do. The divine tomb camp caught fire. A scream suddenly came from outside. The guard quickly lifted the curtain to look, and all three were stunned by the sight before them. The fire outside grew larger and larger. Chu Pai said in shock, "What?" Fierce flames raged. War horses galloped in all directions, and someone charged straight into the inferno. You, and Zran are both in the fire. Zhao Yi gritted his teeth, his face full of worry, his expression darkening. Father. He gripped the reins tightly and charged forward. No, I can't let them die here. A teacup fell to the ground and shattered. Wu Wening's face was deathly pale. What did you say? Chu Pai knelt down, his head touching the ground, and reported to the emperor, the fire has completely consumed the divine tomb camp. The soldiers' bones are nowhere to be found. His Highness Prince Mu is afraid. That also perished in the fire. His tone was firm. Your Majesty, Your Highness, this subordinate has failed in his duty and was unable to protect His Highness Prince Mu. Please, Your Highness, punish me. The Empress trembled, clutching her robes tightly, tears welling up. Punish you? Ear died in the fire. Even if I take your life, can bring my son back. The pain on her face was evident. My ear. Just a few days ago he was fine. How could he be dead? Cheng Ning was praying in her room when she suddenly stopped, as if hearing something. This is Empress Wu Wen's voice. What could make the mother of a nation so grieved? Zhao Yan appeared behind her at some point. Mother, what is it? He stepped forward and helped Cheng Ning up. Whatever it is, as long as it makes her suffer, it's a good thing for me. She comforted him. Yinner, you've always been clever. You should understand your mother's thoughts. She continued, for all these years, my children and I have been silent for too long. Now is the time. Mother wants you to take over Chu Qing's covert duties. He supported her, hesitating. Mother, I understand the importance of the covert duties, but His Majesty won't give me that authority. She walked out the door and looked up at the sky. Don't worry, I have my ways of forcing him. Yinner, dawn is approaching. Perhaps His Majesty will only mourn the soldiers of the divine tomb camp for a few days. A few days later, at the Imperial concubines' banquet, have His Majesty decide on this matter. Distant mountains were shrouded in mist, and a faint cry could be heard. Ouch, 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 you are beat to gentle. Her tone was slightly displeased. His Highness Prince Mu thinks his life is charmed, daring to rush into such a large fire. He sat on the bed, looking at her with concern. I just wanted to save you. She recalled the scene of Chu Chong and Zhao Yi rescuing her from the sea of fire. If someone risked their life to save me, of course I would be moved. But he is a prince. His responsibilities are different from those around him. Whether it's official or personal matters, I don't want him to be injured because of me. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek. Don't be angry. Look, we're both still alive. Chu Chong approached and grabbed his wrist. You're injured. The physician said you shouldn't move around. Only then did he notice Zhu Sheng's presence. Zran, are you all right too? That's wonderful. Nian Yu smiled at him. Your Highness's injury is on his leg, not his hand, right? He put on a pitiful expression and acted coquettishly towards her. I want to lie down, but I can't move my leg. She sighed and helped him lie down. His cheeks flushed slightly. You're truly too kind. Whoever marries, you must be the happiest person in the world. Different thoughts suddenly popped into his head. In a few months, will be 15, just the right age to discuss marriage. Suddenly he frowned. No, there's no man in this world worthy of my cousin Yor. Then he turned to her. Little Yor, why don't you just not get married? Move into my residence in the future, and I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. I guarantee you'll have a good life. His words stunned both Nian Yu and Chu Chong. She instantly recalled her marriage in her past life. In my past life, I only wanted to be with Zhao Yan, but I ended up dying tragically. In this life, I only want revenge. She approached the bed. Your Highness, Prince Mu, please stop joking. It's not appropriate for me to move into the Prince Mu residence. Someone will take care of you. I wouldn't dare trouble your Highness. His voice lowered. So you realized I was joking. She lifted the curtain and turned to wave at them. Your Highness, please rest well. I'm going for a walk. Chu Qing also stood up and followed her out. You focus on recovering. I'm also going for a walk. Only Zhao Yan remained in the tent, his expression gloomy. Someone will take care of her. Who could it be? Is it someone she likes? He watched their figures gradually disappear into the distance. Speaking of which, when did you and Ran become so close? Chu Chong and Nian Yu stood at the edge of the cliff. He said, just as you said, if the incident at the Divine Tomb Camp was truly caused by goo poison, then the Southern Yu Kingdom is definitely involved. She didn't say anything, only glanced at him. If Southern Yu is truly involved, not only will Chu Chong be targeted, but the Shao clan will also suffer a heavy blow, and the court will fall into chaos. She looked thoughtful. Someone doing this might be paving the way for someone else. Chong Ling Jia, the new ruler of Southern Yu. But how should I tell Chu Chong? She clenched her fists and turned to him. Sir, before Nian Yu came to the Divine Tomb Camp, I received this. She handed him a small slip of paper. He took the note and asked her, did you come here because of this? I didn't write this note. She looked at him with unwavering determination. Sir, I knew from the first time I met you. She glanced at him surreptitiously. Someone knew they could use Chu Qing's name to lure me into this trap, and also wants me dead. Who could that be? She recalled her past life again. Sir, do you remember the assassins we encountered in the Imperial menagerie? Nian Yu gritted her teeth. If all of this was orchestrated by Southern Yu, then their methods and motives are crystal clear. Chu Chong lowered his head, his expression darkening. That assassin who escaped. I see. Using the epidemic as a pretext to eliminate me and the Divine Tomb Camp was all to destabilize the court. He looked down at the note in his hand, his grip tightening. And by eliminating you, no one in the world would be able to expose the Empress's assassination attempt in the Imperial menagerie. This way, Southern Yu can safely make their arrangements in the shadows. What a meticulous plan. Unfortunately for them, they will be disappointed. Seeing him like this, she stood beside him, arms crossed, her expression brightening. Sir, didn't you intentionally burn down the Divine Tomb Camp to draw out the person behind all this? Disappointment is only the beginning. How shall we reciprocate? Envoy Shui Mei. After this escape from the cicada's shell, perhaps you and I can make our move. He looked at her tenderly. What do you want to do? Her expression was full of confidence. Naturally, we must return the favor. She recalled her past life. Last time, when Zhao Yan exposed my identity and listed 72 charges against me, that person was also in the crowd, shouting my name, wishing for my death. Reborn in this life, he is still eager to take my life. The two stood side by side on the cliff, watching falcons circling in the night sky. Envoy Shui Mei, this world is about to change. Only this time, we will be the ones to change it.